the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Busy show today. We'll talk to Span about Hurricane Ian, as it is a Cat 3 now, I believe, and strengthening. And so we'll talk to him today about that. Also take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. This hour they'll be on screen, so that means you never know. If you want to join in, feel free to do so. We're not going to guarantee we can answer them, but if we do, you'll be on the air when we do. Wheel of Meat could spin, a whole lot out there. Bubba still about the same, continuing to progress. Really, everything's kind of hung in neutral there, but he's getting better, so that's awesome. But he's at home recovering from his liver surgery last week, so hopefully he'll return at some point this week. All right, well, let's get this thing cranked up. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good. It's real good.
Good.
How are y'all?
Good.
You good?
I hear a lot of sniffling this morning. Everybody doing good though?
You talking about Sniffle Build?
Yeah.
Mine is tapering off, I believe. Hopefully. But anyway, we'll see.
It's like we're playing in a sniffling band.
I don't feel like it's as much in here where you get that pressure and pain.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I feel like it's subsiding a little bit.
Well,
so
that's
we'll
good.
see.
That's good.
Had an interesting evening. Amanda called me on my way yesterday to the tennis course. She said, "Hey, my car won't start."
Oh no.
She goes, "Well, don't worry. Haley's
That's
bringing
never
me
good.
home," which is one of her friends at work.
Oh,
But
so
now
it's
you
at
got
work.
a stranded car.
But so then all I can think about is I don't get home till 6:30 or 7, and I got to go deal with the car.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's fun.
So I got home. Y'all love this. Get home. I have never changed a bat. She's got a Honda Pilot. Okay. Never changed a battery in the Honda Pilot. Didn't even know where it was.
But that was your go-to.
A lot of
Because it
times they
wouldn't even
make
turn over. Could you tell that's what it was?
It wouldn't even do anything.
Yeah. All right.
A lot of times they hide them batteries. They're hard
They-
to get to.
Well,
Boy,
Greg,
let
that's
me
where
tell
you're all over.
You got to
this.
take paneling off. You got all
Well,
that
in the old
stuff.
days, you
Didn't know I was
going
going to deal with all that.
You just pop the old battery out and pop another one.
So
yeah.
I told Amanda, I said, "Hey, listen, nearly home. It's about 6:35, 6:40 at this point. Nearly home. Going to grab the jumper cables that if they're not already in my car, I thought they were under the seat, and and they were. I said, and grabbing a bottle of water, dropping Maddie off. You jump in. We'll go knock it out and come back. Because I think all I need is jumper cables.
That's it.
I get there.
Oh,
I
man.
pop her hood, and I don't even see a battery. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what in the world?
It's ridiculous.
Because did they have those little pop-in screws and stuff to hold everything
had
down?
pop-in screws.
Yeah.
Had panels, all this. Anyway, we ended up finally getting it home, and it was the battery. It cranked right up off the jumper cables and got it home. And I told her, I said, listen, when you get home, back in the garage that way, because we'll deal with this tomorrow as far as trying to go get a new battery.
Mm-hmm.
So just back in case I have to jump you off again.
Yeah.
And that was another reason we were going to leave it, but where she was parked, there was no at night. There was not as many people in the parking deck, and so if we'd have waited till today, somebody would probably been right up against her.
Sure.
Anyway. So
Imagine trying to get back in there.
so
and
had
try
no
to do
idea. The whole time I forgot about it for like 30, 40 minutes, and I thought, well, okay, so it's Monday night. I'll go home and watch a little bit of the Cowboys and Giants.
something. Yeah.
And get me some food and kick back, and then I thought, no, you're not. You're going to jump off a car. Why are you getting so fired up about
There's
that?
nothing
Yeah.
worse.
You
than
won't
car
see
trouble.
one down.
Car
Yeah.
trouble's the
How about
worst.
that call that comes in?
So that was like 45 minutes to an hour of my life. I couldn't
You'll
get
enjoy
back.
that.
Yeah.
So Amanda and I at least got to spend some time together.
There you go. Good quality time.
I mean, not sure how much
little
quality it
frustrating.
was, but we were together. And there were no kids, there were no dogs.
working through a problem
Yeah.
together.
So
That's good stuff right there. But it's that call that you don't. You can always tell from the voice of whoever's calling in the
Yeah.
family that it's almost like, what's wrong? It's not the happy, hey, what's up? It's hey, got a problem here.
how about Amanda said that she left yesterday? And this is just funny. I said, when did it start having the issue? She said, well, she goes, it acted funny that morning, and she goes, I just forgot about it, completely forgot about
Oh.
it. And she goes, then when I went to my car after work, completely dead, and then it hit me. Wow, so you were acting funny this morning, so now you're not going to run at all. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, there it is. So,
Oh wow, okay, that's great. So I'm glad you worked it out.
But I don't understand. The only reason I even brought this up was, can we not put a battery in plain sight?
I know. It's ridiculous.
What in
you have
the
to
world?
take the car apart to get to it.
Yeah. My first experience was that. I think it was Tyler. I forget. He was home. Anyway, his battery went dead.
Yeah.
And or it was acting weird or something like that. And we pulled up to one of the O'Reilly Auto Parts, AutoZone places, and they'll come out and hook everything up. Just check it and see. And I opened that thing up, and I was like, where the heck is it? And we had to take it seemed like half the cover of the engine and all that, had to take it half apart just to get down in there and get to it. And so, but then that was my first experience. So when you said that, it took me back to that day, and we were just standing
I had no
there.
idea.
See, the old days, I used to drive my dad's old 71 Chevrolet pickup,
Mm-hmm.
and we'd go fishing, and we'd have just a trolling motor, just fishing in a lake. We would take the battery out of the truck, run the trolling motor, and then come back and put it back in the truck. It was that easy to get it in.
That simple. You just,
we would
there it
unhook it,
is.
take it out, run the trolling motor, come back, hook it up, and drive home.
Yeah.
Now you'd have to take it. It wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah.
God forbid us buy another battery. I get it. But
Mm-hmm.
it seemed to work.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you got to, like I say, you got to.
I had to
like
pop
a
off
puzzle.
that panel,
It's like a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
and then I had to take 2 screws out and unhook what looked like something important. I don't know what it was, but
And
there
you
was
say,
like
I hope I can get this back.
That's the thing. I
Right.
didn't know if I
Thread.
Honey, take a picture of this so we know what it looks like. Got to get it back to looking like this.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Stuff.
I'm glad everything worked out, though. So she's home and backed it in, and so here we go.
Yep.
You can pop it out,
So
take
today-
it, and replace
And
it.
she's confident. She thinks, like, we had a conversation just a few minutes ago where I said, hey, she asked me if she could have a check card. Something about Caroline needed hers and whatever. Anyway, I gave her some money, and she said, well, I'm going to go get my battery. And I said, so you think it's going to crank this morning? Like, you think that's what's going to happen? It's not going to crank.
No.
Don't get your hopes up. You're
Dead
not going
as a
anywhere
wedge.
till I get home.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba.
With HelloFresh, we've all learned that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals. HelloFresh handles the meal prepping and planning, and their pre-portioned ingredients make cooking easy and stress-free even on hectic weeknights. And we can choose from over 30 weekly recipes every week. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at atob.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. From cringing at the pump jump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, we got 20 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you so much for joining us. Rick joins us right after top of the hour. Really, the update on Bubba, and we'll continue that conversation today. It's about the same. No news is good news. He just is at home continuing to back up on the pain medicine a little bit and adjust and get stronger each day. And so things are about the same, but he's at home continuing to progress and
I got
get
a
better.
public service announcement in regards to Bubba, because I want Bubba to be able to make this decision. I got a lot of emails yesterday from people wanting to see his liver. See the tumor.
That's
ridiculous.
That's
ridiculous.
And so I am just going to simply say, because it was a lot of emails, by the way. Hey, send me that picture.
No,
I can't do that.
No.
And so you can send that
pictures.
request straight to Bubba at rickandbubba.com, and if he wants you to see it,
I'm sure he'll. These people that have surgery,
everybody
that does, they want you to look at everything.
I know. I don't.
but
get
I
it.
want him to make that decision. I didn't think I
Yeah,
should be sending a picture.
I
of
wouldn't be
his
circulating
tumored
it.
liver.
No,
to people.
no. Don't think we want that.
So.
Don't think we want that. So last night you mentioned the two things. One thing that we need to just say for the main show, because it's just so frustrating. Well, the World Series champion Atlanta Braves, they're in Washington. There's 8 games left, by the way, in the regular season for the Braves, and they're 1 game behind the Mets, and they're playing the Nationals now, and then they have a 3-game series with the Mets. But so it's really going to come down to that series. They were in Washington. Well, while they're in Washington playing the Nationals, the World Series team from last year visited the White House.
A little late, you would think. I mean, it's almost time for the World Series of this year.
So they visit, and Biden's up there, and the team does their White House visit, right?
Sure.
The World Series championship team.
Biden thanked the doctors for
right. I was
showing
going
up.
to say he congratulated him for winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did. You know,
You
this
can't-
guy.
You talking about can't have nothing. You can't even have one day just to go celebrate. Instead, you want some media person in the Jean-Pierre whatever press conference, press briefing, ask about the Atlanta Braves and the tomahawk chop and all this kind of stuff,
how
and
insensitive
how
the
they need
mascot
to
is.
change their name and all this.
This
and so,
is the World Series champions, and that's what we're talking
And so
about.
Pierre, goes into indigenous people and they need respect and all this kind of stuff on the day that they're there to celebrate their World Series championship.
Yeah.
So let's just table that for the main show because it's just so frustrating. We have the audio video of that question and answer, and it's just a rambled mess.
When it's not real. Nobody cares.
It's just so frustrating.
Quit making
The
up
indigenous
things
people
for us to
don't
care
care.
about. We
Yeah.
do not. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah. Of course, I love
It's not
Governor
the
Kemp.
Braves. What's the big deal? To me, we've had this conversation 1,000 times. They're honoring. They're not making fun.
So
Nobody was offended till some white person probably started the whole thing,
right.
telling them they should be offended.
Sure. The Georgia Governor Kemp, he put out a funny one though. He said "chop on," and anyway, he was just we're going to keep on chopping and doing what we do.
Right on chopping.
There's that, and then last night I thought about you, Helmsy. I didn't know you were going to change out a battery or jump off her car at work, but Buck and Aikman were on the call, and Monday Night Football did this ESPN on ABC thing. It was the Dallas Cowboys at the New York Giants, and the Cowboys won 23-16. I saw a little bit of it, not much, but there's this guy that's got this head paint on, and he's bald.
He's painted up.
I mean, he looks
like one of the blue men. You know, the blue men.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And he went viral as the team settled for a field goal late in the loss to the Cowboys. He couldn't believe it, and he's got a sad face while painted up.
Yeah.
And that's just good stuff.
You know, we've discussed if you're going to paint up or dress up in some garb for your team, and then your team's getting beat, and then the camera comes on you, and for some reason you look ridiculous. Now, if your team's winning, for some reason you don't look ridiculous. But if you're losing, you look. He's got a complete blue head, and he's like, I love that.
Yeah. So
any circumstance you'd ever paint your head and go to a game.
Well, I will say this. I've done this, but I was the stadium guy for the Titans at the time.
Yeah.
But I was full blown. With my bald head, it looked like I had a helmet on. They even put a face mask across my. Everything.
Speedy.
But when
it looked just like it had the Titans logo.
But
it looked like a helmet.
When you left there, you were getting a check.
Yeah, you were working for the team. I'm talking about. I got up Sunday.
Yes, thank you.
And I said, let me paint myself up real good because I got a game to go.
I am
to.
so fired up today about my team. I'm going to put a jersey on and paint my face up.
Yeah, I'm gonna paint it up good. I ain't just putting the team logo on my cheek. No, my whole head is blue. I've got a stripe, and I'm sharp.
Yeah, I don't know.
I may put on some big foam shoulder pad and wear it too.
I'm sure this face painting, I'm gonna paint my body. I'm sure that paint's come a long way, but when I did it, it was so hard to get off.
That's my point. Then
my
you got
God,
to get it off.
I was scrubbing and all this kind of stuff and had flakes all over and I'm thinking, so this is what people do all
How
the
long
time?
did it take them to paint your head?
It was before the game, right outside the stadium. It was one of these little tent setups and all these professional painters and all that.
Everybody.
Yeah, and it didn't take long. I just sat there, sat on a stool, and they went to painting.
At what point you forgot you were painted up? You were talking to people.
Right.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Well, there I
painted
am.
up the whole time.
But the Giants were driving down the field in the fourth quarter looking for an answer to the Cowboys scoring earlier in that frame. And on third down, the Cowboys were on the from the Cowboys' 22-yard line. Daniel Jones, the Giants quarterback, he was pressured again, by the way, forced him out of the pocket, and he threw the ball away. Then they had like two penalties back to back, and anyway, so the camera catches this guy, and look, he's just standing there going. And he's just got this sad face on. He's fully painted
with the red strip around his nose. Yeah. Again, it just makes it worse when you're painted up.
It does. Other NFL news. It looks like you remember old Myles Garrett for the Cleveland
car
Browns
wreck or something.
Yeah, he was leaving practice yesterday. They say, and he's was hospitalized. It was a single car crash he was involved in after leaving practice on Monday. It's no life-threatening injuries. Was taken to the local hospital and said they're gathering more information at the time that this was printed. But they say they think he's okay. A female passenger was also in the car and taken with Garrett to the hospital with no non-life-threatening injuries as well. Both passengers, they had to say, had their seatbelts on at the time of the crash.
Yeah.
There was no impairment from drugs, alcohol suspected at all. He was, like I said, leaving practice, and so we'll see what happens.
Had a little accident.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of sports, I saw a story too about Kyrie Irving in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, during the pandemic, he was given a contract, I guess it was a 3-year deal, something to renew, just an extension, worth over $100 million. But he had to get the vaccine.
Oh yeah,
and he turned it down.
Yeah,
he said, "No, I'm not doing that. You're not forcing that on me." And they basically use that as a negotiation tactic. And so, if that's out there with Kyrie Irving and the NBA and $100 million, think about that, $100 million extension. Think about all the other times that's been happening. Just to not take the NBA out of it, just in the rest of the world, in any industry, that's sad that we use that as a negotiation tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, very sad. Yes. And he was even calling out the mayor of New York City not too long ago about the inconsistency and emotional decisions and let's make this decision, not really because of the science, but because that's what we need to do.
Exactly.
And in the public eye, it looks good if we do this. But to your point, Helmsy, outside of sports, the amount of people that were let go, even in our own military, that were fired, let go, stepped down, got to find another job, all that kind of stuff. I mean, now that we know what we know and looking back, it's like, what are you going to do for these people that lost their job when they really shouldn't have?
Yep.
Oops. I guess.
I mean, what do you do?
Sorry about that.
All right, so a lot going on today. We're just kind of getting through it, skimming the surface of some of these stories, and we'll jump into them a little more during the main show when Rick joins us, top of the hour, as well as Adler. Bubba's still off today, recovering from liver surgery last week. Things are going well in his progression, and hopefully he will join us at some time later in the week. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. Well, hey, you know what? We're just kind of hanging out, having a good time. Just looking at some of the stories of the day, some of the sports stuff from last night. Funny story, not for Helmsy, but for us. First segment was him getting a call from his wife that she had a dead battery in her car, and so they were off back to work where it was stranded, trying to jump that off and get it back home a little after dinner time. That's always fun.
You know, speaking of dead, that story you showed me a few minutes ago about the girl that thought she killed a wolf.
You know,
and basically it was like,
can you believe that?
That's amazing.
And she's posing with a picture like you do when you've killed something.
Just a grinning.
Trophy hunter.
Yeah.
Somebody's pet.
Yeah,
Montana
it was a husky.
Montana woman killed and skinned a husky,
I'm looking at it.
thinking it was a wolf, as she proudly poses with the husky before outraged
They
friends
look kind of like wolves.
berate her on basically slaughtering a pet dog.
Yeah, that's nice.
And good night alive.
You know,
she is. I just don't understand how she
Somebody
could
goes,
have
you know, we couldn't
mistaken
find
that.
her dog. Well, there it is.
I mean,
know?
you can just see it's. I mean, you see the size of it and the size of the paws.
Well, she
and all
claims
that.
she thought it was a young.
I'll even go this far with it. I'll even go, you know what, mistake you made, but how far she took it.
Right.
That's the point.
Is the point.
Yeah.
Like if you mistake a husky for a wolf,
and you walk up to her and go, uh-oh.
Exactly. Then I'm with you. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. But the length she went after that is
skinning
what's
it?
extreme.
Yeah, that's
Skinning
not
it,
good.
Showing it.
right?
That's not
Pose.
good.
I mean, all of those things. Goodness
Yeah.
gracious.
Not good.
Look, hey, and she's grinning. You know when people when
I know.
I have a big trophy. First
Yeah,
of all,
that's a uh-oh for sure.
not even if it was a wolf, it's not a very big one.
No.
She even said it was a pup, she thought. But I wouldn't be.
Well, she was
posing and
correct
bragging
there.
with it. Well, it was. Yeah, it was actually. It had a name. I don't see in the article if anybody did anybody claim it or they just.
They're just the people are just saying that she killed.
Yeah,
a
please
pet
look at
or
her right there.
something.
Think she's sharp posing with her
Sure.
with her trophy.
Alive.
Well, good thing it wasn't a beagle or something. That'd really been obvious.
Do y'all feel pressure with Bubba not here to kind of? I know he's got his space bros back there with Eddie Van Adler. Got it. But do y'all feel pressure to take a look at things like what happened yesterday with us redirecting the asteroid? Did y'all give that anything? Look at it, care about it?
I am. It is very
and did you feel like you needed to because Bubba's out?
I didn't look
will
at
tell you
it,
this.
but I was interested.
I tell you what I did. I had a
Evidently
full
not
story
much.
printed in show prep, stapled together, the whole nine. I mean everything, and we never even discussed it. And on air, I tried to say I said something yesterday about it briefly, and everybody just kind of looked over at me.
Got all that, and that's great.
So I tried.
But what I want to know is, did you feel like you needed to watch it yesterday? Did you need? Do you think you need to give it
I
any
forgot
time?
about it after I said it during the show. I
Now,
forgot about it.
If I sat down and happened to hit the channel and go, well, look at that.
Yeah.
I would have watched it. But appointment television, no. But did it work?
It did. It did work.
It changed the course?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't know. They don't know. They said they got up there.
Well, I know they hit it.
They hit it. Now they got to find out if it changed.
Or did they really hit it?
Great.
Greg, don't do this.
Here we go.
Well, I do. How would you know?
But we'll
15,000 miles per hour, Greg, colliding with a rock that's 8 million miles from Earth.
Oh yeah, boy, that's an easy shot.
520 foot long rock.
They did not hit it.
Is this
Greg.
whole NASA TV Rick and Bubba tumbler being on there on the counter? Is that real? We got an email last night from a listener viewer. Said,
I think it's him. I think it's the guy that actually emailed us. I think he's.
Is it him?
Yeah, I think he said, "Hey guys, I thought Bubba may be interested in this. I know he's still on the mend. The resolution wasn't the best, but my Rick and Bubba tumbler was on NASA TV." The guy's email is looks like it's legit because it's up there in Huntsville.
Yeah, everybody seems to be like hugging and stuff after dark impact last night, and they're all like kind of whatever. And then there's a Rick and Bubba tumbler right there on the counter.
Yeah,
just as plain as you can see. I mean, look, there it is.
Yeah.
How about that?
And I know that it was a big deal last night. For NASA.
Well, we had
Looks to me like we're headed straight in.
Oh my goodness! 8, 7, 6,
wow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh wow! We're getting visual confirmation.
All right,
and we have impact.
Okay, did it shrug it off or
we don't know?
We don't know yet. Yeah.
Speedy's trying to tell you that.
So
you don't want that answer.
Well, that's
I know.
my point. I mean,
well, it's going to take a minute.
They've got to do some math.
Yeah.
Okay.
If y'all believe all that,
11 billion pound asteroid, Dimorphos.
How far out was it again?
That's a good.
They gave
buddy.
the stat this morning. It's way on out there. Don't think it's close.
6.8 million miles.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
it's nowhere near.
That's easy.
I don't know if in space miles that's close, but
I don't think you do it like dog years.
I don't think so either.
Maybe you do.
But I just it sounds far away.
It does. I promise you, if it's in space,
The fact that they can hit something 7 million miles away, that's traveling that fast, and then time it down and it for impact is pretty impressive. I think.
I think it's fantastic.
Who could go? You missed.
This could save. Hey,
whatever they say, you got to take, right,
guys? It could save humanity one day.
Well, I want to hear the results. But you know what I'm saying? They're the ones that are tracking it. Oh, we hit it. What are they going? If they missed it, they go, "Oh, we missed it."
Let me ask you this, Greg, because we mentioned this.
And who else can be looking at it and go, you missed it?
6.8. Speedy will appreciate this question. 6.8 million miles from Earth. Okay. How close does it have to be before you care?
6.8 million. How big is it?
520 foot long rock that's 11 billion pound.
If it gets within a couple of thousand, I'm concerned.
A couple of
thousand?
Greg, we have planes that fly at a couple of thousand.
I'm just saying.
When it gets there, it's already too late.
I'd be concerned.
Well, yeah, it'd be too late, Greg.
You know when they say these close calls and you look and it's, I don't know.
Answer the question.
I don't know.
Is it a million miles?
Yeah, that sounds good, I guess.
Never mind. Never mind.
Well, my mind can't comprehend how far that is. I don't know. I can't, you know. You're talking hundreds,
let's do
talking
this
hundreds of feet. I can't.
Let's stop. Let's go different direction. How many days out?
How many days out?
Yeah. Let's take the miles off of it because we can't comprehend that in our little brains.
If it's
here.
5 days from hitting, I'd like to. Okay. I'd like to see us do something about it. That gives us a week. Well, a work week.
Well, yeah, I was going to say.
Well, they're not
going
to work on weekend to do it.
Yeah. If Bubba's up and listening,
pay him
I'm
overtime.
sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
So you want to?
Well, if y'all buy all this,
you want 5 days.
But y'all do have
up.
to look. I think I'm just having a little fun, but I am having fun. But how do you know? They're the ones looking at it. How do you know they hit it?
Oh, look, we got it.
Ain't like you can, ain't like something that everybody go, oh yeah, look, they hit it. I'm the one shooting it. I'm the one that tells you whether or not I hit it. Well, if I'm doing that, I'm hitting all kinds of things. I got another one. Y'all ain't gonna believe it. Dead center this time.
I hope Bubba's not listening.
I know.
I'm not saying that's happening, but you gotta. I mean, that could happen.
Right.
Because who's going to dispute it?
Do you think that it's more likely that happened, or it's more likely we hit it?
Let's say me and you were in charge of shooting it, and we just whiffed. We'd go, oh, we got it. You know, I mean.
Would you?
Yeah, if we were the only ones looking at it. Well, let's tell them we got it. We spent all this money shooting at it.
So you're saying we're the only one looking?
Yeah.
I'm sure they have other instruments, though.
Yeah, I think we were able to see it yesterday. We got one listener that's evidently in on it.
Yeah.
He's got his cup.
No, I'm not saying that happened.
Matt? Sorry,
I'm not
Matt.
saying that happened, but don't act like it couldn't be pulled off. Especially, you know, I mean.
Just act like you hit it.
I mean, the person confirms it's the person who's in charge of shooting it. Don't forget that.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
Greg.
we got impact.
Oh, I nailed it. What a shot.
So you just want 5 days.
Yeah, about 5. Then we get a little urgent, you know. You get it done when there's a little urgency involved. If we got like 60 days, they'll go, we got 60 days. They'll get to it.
I don't think they think the way you're thinking, by the way.
That's human nature, friend.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? First Alert is reminding you to be prepared by installing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus in common spaces like the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your whole home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Love and Light Wellness Spa, how can I help you today?
Hi there. I'd like to make an appointment for next week.
Excellent. Does Tuesday 9 a.m. work?
Ooh, mornings are when I go to Taco Bell to get my bacon breakfast quesadilla.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't like missing out on those fluffy eggs and crispy bacon covered in melty cheeses.
Oh, I understand. Let's see what I have in the afternoon.
Namaste.
Try the bacon breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T. And guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says this is the best best product I found to raise T levels. And how about Shane D? He says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text LEAP to 321321. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting LEAP to 321321. That's LEAP to 321321. Text LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Well, we've been learning that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh takes care of the shopping and prepping, which saves us time and stress on hectic weeknights, plus they save us money. HelloFresh is not only cheaper than the grocery store, but it's also 25% cheaper than getting takeout. HelloFresh is going to let you choose from over 30 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenience items every single week, including quick and easy meals to delicious snacks and sides. And just because summer's coming to an end doesn't mean the fun has to. HelloFresh now has family-friendly baking kits featuring do-it-yourself sweets the whole family can get on, like peanut butter cup brownies with chocolate coconut ganache frosting. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Wow, what a deal. HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by cleanpods.com/Bubba. You know, many of you are hearing us and you go, I really need a better solution when it comes to, cleaning supplies and stuff like that. All that can get extremely expensive. Well, cleanpods.com/Bubba had you in mind when they created this. And you're hearing a lot of talk here on the show about it because it's a terrific all-American company based in Dalton, Georgia, that we want you to help us basically explode with success. They believe in this show, and we know that you support this show and those advertisers that we promote. They've really made this product so great. It'll save you money. That's awesome. It'll help you join a great company and help them be very successful. They have a great show offer of 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. Stop wasting your money on cleaning supplies for your windows, glass, bathroom, kitchen, and floor. Instead, give these a try as you're going to love them. Check cleanpods.com/Bubba and start experiencing the smart, clean way they deliver. It's really simple. It'll save you money while getting all of your cleaning supplies in concentrated water-soluble pods. And you may think that you've always used the, hey, I'll be fine and just grab whatever cleaning product. Well, you're probably wasting money and time doing that. If you want a glass cleaner or multi-surface cleaner, they've got it. Whatever it is, 1, 2, or 3 that you want, they have it. So join us today and give the Clean Pods products a try for your home or office by ordering today. And as a listener of the show or a viewer of the show, you're going to save 10% on any product and any order plus free shipping. Now they offer cleaning supplies for your glass cleaning, multi-surface cleaning, as I mentioned, bathroom cleaning, and floor cleaning. They even offer a urine blast for eliminating those pet stains and odors from your carpets. And I know, Helmsy, y'all are training another puppy, so you have those accidents.
Yep.
Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. It's 10% savings and free shipping just for listening and watching the show. Do it today, and you're going to love this terrific new product as they are really believing in the show out of Dalton, Georgia. How about that? Very successful company. You simply drop a small pod of solution into a bottle they provide, add water, shake, and you're all set. They even offer a safer combination that works just as effectively as any of the other current products that you see that have these harsh chemicals in the store. So check them out. cleanpods.com/Bubba, or link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Today, I was looking at something, and by the way, this didn't help. We were watching the video in the break of the
you talking about that massive explosion on that meter?
Yeah, of Dart.
I didn't see it hit it. Did y'all see it?
I've really zoomed in.
I just saw people celebrating. I didn't see it hit anything. I just saw a rock.
On behalf of the show, I responded to the email and told Matt, hey, congratulations. Well done. Great work yesterday, and we're proud of you guys.
Okay, that's good.
So
good job, buddy.
The guy that actually works was in the room when this was taking place and had our tumbler that he was sipping out of.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
I wish he'd ask him if he saw it hit.
Okay.
Now, he was in there. He was part of the.
I thought we were seeing what they were seeing, right? No.
Yeah, they were celebrating, and what I need to do is I need to focus in a little bit more on it, because when they started jumping up and down, going woohoo, I didn't see anything.
Well, I'm no scientist, but if the impact you can't even see it, it's probably not going to affect it.
No, I think they were just doing a trial run for something that
I appreciate their efforts for the possibility of one day trying to save humanity.
Yeah,
I applaud what you're doing right now.
Bruce Willis and them have already showed you can go drill on them. So
that's true.
No big whoop.
Today, National No Excuse Day. So those of you that run around making excuses for everything,
about half the population down right there.
Yeah. So just know that today.
Not many people celebrating that today.
Or any day.
No excuse day. We got a handful of people that are actually, celebrating no excuse.
Most people have excuses for their excuse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or they got an excuse to not celebrate excuse day.
Yeah. Right.
Not excuse day.
I wonder what coach is watching or listening right now before school starts, and he's got the team. Maybe he's got an early practice, before school, because that's in now.
Oh, I know.
He can show up. He can show up to the team. I don't want excuses any day, but today is no excuse day.
That's right. So today
Reese,
I can't hear him.
Reese really loved it. His senior year, they had the before
Once it's
school.
over, I bet you love it, because at the end of the day, you're like,
oh, they absolutely love it. First of all, you're out of the where we live
so hot.
most of the time, 90-degree weather at least, and humidity, and it did hurt early, but it's before it just gets so blazing hot, and then after school it was. You were done.
We always had some type of strength and conditioning early in the morning, but never just full pads or full practice of any sport. And I don't like it. I wouldn't have liked
We
that.
didn't have school started, But.
Sometimes post school they would have some individual run throughs or something that was minor, but the full practice was before school.
Wow.
And he really liked it. Now when that alarm went off, he didn't like it, but on the back end he loved it. Yeah. That's where you got. That's where your mind's got to get. You
go, well, it's not, because you practice after, you don't get home after 8 o'clock.
That's why I enjoyed. I enjoys a stretch, but I did like getting it off the list with the strength and conditioning stuff, doing it before school, because to your point, Speedy, I ain't got to deal with that this afternoon.
Right.
We can just go play ball.
Yeah.
That's the fun part. We got the hard part over with.
Right. There was a lot of fallout yesterday with me telling the story about getting pranked at the golf course where I was meeting some guys, and they claimed we were playing for money when I thought we were just going to be in a golf tournament.
El Cheapo.
Yeah, that got a lot of text and and calls and bumping into people at the store wanting enough, hey, you want to go play for some money, that kind of thing.
Everybody's a comedian.
But I got to tell you, me calling the guy out, I think might have calmed him down a little bit.
So
He's like, wow, so the show's pretty powerful. You called me out, and now everybody's on me for pranking you. But, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. But
ain't nothing wrong with a good little prank.
No, not at all.
I'm like you. I don't want to put the effort to do it.
Yeah.
I'll drag them out.
I'll mess with my boys, my sons. We kind of play around and mess around with each other. But I'm not just a big prank person anyway. But now that was a good one. I'll give him that.
It's like that time about that phone.
Yeah, see, and that,
when one really works and you're like, I really am hoping it wouldn't go that far.
I was thinking about that yesterday when we talked about the staff here. Some people get away with touching a little bit of the Guntersville Treaty. Like, hey, look at me, Hemsy. Like this one over here.
No, I don't.
And when y'all,
I was just told to do something.
No, when you and Bubba acted like you gave me a brand new iPhone, and it was actually your NV3 or whatever it was, and it was in an iPhone box, and somebody delivering it and everything.
I truly thought you were playing along.
When y'all did that, y'all got
Greg. Is that what you would tell in the court of law
Absolutely.
right
there? Hey, y'all didn't get punished
I
at
thought
all.
you were in on it.
Hey, look, didn't get punished at all. It's like y'all didn't even do it.
Bubba's one of the
So why do we
two.
have the Guntersville Treaty?
We don't. We really don't. It doesn't work. I mean, what you think about that's a long time ago.
Is that your excuse? But you were never punished.
But see, I thought that you were in on it, and I still think you may have been.
That doesn't even make sense.
That he was playing along because he knew it was good bit for the show.
But what about when I got up and hugged the guy? And
Okay, you went a little far if you were faking it.
Yeah, and when I stood up and said thank you guys,
and you had a tear in your eye,
and then I opened it up, and it was your old MV3.
Yeah, but hey, the
It
MV3 was
work.
pretty sharp.
I think it was dead.
It was. I'd got it in my office. I'd had it thrown in like a drawer back there, but
no repercussions.
I
at all.
thought you was playing.
Nothing. It's like they didn't even do it, Helmsy.
That's what I'm saying. The treaty really doesn't have any teeth.
One of us would have done
it.
it.
What was supposed to do? Pay a fine? What was we supposed to do?
I don't know. Some kind of punishment.
I mean,
I love how Bubba
Yeah.
tries to act like he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was his idea.
Right. I don't know. I'd like to see you do something like, run around the building for an hour.
Where's that paddle at?
Yeah, I'd light you up on that. That'd be good. Well, look, we got a good counter, too. You could lean up on.
We need to bring that paddle back.
It's back there in the back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Natalee Holloway story, which has just been a horrifying story now, 12 years old or more?
12 years now since she disappeared. We had the story last week that her dad, Dave Holloway, had been on national TV and said they'd had a major breakthrough. They also were promoting a new series. It's on Oxygen, and I don't know how many parts are in this. They've already aired the first two, and I watched them yesterday. Man, it was good stuff. It was really good. You really feel for him and their family, what they have been through, and how they've all come to terms with she's gone and she's not coming back, but you just want closure on exactly what happened. I think everybody's got a pretty good idea of who and why, but they want, they need to put the final chapter in this and close the book, and it was really good. I'd text you about it, but you really see the pain that they've been through with that. I can't imagine.
So they're revisiting it because they think they may have finally.
Well, they had a call. They got a tip, and an informant came forward and said that he was best friends with a guy who used to be Euron's roommate.
Which is the guy everybody thinks did it.
And they think that there was a connection there, and possibly at some point the roommate moved Natalee's body because they thought authorities was getting too close. So they're trying to get him on tape, and they got them to Louisiana, Rick, which has the rules there. If only one side of the conversations knows they're being taped, and the informant does, they're one of those what they call one-side states. Not all of them are that way. Some states, both sides have to know.
Right.
So they're going through how they think they've won a trip to come on a free gambling trip to New Orleans.
Who does, the roommate?
The roommate and the informant.
Right.
And the private eye is involved and all his people, and they've wired the room, and they're trying to get them on tape, something that they can prosecute them with. And, that's hard to do, to get somebody to confess at the right time while you have the recording equipment going. And he hasn't done it yet. But we know in the end they're going to come up with some kind of evidence that they're testing right now for DNA that they think may be Natalee's remains.
Now, you said right when you were about ready to talk about this, now Aruba is claiming that what they claim they found, they don't think has anything to do with the case.
Well, there is a story here, and it's just a few hours old, it looks like, or the last few days, 21 hours ago on Fox News. It says, prosecutor shoots down Holloway father's claim of human remains in Aruba. So, again, you're seeing them almost stonewall this, and you hear this in the confessions of Euron's friend, how because of his dad's rank there, that everybody tried to help them cover this, and they knew it would hurt their tourism business, and that there was almost initially a lot of support from the Aruban people and government, but as it drug on, it turned, and they were not helping and not willing to help them out. And you see that in this documentary, and it's very intriguing to see them on the ground and everything they were going through, and the interviews of the people that were there. And they really show you the process of what Euron and this guy was doing to girls that were coming there, and they were waiting to the last night. They knew they were leaving the next morning to drug them with a date rape drug and take advantage of them. And this one just happened to go wrong, and they didn't know what to do.
So when you say go wrong, do they think what took her life was a reaction to the drug?
She had some type of overdose reaction to that drug that put her into a convulsion. And this is what they show you and lead you to believe in this. And we've had other stories that followed this same idea. And instead of trying to get her help, they panicked and thought she was dead and then tried to hide the crime because this was a regular occurrence. According to his friend who said on the tape the other night, he said him and Euron went out 3 or 4 nights a week and did this, but it was key to find girls who they knew were leaving the next day so they wouldn't have time to come back and look for them. And most of the time they would just wake up, be very confused. If they thought something had gone on, they didn't want to talk about it. They just wanted to go away and head back wherever they came from.
So I want some clarification.
But the father was extremely involved in it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I want you to clarify something. When you say that she had a reaction to the drugs, what they're showing, did it kill her? Because everybody keeps saying they thought she was dead. So was she or was it? Well, how did she
the informant last night claimed that she was foaming at the mouth and went into convulsions.
And died?
Yes.
Because if not...
Or they thought she was dead.
Well, that's what I mean. Then what killed her? They buried her alive?
They think she was dead.
Okay, but
so you run into a technical thing here too, since the bartender actually mixed the drink. So when the father kept saying in front of everybody, "My son didn't kill Natalee Holloway," he was maybe technically by the letter correct, but not by the spirit of the law.
Well, and plus what they did afterwards, there's definitely there's definitely charges with that, the cover up.
Oh, there'll be plenty, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get everyone involved. Of course, Euron's already in jail, but they want this, closed.
And of course, what's he in jail for?
He killed another young lady, who was snooping in his computer looking for a story about Natalee.
Right. So.
And he erupted and went nuts. But he killed the wrong girl this time. Her father had connections there.
Yeah, and that's where he is now.
And also, Euron has been charged with extortion of the Holloway family. At one point he said he would tell them where she was buried for $25,000.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour, and we are starting a brand new hour on a brand new day in Rick and Bubba World. And we are thankful that you are here. We'll continue to update you on Bubba's situation as we get new information. We'll let you know what's going on as we move through that. We'll update you on the stories of the day. And, of course, this hour, as we've done since the attack on 9/11 21 years ago, we start this hour with our national anthem.
Rick and Bubba's in the house. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. They all up in the house.
minutes. 8 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. And the gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, still missing our little Bubba. We'll update you on that whenever we get new information. But until we have it, the show moves on. Here we go. And your phone calls will be part of it today. We don't have Blazing Silverman, so we'll all have to do it ourselves. You got the dreamer's disease. So I know every time we start a new hour together, if this is the first time you've been with us, one of the first things on your mind is, hey, what's going on with Bubba? Really, we don't have any new update today. It still is in the same situation that we've been in since the surgery last Wednesday, and that is Bubba's recovering from the surgery. So we have no new information that has been provided to us, so we're still in the mode of waiting on the doctors to determine whether there's any further treatments that are needed or has everything that needs to be accomplished been accomplished. Bubba's simply recovering from the surgery, and he may or may not join us this week, but he will join us as soon as he feels good enough to be here. So that's really it. There's no new update other than that right there. And he has been updating us, letting us know how he's doing. We told you some of that yesterday, that there's clearly some marks he has to make before he can come back here and do this. And I even had somebody suggest, they were asking, well, what about Zoom? Now, Bubba, even where Bubba would do Zoom, he would have to be able to get up, get down to that studio setup, get set up, and all that, and even the things that he would have to do here, he would still have to do there. Mm-hmm. So that really doesn't accomplish anything.
No, best thing he can do is rest and just get better.
That's not going to.
Yeah, because you're just going to prolong it if you don't.
Yeah. What we're saying is, remember, you heard us saying this before. Now, there's all kinds of little things he could, be not quite engaged or sort of, and we have kind of found over the years, just if you're just trying to get on the board. Somebody officially declared that I came to work that day, but you really weren't ready to come to work, so you really didn't contribute, and it even sounded rough, and things like that. We don't really want that, and we want Bubba to. What we're trying to tell Bubba is that we got it covered. All of you out there have it covered, and you need to come back for no other reason than you are physically and mentally ready to come back.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Ready to roll.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Now we were so that's the update. He is still recovering and will return when he feels good enough to do so.
Yeah,
but no new information. Mm-mm. So we're still where we were. So I do once again feel kind of bad because anytime I am involved in any sort of weather update, especially severe weather or hurricane or potential, that's kind of Bubba's area.
Yeah.
That's where you and he are buddies. He and Greg are buddies in space and eating. And Adler, he'll be a space bro there. And Helmsy and he are buddies in tennis. And, and so this is kind of, you're going to have to carry it because this is kind of you. But, Greg and I don't care about weather enough. And we acknowledge that. Yeah. It's not that we're right.
Right.
You and Bubba probably care about it too much. We probably don't care about it enough, so maybe Helms and Adler are somewhere in between. Yeah, a proper carrying of weather.
Yeah. I can play that. Look, I brought up the dart thing that from NASA this morning, trying to help out.
I hear you.
Because Space Bro wasn't here yet, and I felt like it needed to be. And plus, I want to know how far an asteroid needed to get before Greg was concerned, and so it was all good conversation.
Yeah, 5 days.
Yeah. He said he couldn't. Urgency then.
He said he couldn't comprehend, and I couldn't either, the miles out because it was like 6.8 million miles out.
Yeah, I can't wrap my mind around that.
So I said, okay, well, give me a time frame. He said 5 days. That's all he needs.
I think everybody really want to solve it if they do that.
That's right.
But no, we got 5 days.
Right. Yeah.
If you say you got 60 days, okay, well, about day 30, we'll get after
Greg, I'll go as far as to say I'll go as far as to say I've lived my life in such a way, I even think I can tie up every bow in 5 days. If it's over.
You're right.
I really don't think I need more than 5.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not being that guy, but Rick Moore, look, it's that typical thing. They show them and they're all clapping and carrying on, and then I keep seeing I'm looking. Maybe I'm not looking right. I'm waiting to see that big rock, boom, something on it. I didn't see anything.
Well, that's what Bubba learned that with me over the years. He said, if you can't produce some giant ball of fire, Rick's not interested.
Yeah. That's like when
Right.
That's just like the Mars rover. After the first couple of times, I've seen dirt.
What about a hurricane in the Gulf
Greg,
of Mexico? Y'all not care about that?
Look,
I mean,
yeah, I do.
Well, I have ties to hurricane because I used to have to really worry about it.
Right.
So I am interested in hurricanes. Okay. I will say.
Well, Span's going to be here with us today because the people
when
need
they
to know.
get close,
people need to know, and I'll engage and all that. It'll be fine.
Okay.
And basically, Span will be talking. I won't have to talk.
That's right.
I mean,
he's the expert.
It's his thing. But I find myself in a weird place when you have these kinds of hurricanes. And it is a very weird place this time of year. And let me be clear. I want everybody that if you need to get to safety, you get to safety. The beautiful thing about hurricanes is it's not like tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're gonna get a lot of warning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
you are.
You
get prepared.
Yeah,
you have you all have all the time in the world to get prepared. Okay.
I mean, we've been telling you this since Cuba.
Right. But I get caught in a terrible place, and you know what it is I don't want anybody to be in danger. But boy, the green fields I'm about to plant, we need some rain, and so I'm kind of thinking where
it is dry.
Maybe Friday get you.
Hey, it's as dry as a mummy's pocket.
Okay,
yeah. So
that was Gary. For those of you
he's already told me that. So,
mummy's pocket could be dry.
I'm like, wow, the farm needs some rain. But I don't want anybody to be in danger, so I can have some rain.
You just want the moisture come on.
Yeah, right.
I see where you're.
See, I see myself as some.
But now there's people going to be. But now there are people who are going to be struggling.
No, Greg, I acknowledge that. I didn't say I don't know that.
Right.
How far are they?
But they need to follow instructions and get to safety. Again, it's not like a tornado. A lot of people who get in trouble with hurricanes are people that say, "I'm going to stay and ride it out."
Yeah, but that's easy to say.
It is.
It is easy to say.
It's true.
It's tough though when you've got a house and you have to make a decision.
I know.
I've got to board up. I got to leave everything I own,
it's just,
and I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm just going to leave. And most should. I mean, you should do that if they're telling you to do that. Don't get me wrong, but that's a hard decision.
No, it's terrible.
But to your point, Rick,
you got wind, you got water.
That's what they signed up for. That's that going in.
Yeah. Well, it's why I will never live on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
Sherry has said that one day she would like to live at the beach. I said that alone I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can never be in that situation where we're rolling up 65 with our belongings and we've got everything boarded up. I just can't.
Yeah.
I'd rather that never be in my life.
Yeah. Well, being a Span Junior here, and this is where I'm trying to help. Bubba's already texted me, by the way. I'm trying, Bubba. It's a Category 3 now, could go to a 4, but should be down to a 1 by the time it makes landfall. But the way it is the winds are pushing the water into the coastline of Florida, so they're worried about flooding and rainfall and stuff like that. So we'll talk to Span about it. But it's going to be on the Gulf side of Florida.
And how about this? We're going to get a full update for you today. And there was a side of me that wanted to wait to see if Bubba's going to get back, but that's not safe.
No.
I mean, the people need the information.
We probably need a daily update until it hits for the rest of the week. We do, Rick.
Okay.
I mean, there's people, that don't live in Jemison, Rick. That
you're right.
Know.
No, you're right. You're right. Daily update, yeah. Of course, they got local stations, but yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He was served on that warrant while in New York, but he would have to be extradited to the U.S. after he finishes his sentence in Peru for that.
Well, I know it's difficult for that family for all this to be opened up again, and here we go again, but you understand there's a father who would like to at least know the truth and for some sort of closure. So,
that story, I mean, it happened literally within 5 minutes of our studio. So I just feel for them still. When you see that, it just kills you again inside,
All right, we're leaving you right now. For some of you, others, you have more Rick and Bubba, whatever the case may be. Stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, betcha.
And I'm telling you, as you said, that song seems to never lose its punch. I know it was written about L.A., but boy, it's expanded.
Oh, boy.
Yes, it has. Welcome to the jungle. Yes. Good night.
You know where you are. A lot going on. The Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo coming up this weekend. We'll have more folks that are participating in that to tell you about that. Even if you're not going to get a chance to be here, you will be able to share with some of the great info and things going on.
Yeah, that's been the beauty. And some of the vendors that are on with us on the week, headed up to the actual event, to Bubba's point, they're already talking about great response from all over the country. So be paying attention. I know sometimes if you hear us hyping up something like this and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to get there. Yeah, I might tune out. Pay attention, because some of the stuff that we're talking about and the websites we're giving you enable you to go ahead and get some of the products and the deals and the stuff we're talking about, even if you cannot attend. If you want to get tickets, of course, rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. Kids 12 and under are free getting in, courtesy of Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah. And we'll tell you, there'll be a lot going on, because we'll talk to Moultrie here coming up here in just a minute. We'll have a couple of those things going on, and of course, seems to be now the annual protest after year one, the annual protest of them not getting enough attention from Dan Moultrie. The hashtag girls put together their biggest protest yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And I can only imagine what's coming today.
And, of course, since our country responds to the mob, we have responded to their mob, and they got airtime today.
Yeah.
So that's coming.
Absolutely. We caved.
Yeah, right. So, anyway,
y'all just keep the peanut and M&Ms away from Haley.
Yeah, well. So, yeah.
We almost had an accident here.
Yeah, we did. That was almost bad. So, anyway, so that's coming up today on the program, too, and we'll lock in some of these other stories that are going on. I heard in the kickoff hour, and I heard some people bringing this up yesterday about Hillary Clinton's book now on audio. And
Hams had a great idea what to do with it.
Yeah.
Did you, Hams? Did you tell everybody what they could do with it today? Yeah.
Well, I think it'd be great. Our interrogation techniques these days. You know how we'll turn on the lights when somebody's sleep deprived, and we'll play loud music to get them to break.
Play death
I think
metal.
we just include this in that. Have you heard it? Have you heard her voice?
Back
It'd break
up,
anybody.
you creep. Back up, you creep.
Yeah,
I
put
think
you
it
in a
needs to
room
be
with
included.
a strobe light with that going on.
Strobe light.
Yeah.
Sleep deprived, and
like
play
it.
this as loud as you can.
If Hillary was worried about Donald Trump hitting on her in that.
Oh, my God.
His days
I
after he
think-
talked about groping women.
Back up, you creep.
Hey, I think she's safe.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that
I don't see that happening.
Let me tell you, there's a lot of people out there. If you see old Donnie Trump coming, you might want to get your act together. I don't think Hillary had a lot to worry about.
No.
And she lived with maybe the world-class groper anyway.
Well, man, I'm telling you. And if she...
he may be. He's the Michael Jordan of growth.
Yeah. Golly.
Right.
I still want to know, and we have never to this day got an answer. What was all that metal falling out of her pantsuit that time she almost passed out?
She's a robot.
It would be like Bubba and I being gripped in fear that we're going to be asked to be on the next fireman's calendar.
Yeah, I ain't got to worry about
And
it.
somebody walking over to us saying, "I wouldn't sweat that, guys."
I think I'm safe.
You ain't gonna make the cut.
I think you are safe. Also, some other
Hey,
things.
guys, whatever you had planned today, move on. You're good.
Back up, you creep.
I love that.
We have the second largest lottery prize in U.S. history.
Single winner.
A single winner last night. And you know what? I found out some information on lotteries that I think you'll get a kick on. I was looking up. They're having a problem. Some states, if you win their lottery, you can't even get paid now.
I know.
Illinois. And you know why?
Yeah, I'm on guess.
Well, there's even another evil part of this in play that you won't be shocked, but you might find interesting. And we have a disturbance in the Gulf.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Big Boy in the No Name studio looking on. How do, Big Boy? How do? Adler is settled in. He's got the YouTube option rocking for you. He'll be handing out his video list here in a minute. We'll take a look-see. All right, some things that you need to know that are coming up this week. Okay? Cascade Hills Church in Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia. Not Columbus, Mississippi. Columbus, Georgia. Andy Blanks headed out. He'll be doing Man Church. They are kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, 6:30 this Sunday night, October the 2nd. So if you're in that Columbus, Georgia area and you said, "Oh, Man Church rising up over here by me," I'm going to be there. Be there. And you'll get a blessing out of Andy Blanks, I promise you. Speaking to manchurch.com, big announcement possibly coming tomorrow I think definitely before the week is over. So we're kind of getting our ducks in a row so that we don't shoot, ready, aim. But we have a big announcement coming up. It'll be the next step from themanchurch.com. And if you are a church and you're doing the strategy, or maybe you're someone that's considering this strategy, or maybe you're just hanging out and you're a dude and you're saying, I want to see what these guys do next. We will make that announcement on tomorrow's show, if not the day after. So be paying attention, because it will be one of those things that probably there'll be a movement on it. There'll be limits to how many people will be able to be part of it, and you want to kind of have your act together and ready to go. All right. So, well, and I was saying, don't misunderstand. I was saying that the hurricane updates are important, but I didn't want you to panic that people in the line of the hurricane are not dependent on us. They have local media.
Well, they do.
Right.
They do.
And then,
but
then there's a lot of people in our audience that, I mean, unless they're got a beach trip going down there or something, they're probably saying, hey, don't devote too much of the show that I'm listening to, out here in Iowa. You know what I mean?
Well, that could be any topic.
Right.
But let me help you a little bit.
Right.
Let me help you a little bit.
It is regional.
Yeah, right.
I know that people have their local people.
Right.
I get that.
Sure.
But we hear
Probably
a lot.
talking about a lot local.
They also have local news and everything else.
They do.
But
They
a
don't
lot
have-
of the time, we get feedback from people that, hey,
No
look,
doubt.
I get my news from y'all.
No doubt.
And they trust what is said on this show.
Balance.
And they trust Span.
Right.
He seems pretty level-headed as far as
Right.
meteorologists go.
Yeah.
And so they trust what he says. So I just think it's a national story, and it's going to impact a lot of people.
It will.
We
I
have
think
actually have an affiliate in Tampa Bay.
We do.
So we need, you know what I'm saying? I just think
Not only do we have an affiliate, we got church right there.
it's more than like your local weather and a thunderstorm
It is.
coming.
I'm
No
thinking about
question.
coming up here
Okay.
Saturday and reporting on it.
Yeah,
What's that?
yeah.
See, we'll go to that.
Right.
Yeah.
No question.
Right.
It makes the national news.
Sure.
No question.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
just
just spending one segment on it.
I'm just saying you'll sprinkle.
And
this is
I think
the
that's
first
one
major
segment.
one of the year.
You saying every day.
Well, maybe a segment. I mean,
Right.
it's hitting Thursday.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's not like we got to spend 2 weeks on it. I mean,
I'm just
you know,
not
and
sure.
it-
I'm just not sure we go wall to wall.
Okay.
Right,
Well,
tall.
and it could turn a little bit, but it looks like it's going to hit some of Florida as a 3.
Right.
I don't. And kind of skip up the side. the side.
I'm just telling
Into a
you
one.
when you talk about devoting a lot of time to something, this ain't like it's college football.
Okay, that's a great point.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
now you-
we could spend 3 hours on that.
Right now, you're bringing it home.
Right. We have. Let's just pull the curtain back, okay? So when we're discussing things that we'll talk about on the show, if we realize we're going to go a little sports heavy,
Yeah.
and we're being self-indulgent,
Yeah,
and
we
that some of y'all care about it, and a good number of you couldn't care less,
Yeah.
we will call ourselves, because it used to be a sports station where when we were growing up. And we say, y'all want to go ahead and go into Sports Talk 690? And that means we're going out like a sports talk station for the next 4 or 5 segments.
Yeah.
And so I guess on this one, we can go, y'all ready to go Weather Channel?
That's it. We
Yeah.
could do
Right,
that.
right, yeah.
We could do that.
But
Eights on the 8.
yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's quickly change the subject
Right.
because we're spending more than one segment on it now.
Well, but it's-
because
but-
it's just going to be with Span, and then
Yeah.
we're moving on.
But our discussion of this is probably more entertaining than the actual discussion.
Of course.
You know,
Yeah.
right. But,
100%.
how we internally
but
battle
how about?
against things.
But people want to know, and we're going to
And
get
I
you
will
plywood.
say-
And how about this? We got Span. Yes, we do. We got Span. How about you?
Yeah.
So I mean, when you hear Span's voice, he means business, and it's authoritative, and he comforts you. So that's why we're
and
going to do
I
that.
will admit, you know, when it comes to hurricanes, I'm sensitive to that.
You are.
And,
You are.
And I
You
know
are.
that.
He's going to tell Steve Groom Pascagoula. Here we go.
No, I wasn't, but you
Right.
just did.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, so that's why. That's why.
This is where he tells us he's a golf rat.
Right, that's right.
I remember when my granddad.
We went out and played football during the eye.
Yeah, I remember when my granddad used to have the little magnetic board, and he would track the
Yeah,
hurricanes coming in and,
Boy, he'd
and,
be
and
all
all
over
that.
this.
So,
Well, you better.
so I grew up with that, so I'm
Right.
sensitive to it.
I know. Play football during the eye. I know.
I've heard the
I
granddad.
wasn't going to bring that up.
I've
I
heard
know.
the
I
granddad
wasn't gonna
story
bring that
before,
up.
and I was about to say, "Here we go with the granddad story,"
Yeah,
because
that's
it's a
fine.
good one, by the way.
That's
No,
fine.
it's a good
We
one.
all
I
got
like it.
him.
Yeah, I'm a real
I
person.
like that
That's
he
my
would do
life.
that.
We all got him. Hey, we
That's
all
my
got
life.
I got
lived
hurricane
it.
ties
I
on
lived
me.
it.
Yeah, Greg can
I
talk
lived
about
it.
when he used to be
do.
Andrew's
Yeah,
angel.
I know. About to go down to what is it, Hurricane Andrew?
I've been on a million.
He
of
was
them.
Andrew's angel.
Several.
I
I got
know.
hats and T-shirts to prove it.
But you know what?
I used to drink hurricanes.
But
Yes.
Greg really
that didn't end up good either.
No,
Right.
it did not.
Greg really brought it home home when he was talking
Talk
about
about
working
damage.
for the Alabama Power and the power companies and what they go through. He said it's so bad that you almost have to start over like it's a brand new
Oh, yeah,
neighborhood.
he was telling me
Oh,
about
if
that.
it's a big one, yeah, it just tears everything.
They used to give
You
a
care
warning.
about that?
They used to give a warning.
That's where you were going. I knew that's where he was going with that. That was good.
I got to go. They used to give a warning to New Orleans when I was coming.
Yeah, they did. Rick. Hurricane Rick's coming.
That's good.
Hope the levees hold him.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Don't get me on Katrina. I mean, because that was a mess for New Orleans, but I guess nobody gives a crap about Mississippi.
This is when it gets sensitive about.
Nobody says a word about Mississippi.
You know why? Because they're self-sufficient and there's no gain in it.
Yeah. Now, again, what happened to New
They
Orleans?
actually had a
is
plan.
Awful. It's awful.
Of course it is.
Nobody cares anything about Mississippi.
Oh, well.
We don't quantify, so let's talk about everybody, right?
Yeah, nice word.
But I'm going to tell you, when people like Mississippians who don't lean on the government
Yeah, they
and
don't
who
want
stand
nothing.
on their own 2 feet, that doesn't make good stories.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, the left didn't like that at all. You know, you talking about people just take care of their own problems.
right.
I never will forget that thing where we were doing the Katrina update, and I don't want to be insensitive because you know that's not my nature. But when I remember this grown man standing there and he was mad because they didn't have any bottled water, and I just kept screaming at the screen, well, then keep walking. Because
Well,
there
I mean,
is
yeah,
some. Just keep going where there is some.
Well, Rick,
You're
also-
sitting there on the side of a bridge waiting on somebody to bring it to you. You know it's available. Keep walking till you find some. I mean, good gracious.
And
Nobody's
again,
bringing us any water.
Rick, the
Well,
hurricane
go find some.
the hurricane didn't sneak up on anybody.
No, well, there goes
You
this
got
again.
plenty of time to know they're coming.
Yeah, there's that again.
There's
called
there it comes.
preparation.
Yeah.
And by the
and-
way, if you live in a bowl, you probably want to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there we went. We started out like we were very caring on the front end.
Yeah.
And then it kind of got away from us there on the end. That's where we needed Bubba again.
I know it.
You know, bottom of the hour.
Sorry, Speedy.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big is the number.
Is the Talladega race Sunday?
Yes.
How will this affect the race?
Now you got Greg interested. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Tropical storm Harvey Wallbanger. And even though he is not going to be the strongest storm we've had for his winds, he's just creeping along, and it looks like South Texas is going to get drenched in this.
Yeah, and that's those things. We've had this happen before where these things just, they don't move, and you get flooding, and they just pour rain on top of you just.
And keep pouring and keep
with
pouring.
no mercy. It just keeps on coming. So they're all that are in the path of that are preparing for that. And, of course, they mentioned this early in the kickoff hour, but speaking of that, and really it speaks to some of the Al Gores of the world, Hurricane Andrew 25 years ago today.
Big one.
And we were told when that happened that we should expect 1-2 of those a year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, with the new weather pattern
Right.
caused by the global warming.
Yeah, but again, the climate change people say.
But that was 25 years ago, and they haven't.
And even, we'll even go to Katrina. They said, the summer before Katrina was the last one I ever worked on, that we had a lot of them. They weren't huge, but we had more than I'd ever
several.
seen. Then you had the Katrina, and then since then we haven't had a major one. I mean, we got this Superstorm Sandy, just to be honest. As far as size of storm, it wasn't that impressive. It just hit a populated area.
Right, but it wasn't that. But
it was a category one.
Yeah,
but
it had a big surge. But as far as it just hit a place where a lot of people live,
and where they don't normally get it. So
exactly.
Well, the climate change people, though, don't forget Hurricane Andrew, Katrina, all those were because of man-made emissions. When we don't have them, that's also because of man-made emissions. We're not having
Rick,
enough.
that way you can't live.
Now we're not having enough of them.
Well, look,
You're right.
if every call supports my agenda, then I can't lose.
Well, it sure is hot today. Well, we told you. Sure is cold today. Well, we told you.
Told you. See?
See? Wow. Hey, it feels like San Diego here today. Well, see there?
Huh?
Told you. We told you. Hey, there's fires. Well, we told you. Yep. Ain't no fire over here. Well, you know what? Too much rain. Too much rain. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
In the gang, somebody said there's an expo this weekend. Somebody said something about it. Before we get to John, you're showing up at the expo, and Dan, be sure I have all this right.
Yeah.
I'm coming in. So first of all, you came in. It's $10 a ticket, but any kids you have 12 and under, they came in free.
Yes.
Buffalo Wild Wings took care of that for
And let's assume you're there early coming in.
Yeah. So now you're coming in, and now, well, look, I'm one of the first 100, so I'm getting a rod and reel.
You get a rod and reel. That's correct.
Okay. So now moving on through. Oh, look, Somebody's just give me a pound of BuzzBox coffee. You get that? now I've got coffee, and now you want to roll on over to the Pradco booth because you want to go over and get your Night in Hell, and Bubba's got it right over here, the little rattle pack. The rattle pack we got for you. First 25 people to that booth get a free one. You want to roll over to the Cabela's group because Cabela's, you go over to their booth, and they've got a $20 gift certificate for you to buy anything you want at Cabela's for. There's $20 toward whatever you're going to get.
How about that?
So all that's going on just for arriving early.
Arriving early, and you've paid $10, and within maybe a minute, you're 40 to 50 to the good.
Yeah,
just in the gate.
I mean, and your feet's just now on the ground.
Yes. How about that?
So obviously with Pradco, all the great names under Pradco, and one of those obviously is Moultrie, and we mentioned Night in Hell, and of course there's others, but and all those products will be there. John Price is with us with Moultrie Feeder Development. What's up, John? Welcome to the program, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You ready for loading in?
I'm ready.
We're loading in, baby.
John just got back, Rick, from his first trip to China. He's in product development, but he just got to experience his first trip to China. What do you think, John?
It'll make you definitely feel blessed to be here. For sure.
You'll tell me how feeder work. So you put in here and it come out bottom. What's this battery? What is this? You tell them all that.
That's about how it went.
The one thing when you go in when you go to China and you're buying and you're going in the factories and the showrooms, you can ask any question. You can say, "Now, do we get Rick and Bubba with this? Do we do anything?" No problem. No problem. Everything, no problem. No.
This feed are good for deer and polar bear.
No problem.
Right. Yeah.
So John is now seasoned to the ways of the world.
Well, that's good. Now, I know this one, and it has to. I mean, it has to. I was actually telling my wife yesterday about your story, and I said, when you get to all the things that have been developed under the Moultrie name and all your partnerships, the feeder always has to have a special place in your heart because that's where it all began. That's how your whole, a great American entrepreneur story, the land of opportunity.
The things that Dan has done with a 50-gallon drum over the years is amazing.
But I mean, that's the foundation of it all.
It is.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour as we make our way back. 866 We Be Big is the number. So Speedy, you have been texting back and forth with your weather bro, Bubba. And you know the thing I was trying to, when we were thinking about all this and we're going to the different roles we all play in our friend Bubba's life, you're his weather bro, Greg's his eating bro, and Adler's his space bro, Helmsy's his tennis bro. What am I?
You're just his bro.
You're just everything
I
else.
just bro?
Everything else.
Radio world bro.
I'm just bro. Yes. Business bro.
You're his business bro.
Am I business bro?
I like business bro.
Business bro.
Yeah. You're business bro.
Okay. So we're gonna talk business.
Got a little business.
Mm-hmm. When you talk a little business. How about Bubba and I've been at this a while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have.
I mean a while.
Yeah.
It's I can still see our little young selves trying to get this ball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
The industry is not the same because of it.
Well, yeah, drastically changed. And I think where Bubba and I may have really, we wanted to help the industry, and I think we tried. But I think some of the damage we did to the industry, which I think is why you sense some of the anger toward us from Radio Goobs, is that we gave people hope that they could do this that shouldn't have been given that hope.
Yeah.
And actually, the industry is not as talented as it once was because we gave untalented people hope.
Well, I was going to say, and not only that, because you guys were actually talented, okay?
Yeah.
But then you decided to bring on guys like Greg and
Your
myself.
friends.
Yeah.
And what's their qualifications? Well, I kind of like
Well,
that.
I worked in healthcare IT for a few years.
Right.
Greg worked with the power company.
Yeah, about as far away from this job.
Yeah.
Both of us.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know Adler's parents. Let's try him. I know. I mean, it's
yeah, he's got ear gauges, but he'll grow out.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's going to fit in, but we'll try it. You know it.
and then
Sure, he's got
I remember
pit stains.
I
remember I was talking to one of my boys the other day about it because they're 25, 20, 18, young.
Oh, yeah. So young.
And I was in my lower 20s when I met you guys. And God's plan, I didn't have a clue. I thought I did, but I didn't. I thought I was sharp because I worked at the college radio station.
Oh, you were.
And then I got a commercial job.
Kevin Calloway.
And, anything above 92.1 is commercial.
That's
and
real. That's the real
I stepped
radio.
off in that while in college, and everybody said, "Hey, buddy, you the man."
You going places.
Yeah, it was
Head to the top.
just part time.
You going places,
yeah.
baby.
And then I remember meeting Rick Burgess in the production room of K98, and everything changed then.
Yep. I think you met me when the warnings would still be handed out.
Yeah.
I bet that was something.
Sure did, buddy. But I remember
how about that hair was blazing too?
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
it? I wish you'd just seen it, Andrew. My hair was smoking.
Yeah, he had some hair. But is it not amazing how things work out? I almost didn't take that part-time job because I'm too busy. I'm in college, right?
Yeah,
I got the Playhouse.
DJ.
What am I doing?
DJ on the side.
And if I didn't do that, this would
on
never have happened.
steroids.
I never would have been with y'all.
Well, I had a lunch with. Yeah, right.
I did not. I just talked through that.
Right. Did you see Speedy just push through that?
Yeah.
You know how when you go through, you ever seen like there be
never have been on steroids.
Listen, have you ever seen like sometimes you're going through kind of they call it a river, but we would call it a creek, and there's some rubbish in it.
Right.
And you're trying to figure out whether it's going to stop your boat or can your boat just kind of push through it. And what you did right then, you hit up on that trash pile.
Yeah.
And you just kept moving. You went, I think I can get through it. Right. What were you going to say, Helms?
Well, I was just I get asked all the time, like,
About
man,
steroids.
I guess that was pretty cool. Back in college, you were kind of prepping for this, and I'm like, no, I wasn't at all.
I know.
And when I tell them what I was doing, and then go to this, if you would have asked me 15 or 16 years ago, hey, 15 years from now, where would you be? In my mind, I would hopefully be like an executive within GE Healthcare.
Okay.
Because that was my world.
That's the path you were on.
That was the path I was on. And so now when I look at it, I'm like, wow, okay. So it's not even close. It's completely different. Your world looks completely different.
I know. And Greg, what
and Greg and I talk about this all the time with
What
him
were
in
you
Alabama
doing?
Power.
I don't know what happened. Greg, you were like in a company that people
I don't even want
that people try to break into, and you had worked all the way from janitor
that's smart,
to
wasn't
troubleman.
Troubleman.
Yeah, what was it called?
Well, it's local lineman now, but
Was it called troubleman?
at one time. Yeah.
Okay, so why'd you give me that look?
And I
said
worked
something I was
most
supposed
of the time though I was in the line.
to.
And then you went to
But I'm
rehab.
talking about at the end. Weren't you a troubleman right before
I
you
was.
left and came
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
Which means you've worked all the way through, right? You're starting to come in
Built
for a
some
land.
time. Well,
You're starting to come in
23
for,
years.
Yeah, you're coming in for a landing.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, once again, your brother talks you into something.
Right.
Well, that's been your whole life.
Was that after rehab? What?
It-
Oh, we just making stuff up. I
I knew
didn't
that's
know.
where he was
Yeah.
going.
I didn't know how he knew. Yeah.
You're right.
That's good.
No,
No,
but it's
Rick,
crazy.
I really, honestly, I don't know what that was. So, but here you are.
And
Hey,
the chemistry that's
15
in here,
years too. Don't forget that.
That's the weird part.
Yeah. And Adler, did you think you'd still be here?
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought I would be fired by now. For sure.
Right. Yeah.
We did too. But what? I know you wanted to be in this industry because. But what did
How
you
did
have
you end up
ambition
here?
to do? Like,
How'd you
what-
end up here? I know you interned, but how did you? Do you remember how you ended up here?
So I applied for when Don Juan was leaving.
That's right.
I applied for Don Juan's job, and Ricky,
Who got that?
And somebody else got it.
Nepotism showed up.
Yes,
That's not a bad word.
Look, I just want to go hang out with my brother.
Greg, is nepotism a bad word?
It's not.
It's not a bad word.
Not really. It gets a bad rap.
But I was doing a morning show in college too.
I remember that.
Yeah, the I'm in morning because it's morning show.
Right.
Yeah. The whole bit, the entire show was I'm tired right now.
Of course.
Here's some music. That
Right.
was the whole thing.
That's so good.
I don't know
really
if I
not that good of a joke to continue for months at a time.
It was good to start.
But I
Yeah.
like the transparency of it.
Yes, definitely. I stole a lot from you guys. I would do, I would read something and read a news bit of the day, that kind of stuff.
I still remember, and it's when you were an intern, and I was working, and I'd listen to the show when I had a chance, and Adler had interviewed somebody, well, I guess for the college station, and y'all played it back.
Yes.
He'd ask a guy questions, and he'd go, "Okay, cool."
Oh, that's awesome.
Greg, he was basically Chris Farley. Wasn't he?
Yeah. I was interviewing the Auburn University president. That's
That's
the
what it
interview that I brought back to you guys, and I just stole your whole intro bit where you list everyone's name that works for the company to make it seem like a bigger deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, and our webmaster's name is Hunter, and I'm sure the president of the Auburn is just like, how long is this going to take?
Right. Can you ask me a question?
Who is this kid?
Right. And then we knew enough to dabble in what is now a main part of getting the show. I remember we talked to you about, because we lost the deal with Turner South, and they were sold. It's now Fox Sports South. And then we ended up bouncing around to some other terrestrial things, Heartland, and was it the Nashville Network?
Yeah, the Nashville
Network first.
Yeah, and then we were doing the Extreme Club, and we kind of came to the conclusion, that's good, but the number of people that are doing it, compared to the number of people that could see the show or listen to the show on streaming, if that part was free, and we just monetized it by commercials, that may be a better formula. And then we threw you in that little room and said, see what you can come up with. Is that kind of what we did?
Yeah, and it was Ustream when I first came on. Y'all were doing Ustream.
I forgot about Ustream.
And that was good, but YouTube is just more people use it. And I understand. I'm so sorry, guys. I played 10 seconds of – we were doing a flashback clip. 10 seconds of Total Eclipse of the Heart got us blocked yesterday.
Is that what it was?
It was 10 seconds.
When did we even play that?
It was during a flashback when we were talking about the eclipse, when Bubba went, and I went to go see
That's
the
what
eclipse.
I thought it was Pool Holes.
It wasn't Pool Holes. No, the stuff that we've been playing here, and I'm trying to fill the breaks with entertaining content as well, so I'm so sorry that we're 10 seconds of a song played. I think I went to go get coffee or something. You guys know how it is. But YouTube has its faults too, but it is a nice big platform that works great on your phone. It works great on your computer. Works great on your TV. So that's why we do it.
Well, if you look at the lineup, Speedy, you and I are the only two guys that truly were trying to be on-air talent in radio.
Sure.
Bubba was an engineer.
Yeah.
Greg worked for the power company.
Right.
Helmsy was in the healthcare industry.
Mm-hmm.
And Adler was a musician, college kid looking to do what you were kind of wanting to be on.
I wanted to be in
so I guess we
broadcasting.
could put you there. Yeah.
I did want to be in
You're
broadcasting.
right.
Yeah. He worked up here.
That's
Where'd
right.
you work? 95?
That's right.
I was a hot rockin' DJ before. When I didn't get Greg's job, I actually got to do a hot rockin' DJ job in the afternoons. At an FM station.
How'd you come back
here in
around
town.
when Christopher Columbus moved on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Can I tell a
You
funny?
should have got my job.
I don't know if I should tell this or not.
What?
All right. So when Christopher Columbus left and we were filling that spot, we had it was like a luncheon. There was something going on at your house, and we were all there, and our wives were there. We won't get into the details of why, but we were all there. And I remember your dad was there, Adler, and he came up to me. And he said the following, not making this up. He said, hey, we met. We had never really met. We had seen each other at the Christmas stuff that they would do in studio. Sure. But he came up to me and he said, hey, I just want to thank you for giving Chris the opportunity to come work for you guys. And I was like, first of all, I don't know who Chris is. Like, I didn't know who he was talking about.
Right.
He was confusing me because Christopher Columbus had just left. No, I was like, man, we can't wait. I was doing all the things you're supposed to do.
Sure.
And I left there that night going, who is he talking about?
Right.
Because he never said my son. He just said Chris.
Oh.
And I knew you as Adler. I didn't know you as, and I knew Christopher Columbus was leaving.
Oh, that was.
So I was like that whole night. I was like, what in the world? Who came? Why did he tell me, thank you for giving Chris this opportunity? And so for like 2 days, and then Monday, we all discussed it as a team. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. But I was really confused for a while.
Sure.
Yeah, it was. Chris is my real name.
Yeah. I did not know that at that time.
And let's be honest, when you meet Chris's parents, you don't think there's any way he could be their son.
No,
that's a great point. Connection's not obvious.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was just a student mirroring for a day.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Amanda even asked me that night. She goes, why was Michael Adler thanking you for giving Chris an opportunity? And who's Chris? I'm like, I don't know.
You thought to yourself,
I'll ask Rick on Monday.
You're like, why is Michael Adler so concerned about what happens to Christopher Columbus? I thought he's leaving.
You do have great hair, though.
And then Greg kept saying,
Thanks,
why is
buddy.
this kid still here? I said, he's part of the team now.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is. That started the whole deal a long time ago.
But now over to John's job, though, the feeder has come a long way.
It's still coming along.
Yeah, we're still developing better ways to do it and more efficient, easier to deal with. So kind of give us an idea of some of the things that we can look for at the Expo in the feeder line.
Well, we've got one of our best products probably is going to be out there for the new feeder line. Is going to be the Deer Feeder Standard for the price point, $89 to $99. One of the best new feeders out there. It's got a digital timer on there, metal spinner plate. One of the few feeders you're going to see on the market that is actually got a digital spinner plate. Usually they've got a photo cell or some kind of analog timer on there. We didn't pull any punches with this thing. It is top-notch feeder. Don't let the price scare you on it. It is a reliable, time-tested feeder. We've been out there running them, and it's probably one of the best deals you're going to find for a tripod feeder. Holds that 180 pounds corn.
Hot deal.
Well,
Hot deal.
well, the great thing about that too is, most people at the club or at their own place or whatever, you need multiple, and so you're looking for a price point. But again, you don't want the quality to go down. But
Right.
but if you're needing multiple feeders, this is kind of price point and the quality you're looking for.
And easy to move around, that quick lock technology.
Yeah. The simplicity of it,
and easy to fill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lower down. In the early days, Rick, that got started, the motors were weak. And so the higher people made the feeders, the wider circle they broadcasted. Of course, now the technology, in 40 years, there's a lot of difference in all those motors. And so now they've got the power to broadcast out. So now they're down low. You don't have to stand on the back of the truck to fill a feeder up.
Yeah, it used to be a pain.
Yeah,
Boy,
that
it
was
really
a pain.
did.
Now all you got to do is just take the sack of corn and dump it in.
Yeah, because you're not substituting it, being able to throw it out there.
That's right.
Because we've gotten better with the blades.
That's exactly where that came from.
So
Dan, I'm ready for the automatic feeder loader. We have a trailer and you pull up and it shoots it in there.
You might be surprised, Bubba, of
Boy,
what may be
tell you,
coming down.
a lot of us with bad backs, and 40 and 50 pound bags get heavy after a while.
Well, I'm going to tell you too, when the famous line from the movie Jerry Maguire, "You Had Me at Hello." The thing I love about these feeders is the tool-free assembly. You don't even need tools. You get out there and you put it all together, put it up, ready to go. Good night. I mean, back in the early days, some of that stuff, you had to bring a King's Army out there to
You
get
had
that
to
thing
have somebody inside the can
yeah,
to hold the bolts
just-
and that. They've improved it. John and them have improved it so much in that. And the tool free, you get out there and you don't have one ratchet or something you need. Now you don't even need any of that.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling. Get out there, get ready, and all of a sudden you're like, you can't even. You realize you left your tools back at the barn or something like that, or you forgot to bring them all together. You can't even. I'm in the wrong truck.
Y'all gonna have a bunch of feed stations at the show.
Yeah. How you gonna have it set up?
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of feed stations, and this year we actually have the Feed Station Pro. That's kind of a revamping of the feed station that was so popular last year. It's another SKU. We're going to have the feed station, but also we have this one, the Feed Station Pro. It retails at $49, and it holds basically double the capacity as the one that we did last year. It'll hold 80 pounds, and this one will not only strap to a tree, but you can strap this one to a T-post. It'll fully mount on a T-post. All the hardware's included. You don't, just like the one before, we don't need any tools to set this one up. And it's basically a free choice feeder. So that means there's no electronics, no nothing. You fill it up with whatever kind of feed you want. If you want some protein feed, you want corn, any of those kind of powders or anything, it's not going to cake anything up. You just strap it to a tree, and it's basically a trough there for the deer to come and eat out of it. And
I love
do what
this.
they want.
I
Great
love
for
these
pattern.
terms that y'all come up with. Dan, what did you call it? You said it when you were describing it. It's a
free choice feeder.
Free choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
No time. These are the ones. If you were at the expo last year and you saw
a free choice
carts
feeder.
and carts of these feeders, but it was the one that's so popular. This is the new big brother to it that was designed.
So we can just put a little more feed in it.
See, my
put
friends
twice as
all
much
go.
feed.
They don't say a free choice feeder on demand. They go, "Hey, it's there all the time."
Absolutely.
Well,
Free choice.
I also I don't want to talk about, because I got a little upset with y'all last year, this camera candy. I mean, if y'all gonna talk about stuff on the show, bring us some first. I went out to try to get this stuff.
You feel better if we
with
can
candy.
test it
You
ahead of time.
couldn't find it. I mean, it was selling like, it went crazy. Couldn't find it anywhere.
It not a bad thing to have.
It was horrible. It was embarrassing for me to be at the outdoor store and I couldn't get it. I mean, it was embarrassing with my Moultrie hat on.
Hey,
like I knew somebody.
Ashley,
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so let's take a look at this. LearBubba.com. Let's just take a look. LearBubba.com. I know, recession, terrible. We hate it. So aggravating, especially when the very people that have caused the recession, the central government, will look us in the eye and tell us we're not in a recession, and the recession is no big deal, but it's affecting us, and we know it's a big deal. So anyway, that can be very frustrating. But I want to point you to LearBubba.com. Now, there's no purchase necessary at all for you to get one of these Kennedy silver $50. You see this right there? I'm showing that there on the camera. The Kennedy $50 is available right now from LearBubba.com. You can have one of these. It's free, and all you have to do is something that's smart you need to be doing anyway, and that is have a conversation with one of the experts there at LearBubba.com and get the information that you need about investing in gold and precious metals. That's all you have to do. Just have a simple conversation, and you'll get this beautiful silver $50 absolutely free. Now, how smart is investing in gold and precious metals right now? Well, you heard us talking about it for a while, and remember the recession of 2008? Anybody remember that, baby? Well, the price of gold skyrocketed over 50%. Silver went up big time, too. So smart people earned huge profits by investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. LearBubba.com is the place to do it. They have over 25 years of experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, plus a risk-free investor pledge. So have a quick chat with someone at LearBubba.com, which is smart, and get that Kennedy silver $50 absolutely free. And you're not obligated to do anything, but have the conversation. LearBubba.com, also link at rickandbubba.com if you prefer to call someone, 1-800-707-4575. All right, so and you'll find that on the sponsors button too. So this is a video that Adler has. Video. We have all this rioting going on, and and what is this thing called where they come in and they just overwhelm a business and flash mobbing, whatever,
smash and grab,
something that I think I could solve pretty quick if somebody tried to smash and grab my place. But
sure,
we certainly need to have people that know what they're doing. But in Brazil, they've had these problems for a long time. I mean, it is a very dangerous place. I mean, it can be a beautiful place, but it's a lawless place, kind of like our country now in our Democratic-run big cities. But anyway, so it's so, unfortunately, it happens so much that we have a group of people at a restaurant in Brazil that people are simply a running group. They're just running like doing.
They're doing the thing you don't like, Rick. They're eating outside.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry about that.
Eating outside is one of those things on my list of things that look fun. It just isn't.
Yeah. Rick, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, but anyway, so
and this doesn't have any sound, so you guys are going to have to kind of describe what happened.
These are simply a group of joggers that are out running together, and it's so bad in Brazil. Everybody eating at the restaurant thinks they're about to be robbed and mobbed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So watch this. So
here comes a lady with a dog.
Yeah, there goes the dog. Look, and then here comes a group of people. Look at the restaurant people.
Look, they're all getting up.
They are getting up and they are running for their lives.
They don't even know why they're running.
No, and it's just a group of runners coming, and they think it's a mob coming to.
They're jogging.
It's just people. Look, a guy even fell out of his chair. He tripped over his chair trying to get out of there.
Rick, I pick up on this.
Guys, they
don't
immediately.
They don't think the CrossFit group that comes running through are the actual protesters. They think they're running from something.
Yes.
Yeah. They're like, oh, we got to get up. They're running
everybody's
from
just
something.
running, and they don't know why.
So in Brazil right now, if you
some people running,
if you see a mob running at you, I tell you what they're doing. They're really going back to. You've heard this joke many times for people like me that maybe don't have a history of running long distances for exercise.
Yeah.
And you've heard this running joke, and I used to do this with the kids because my wife is a runner. And I would say, if you ever see me running, you just need to join me.
Yeah.
And so
and that's what they're doing.
And that's what they're doing. They see people running, and they think, oh, my gosh, these people must be running out of fear.
Correct.
And so we need to get out of here because something bad is coming. But it's just people exercising.
Right. So now when the table's on the far end, when they get involved, they now see everybody getting up. So now they join in. They don't even know why they're running.
Yeah. By the way, the waiter even ran.
Yeah, everybody's
that
running.
guy didn't spill his drink when he fell, though.
Well, now that's a guy that drinks.
To their defense, if the people
And there
running,
goes Justin Brown for some reason.
What's he
All right,
doing
but
now?
he what now?
if the people that are running have the face that I have when I'm running of pain
Yes.
and suffering,
You're right.
they might have thought they were running from something.
Hey, let me- that's a good point.
No, that's true.
Oh, something's killing them.
No,
right,
that-
right. Wow, he looks terrible.
He's been shot.
How far do you think they got before somebody went, now why are we running?
Right.
I don't
Where are we
know.
going? What's happening?
Right. Have you ever gotten in a panic run like that and you don't even know why everybody's running?
You end up in a
Yes.
place you don't know how you got there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I was at the basketball at the BJCC,
That's right.
state basketball
yeah.
tournament with Ruby, and some people started running, so more people started running, and then the next thing you know, they're clearing the courts. Everybody's freaking out. Luckily, I was close to an exit, and I actually did leave because I didn't want to get stuck in a stadium with a baby and like 2 snacks. You know?
Right.
So I got out of there, but it happened so quick because people are like, you're standing around trying to figure out what's going on.
Why are
and
we
there
running?
there was nothing. There was nothing that happened, and people tried to say that they heard gunshots and things like that, and I'm like, this is not. You might have thought that you heard gunshots, but there weren't ever any gunshots at all.
Somebody
it
yelled
happens quick.
gunshot.
People get spooked quick.
Yeah. That was a chair that fell. It wasn't
Right.
a gunshot.
Yeah. Well, let's face it. I mean, if you're spending the weekend in Chicago right now,
Yeah.
and you're out at some outside restaurant and you see a bunch of people running toward you, aren't you going to
better
run?
go.
You're ready to run. You're ready to run.
Right.
yes.
Now, maybe you might want to pick up on the fact that they're all in Lululemon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe that
And
would
you
be.
think to yourself, I guess there's something after these runners.
Yes.
Because they pretty much look like runners.
Right. Right.
You know, but
Yeah, they were-
yeah, and sometimes runners, they got a pretty long reputation of just running.
Mm-hmm.
So now,
No, maybe not a great
So-
place
and
to be jogging.
Right.
I mean, it's a little crowded there. On
I
that.
blame this woman right here.
I agree.
She
She
runs
starts to
through
panic.
the crowd. She sees them
she's
and
sitting
she's
there.
like, "Oh my goodness! Oh, I got to go with them." And then the rest of the crowd is like, "I'm going." And
yeah, she
Oh,
calls
look
it.
at this panic guy.
Yeah, what's that guy?
Watch the waiter. He joins
The
in.
pal here never leaves.
Yeah, the waiter finally says, "I'm out. I'm gone."
this level-headed guy's like, "All right, whose food can I
Right.
steal?"
Yeah.
Boy, that is. Yeah,
And
you're
the guy
right.
that fell and he don't know why.
Notice the fat guy was the last one to go.
Yeah.
Look, the guy that fell just sat back down and said, "All right,
Right.
Well, he got his drink. That's
Notice
good.
fat guy. He didn't give that plate up.
He's running,
no,
eating."
no.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actually gave Speedy on a lot
Oh, I
that
know
was
he
big
did.
enough
I
for
know.
all y'all.
I know.
That's not true.
I
I want to know who got the
True.
Kaiser sleeve yesterday too. Who ran out of here?
I know. I saw that. I had my eye on that.
I did too.
Well,
who got that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And then we had the misunderstanding when we gave Bubba camera candy. He ate it.
Bubba, don't eat it. And then I smile for everybody to take my picture.
Hey, it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, it's not. It's it'll get you through in the tight.
So
So better than
It's
mushroom.
got a lot of vitamins in it.
Yeah.
Probably good for you.
Well, this is set up for you to get an idea of what you got out there. It's going to bring them to the camera where you can look at them because they love it.
Well, and the good point about it too is it's not like a block that you put out there. Halftime it breaks up and Greedy Raccoon runs off with half of it, and then or it gets moved out of the way of the camera.
Yeah.
It's fixed to a tree. It's ready to go, and it's one of the best products for pattern deer and inventorying them this time of year, seeing what you got.
And look, there's a huge demand on it too. So, and it really does work well. We'll have that at the Expo too, and we'll come back. We'll talk about a little something called a feed booster. You're looking for ways for you to grow bigger bucks, better nutrition, and we're going to talk a little bit about that too, as the research continues to produce better products that are easier to assemble and move and use, and also great stuff to make the food even better. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dan Moultrie's trivia question has baffled the audience today, and Dan could not be
Four times.
I'm
for
about
the
to go
fallow
another
deer.
room and call. So I can
Let me tell you what it's not. It's not the fallow deer.
It's not the Axis deer.
not the red deer.
Or the red roll tide deer.
Now I'm beginning to wonder if the clue's right.
I know, me too. Anthony, go ahead.
I hope it's not
Googled
for
it.
some reason.
Anthony,
Is it the sandbar deer?
No.
That's an original good guess.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right, let me say this.
Dan
I'm gonna
said that's not a bad
give
guess. Let's give a hint.
I'm gonna give a hint.
Give a
Here's
hint.
another hint. If you were listening to the segment with Dan
That's
today,
right.
when we first started the segment, Dan mentioned John, who's here with us, that does the development for the feeders. John Price had just been to where this deer lives.
That's right.
Oh wow,
That's
a
easy.
big one.
They are.
But you had to be
people-
listening earlier.
Rick,
There are people who know the answer.
They can't get through.
And they can't get
Oh,
through
yeah. I
because they're
agree.
emailing now.
Rick,
so
if we have to carry it over to the expo, just come by the booth, bring your answer by, and we'll
we're
give
getting
the
a
first
winner
one
to
with
this.
that.
No, we're getting
Dadgummit.
the winner. It's going to be me.
Sean in Indiana. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the doinker, but I'm not sure that's from China or not.
Good night.
Well, at least he knew the continent.
He did. You're right. That boy, John. I know you've been overweight.
John's growing old over there. waiting.
John's got a beard.
John's like, okay, guys, this is how long my flight took. Okay.
Seriously. There and back.
Let's go to Libby. Libby, what do you think?
Mule?
The mule deer? No.
man.
So you're saying
Mule, Axis, Red, and Fallow are still incorrect.
Brett in Alabama, what do you think?
The Chinese water deer?
There you go.
The Chinese water deer. Talk about ESPN just cannot get out of the headlines in a positive way. First of all, yesterday they were mulked for 24 solid hours yesterday.
Right.
By everybody. I think, was there anybody that wasn't mulking them removing an Asian man named Robert Lee from calling a football game in Virginia?
I think for the first time, I didn't see one person go, hey, they had a good point. Not one person went on that side.
Yeah, you know how all the talk shows like to have somebody with both sides of the issue on?
Yeah.
They couldn't find anybody to defend it.
Well,
Nobody. And that's amazing in today's climate.
I think it was good for Hannity because Hannity to me is about to explode.
Yeah, he needed a good laugh.
He needed a good laugh, and he got to laughing about yesterday, and like one of those things where we get to going sometimes where they couldn't get him reeled in because it just hit him so right. You know what I mean about how they had done this. But anyway, now ESPN and the guy said they know this guy. I don't know this guy. Russillo?
Yeah.
Russillo?
Yeah. He's got I know
Russillo.
he has a talk show on the radio, on the
Yeah,
ESPN radio.
he does.
And I'm sure he helps on the TV some too. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they simulcast it on I think ESPN too. One of the ESPNs, Ryan Russillo.
I'm sure I would know.
I've seen him. You'd know who he was when he was shaved and cleaned up.
Shave and a haircut.
I was about to say, in his mugshot, he's not ringing a bell with me.
He's no Robert Lee, but he's pretty popular on there.
This is the flashback. Now, right now, he's a huge star again. He saved his career. But we all remember the time that Robert Downey Jr. Remember when a woman just found him in her home? He'd gone in there high drugs.
What is the deal with that?
Got in their bed and was like,
Was that
Of course,
just
Russillo's got a little twist to his story that's even worse.
Yeah,
was that a drug thing with him?
Yes, it was.
Now, what happened to the other one, the lady who was on
Margot Kidder.
Yeah, Margaret.
I think hers was actually a mental disorder. I think.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And with a hurricane update, James Spann.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weather man. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann. Here it comes.
Here's another hurricane.
Spann with a hurricane update.
Here it comes. Updates on the hurricane.
Well, Spann, welcome back. Hurricane Ian is now a Category 3. Can you give us the latest?
Yes. So the hurricane is currently over the tip of Cuba, Rick, over the western tip of Cuba. And understand it's not going to weaken much at all, might not weaken at all.
Wow.
And this will likely continue to strengthen. This will probably become a Category 4 hurricane later today. All the conditions favored that intensification process to continue. And this thing is headed for Tampa Bay. And let me just say the main impact here, it's going to be over the Florida Peninsula, not the Panhandle. We've learned a lot of people struggle with geography. The Panhandle, that's Panama City Beach, Destin, Navarre, Fort Walton, Pensacola. They're on the good side, the west side. It'll be breezy and there could be some rain, yes, but nothing dangerous. The main problem for the Panhandle, it's the rip current danger. Double red flags are going to be flying on the central Gulf Coast really for the rest of the week. So if you're headed down there, I wouldn't hesitate to go, but if you want to get in the water, that's probably not going to happen because of the rip current danger. But for the peninsula, this is a problem, fellas. This is not good. And it's basically headed right for Tampa Bay. Based on the latest track from the Hurricane Center, we think that that's kind of locked in now. And there probably will be a little weakening before it reaches the coast, but we don't want people to focus too much on that word weakening because that can be very misleading. And the latest forecast has Ian basically as a Category 2 as it comes into Tampa Bay. And it will be moving very slowly. The steering currents will collapse, and this will just be creeping along. And we're afraid that a lot of people are going to hear, oh, it's only a Category 2. It's no big deal. Listen, a slow-moving Category 2 is nasty. In fact, let me give you a good analog. You guys remember Hurricane Sally?
Oh, yeah.
A couple of years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Ask anybody on the Gulf Coast that endured Hurricane Sally, which was a Category 2 creeping along. It was horrible. Hours and hours of this unrelenting wind and rain and storm surge.
Yeah.
And we're afraid that's going to be the situation down in Tampa Bay. Now, exactly where this thing goes in will determine the storm surge at Tampa, whether that's a big issue or not. It might go in a tad south of Tampa Bay, which would lessen the storm surge. But even if that's the case, rain amounts could exceed 10 inches here. So flooding is a big problem. You're going to have the chance of tornadoes and, of course, winds of hurricane force for hours and hours in the Tampa Bay area. Tampa Bay Airport's going to be shutting down this evening. And a lot of folks have already been told to evacuate in the evacuation zones. We hope they're paying attention to that, and they probably are. So, again, it's going to be a very rough ride with this for the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. And this would go down to places like Bradenton and Sarasota, and even down in Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Sanibel Island. It's going to be a rough ride. And then the system slowly creeps inland, becoming a tropical storm by Friday, a little west of Jacksonville. And then the remnants of the system will be coming up through Georgia and the Carolinas. And the really big rains with this, and again, rain amounts could easily exceed 10 inches over the Florida Peninsula. Rain amounts could exceed 4 and 5 inches over parts of the southeast United States. The really big rains, eastern Georgia and the Carolinas. And it's going to be a just nasty, soaking weekend for them. And there's going to be a really sharp cutoff in the rain shield with Ian on the western side. And that sharp cutoff probably will be close to I-65 in Tennessee and Alabama. If you're west of I-65, might not rain a drop. East of I-65, yes, you'll have a chance of rain. But again, the really big rains over Georgia and the Carolinas. So in terms of the storm surge for Tampa Bay, could be 5 to 10 feet, assuming the system comes in near or just north of there. And again, we want to stress that rip current danger. If you're going to Panama City Beach, Destin, Fort Walton, Navarre, Pensacola, weather won't be that bad. Yes, it's going to be breezy, and yes, there could be some rain at times, but just be aware of those double red flags and do not go in the water. You do not want to mess with that with a big hurricane stirring the pot down in the Gulf.
Yeah, and please listen to what Span said about the water. I mean, I know that when, if you're in the area where the weather's not going to be that bad, that water, it's beautiful. Sit and look at it. You let it run up on your ankles. Do not get out in this water with family and have that attitude. If we came down here and we're getting in the Gulf, this is hurricane churning. You just don't want. Be thankful that the bad part of it's not going to affect your vacation, and you can have a beautiful time without ever putting yourself in any danger.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not worth it.
And understand, you could be the strongest man on the planet.
Yeah.
And I've seen people go down and lose their life trying to do that. So
Right.
if you see double red flags, just don't go out there. And also, fellas, a lot of questions about the Disney complex in Orlando
That was
and for
my
some of
next
the
question.
inland
Yeah.
cities. And understand they are going to deal with tropical storm conditions in Orlando. And for them, that will be really beginning tomorrow. In fact, the rain will begin probably later today, but they're going to have a lot of wind and a lot of rain in Orlando tomorrow into Thursday and maybe even into Friday morning. And whether the park stays open, that I don't know, but it's not going to be a stroll in the park. It's not going to be very pleasant. But the conditions will improve by the weekend down there as the system comes up into Georgia and the Carolinas.
Yeah, and you also said when you talk about the rain going into the weekend in Alabama, which is a big part of our audience, the people traveling from all over the country to Talladega this weekend, and you drew the line on rain, and boy, they're just to the east of it. So it's not a lot.
Right. Yes. And understand, we'll see how this thing behaves once it gets inland. There's a chance the rain could stay east of Talladega.
Yeah.
But on Saturday, we are going to mention a pretty good chance of rain at times. I don't think it rains all day, but it'll be a breezy day, some rain. So Saturday, rain could interfere, but Sunday looks pretty good.
Okay.
Could there be a stray shower? Yes.
But we're not talking about like your experience you would have at Disney World. We're not talking about that.
Right. No, nothing like that at all.
Yeah.
Nothing like that at all. So some rain at times, Saturday at Talladega. Sunday looks mostly dry, maybe a stray shower. I don't think it interferes with the big race. And the other issue we've got is college football.
College football, yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, if Georgia and the Carolinas, Saturday looks very wet and breezy. It won't be a good day in Georgia and the Carolinas. Any football game being played there. In Alabama, we've got LSU and Auburn, and that is a Saturday evening game. And again, there's a chance the rain could be over by the time the game starts, but I would certainly plan on taking the rain gear. And again, we stress there's nothing dangerous here, just good old-fashioned rain. It'll be a little breezy, but some rain likely at times Saturday evening at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn. Take the rain gear. Hopefully, as the system comes in and adjusts to the east, maybe the rain stays east of the state, we can make some adjustments in the forecast. But again, for Talladega on Saturday and for Auburn Saturday night, we recommend rain gear. And anybody in Georgia, the Carolinas Saturday, it's
ugly.
It's just going to be wet. Yeah, really, really, really wet.
Well, that was extremely comprehensive. Well done, Span, as expected. So you should, whatever your situation is, coming up the rest of this week and this weekend, you should have a really clear idea of what to expect. There's some places where it is a no-go. There's some places it could be miserable but not dangerous. And then there's places that would be not affected much at all. So you see those lines. And the good news, if it's not to the weekend and you follow Span and you're on social media and all that, he'll adjust more detailed stuff on some of the fringe stuff as the weekend gets closer. But this is a pretty good idea of how to plan your week based on what we have to say. And hopefully, Span, as you said, people have evacuated that need to, and property damage, there's not much you can do about that when it comes to flooding and winds. But hopefully when it comes to loss of life, it will be, minimized and hopefully a zero. So that'd be great.
Right. And that's always the goal with these, is to minimize loss of life, mitigate loss of life. And again, for everybody looking at these track lines, as you look at them, remember the big impact is going to be along and east of the track line. And that's going to include much of the peninsula. And understand, too, there's going to be a tornado threat. There could be a few tornadoes in these spiral bands. So on top of everything else, you have to pay attention to that. And again, the main tornado threat over the peninsula of Florida, along with the storm surge flooding and the heavy rain. So it's going to be a wild couple of days for Tampa Bay, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, Fort Myers, Orlando, even on the Atlantic coast side, Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, they'll probably have tropical storm conditions there. So rough ride for a few days. But by the time the weekend gets here, the weather in Florida is going to be greatly better.
Thanks a lot, James Span. Appreciate you checking in, buddy.
All right. Have a good day.
You too, man. And we'll continue to get updates from Span as he is available to us as the week continues. But stay with him. You can follow him on social media no matter where you are. You certainly have all your local coverage in the areas that are going to be greatly affected. Pay attention to that, too. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With HelloFresh, we've all learned that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals. Yeah, they found
she actually had
another neighborhood people found Margot Kidder in their house.
Yeah.
So this time, if you are Russillo was arrested in Jackson, Wyoming, Wednesday on criminal trespassing after he allegedly walked into a stranger's condo drunk and naked. Now, at least Robert Downey Jr. and Margot Kidder had their. Now, Margot might have been in her underwear, if I remember right.
I think she was.
But they usually strip down.
Right. Well, we all know why. But he walked into someone's condo drunk and completely naked,
and not afraid.
And
No.
they said this happened around 3:30 a.m.
Sure.
That just adds.
Where was
it's
this at,
bad
Rick?
enough.
It was in Jackson, Wyoming. So the condo resident.
But he
said-
lives in Connecticut, right?
Yeah, must
A
have.
long walk.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Especially with your pants at your ankles.
Yeah, you know,
That Uber
sleepwalking.
driver really took advantage of him.
They found him. Oh no! Oh no!
He must have been in a poker game.
Yes, well.
Okay.
Oh, they found him lying on a bed in the south bedroom of someone else's condo, naked. His pants were around his ankles.
Yeah.
So he had dropped the trowel, I guess.
Bad enough. I mean, but something about him being around his ankles makes it worse.
For some reason, I wish this was about you.
You know
Greg.
what?
I know it'd be
But
funny.
you know what? ESPN's taking up for him. Have you seen their statement?
No.
They said, "I know this sounds bad, but we've checked. There's nowhere in his name the name Lee."
Oh, yeah.
And we do not think he's tied to the Confederacy at all. I know he's drunk
So
and
he's
naked,
okay.
and he's in somebody else's condo, but it's not like there's anything racist involved here.
I have to ask this question. With the abuse that they were getting from every media yesterday, do you think they paid this guy to do this just to change the story?
You know what?
That's good.
Hey, look, we got to get enough money to this.
Somebody, who you think will do it? Russell will do it.
Yeah.
Can I not get his name?
He'll do anything.
What is his name?
Russillo.
I want you to keep doing what you're doing, though.
Can I tell you this? Can I tell you this? I've never heard of this guy. Shows how much I pay attention to ESPN.
Yeah.
You know what? I was done with ESPN
He's on a lot.
long time ago. I was done with ESPN a long time ago. What I want to hear him tell me political correct stuff all day? You know, I don't want to hear that. ESPN is a joke.
I tell you,
an absolute
if
joke.
Fox right now, their sports network does not make leaps and bounds. They just don't have anybody driving the bus because ESPN is trying to give it to them. They're just trying to.
Yeah, Russillo, I got drunk and naked because he realized I can't believe I work for a network and just did this Robert Lee thing.
Yo, what if you woke up and in your room there's a naked man with pants at his ankles laying on your bed and you're like, what the heck?
I tell you, he's lucky he didn't get shot.
How'd he get in?
Well,
He better be lucky it was Kentucky and not the southern state because it'd be a different story today.
And it's always better to me when just like the Robert Downey Jr. thing.
Kentucky.
A southern state.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you said, no, not Kentucky. Okay, go ahead.
But to the point, it's always funnier, too, when these things involve a celebrity because you
Yeah.
always picture the person. Look, it's bad if you have somebody you don't know who it is drunk and naked in your house. But, let's say this person is a big ESPN person. I think it's Russillo, that guy from the Russillo shows. It's laying there with his pants down in the bed of our condo. He just walked in here drunk and naked at 3:30 a.m.
You really dialed in on his name. I'm proud of you.
Well, I knew I had to make a change at some point.
How about
Y'all,
glad you made it.
Nothing good happens at 3:30.
Unlike Moultrie's trivia question, I can hear the wrong thing and then eventually go to the right.
Just for the sake, Rick, just for the sake of the story, and he's in radio, and and he's got a show, and he's got his buds. Imagine if that was one of us,
Oh, my
and then the next time they show up at work, when they walk in the door,
Picture right now.
See, this is a
everybody
case.
got that awkward silence.
This is a case where peer pressure can work for your good.
Yeah.
Because everybody here gets beat up so bad when they come in with the wrong color shirt on or something. Can you imagine after that?
Listen, guy. I just picture this, and this I think.
Hey, Panther!
Hey, this I think.
Hey, find your condo?
Listen, that would be off the air, but here's how I think we go the first time on the air. It's just what I picture. I'm picturing this story right here, just putting one of the faces here. Yeah. I'm gonna put Greg's face here.
Oh, okay. He looks a little more like Speedy.
Greg, picture this. All right, here's how it would be. Hey guys, we're back. Looking forward to the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo this weekend. Greg, welcome back. Hey, buddy, what's been going on lately?
How'd your weekend go?
Been to Wyoming lately?
Yeah, it would be just
Good to see you with your pants on and sober.
Yeah.
Read that, Rick. And he's all over this, I think.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might explain why.
Complete speculation, but I think he's all.
I may explain why they're around the ankles. But
What?
anyway,
What? Stop it.
What? No, what?
What you got?
I'm just trying to.
What you got? He's very, he's still single.
"22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. So James Spann, as there's no one better, gave you a very detailed update on Hurricane Ian and the places that will be impacted and how they will be impacted. So make adjustments how it applies to you. And I know we have a few local affiliates down in that area. And, of course, they'll keep you updated with what's going on with the hurricane as well. So just stay on top of that. I know we're on 1490 AM WWPR, Tampa Bay and Bradenton. And then 1340 AM Lake City, Florida, WDSR. And they'll all keep you updated with what's going on down in that area. But Spann kind of told the whole audience, here's how it affects you based on where you may or may not be going. So that was very helpful, too. And as always, he did a phenomenal job. I do want to say congratulations today to, Scott Dawson's been on the show a lot. He's a great friend of our show. He and his wife, Tara, and everybody involved, his son and wife, just overnight last night, his son's wife, Shannon, just gave birth to their first grandbaby.
Oh.
So Jet Dawson, Jet. Jet came into the world sometime after midnight last night. So, and Mama and baby are doing fine. So, congratulations to both families, and I know that they're all celebrating this great gift today. So, looking at some of the stories before us, and you may be surprised with my reaction to this. The NFL is eliminating the actual Pro Bowl game in favor of skills challenges, and a flag football game.
We're actually going to play a flag football game.
Now, when I read that headline, my first reaction is anger. But then I have to be honest when we look deeper into it. First of all, Omaha Productions and Peyton Manning's production company, they're getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
The Mannings are funny.
They are.
They're going to kind of take it over. He's even going to coach, I think, in part
one of the flag football teams.
One of the flag football teams.
Just skip that part. Just don't have
a
game.
I've said this before. I believe that American football is the greatest sport that has ever been conceived and invented. However, I also concede that it is the worst All-Star game.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Baseball's the best.
Right. I concede that. Football's not designed for All-Star games. It doesn't go well. It's sloppy. It's not well done. There's just too much preparation and not enough time. And basketball, baseball, you can pretty much get everybody together, and they do their individual things.
And if you play it the way it's supposed to be, you can't get out of there without injuries.
No,
you
just
just
being a
can't.
full contact deal. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, and there can be other injuries in the baseball and basketball side, but the full contact,
it's very rare.
Is tough.
I can't believe what I'm about to say, and I'm hoping, Greg, that our dad doesn't hear me. But I can't believe what I'm about to say. I honestly think if the game is going to be played the way it's been played lately, I'm ready to be done.
It resembles flag football.
Yeah, a lot of it's touch football.
It is. It's embarrassing to watch. It's uncomfortable to watch. I don't know that anybody really watches it.
Right.
It's a nice vacation.
I haven't watched it.
I
never really watched it.
Now, I was for giving these players a certificate that they're the best of the league.
Yeah.
And you just take the plaque and put it up and say, I was voted All-Pro. That's all I need to know. I don't have to go do the game. Yeah. But this might be fun. Of course, it doesn't take away the risk of injury.
No,
you can still go
because you're still cutting and running and doing these challenges. But it sounds like it's going to be a little more. And they were trying to head this way. Do you remember when they used to have the celebrity battles, Battle of the Sexes,
Battle of the Stars,
Battle of the Stars,
Battle of Network Star? I used to love that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to feel more like that.
Yep.
And they're going to be cutting up, and it's going to feel. I mean, it's just an exhibition game anyway.
Right.
But now we're just going to embrace the whole exhibition,
format and goof off.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What does this do for the interior guy, the lineman making the Pro Bowl? I mean, because
Not
you know,
a lot.
as far as
I
your
guess
career
they just
goes,
get a free trip to where they're going.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I guess. I mean, because you're going to have guys, I guess, that can rush the quarterback in flag football after a few seconds. But are the linemen just going to stand there? Are they?
There's
Are
nothing
they still going to block, or
Yeah.
is it just not going to be? Is it just going to be the center?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember being an interior lineman when they would do those scrimmages or shells or something like that, and they would go, hey, y'all work on your blocks down here, and y'all work on your, try not to be blocked, but you can't tackle anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking, well, y'all put us in the most miserable part of the whole game.
Yeah.
All we have is the misery with no reward.
Right.
And
maybe it could be
we
with
don't get to jack anybody.
Right. With the AFC and NFC players showcasing football and non-football skills and competition, maybe they're more involved with that when it comes to the lifting side.
Let them
and
throw
stuff. I don't
stuff. Let
know.
them do a shot put or something.
Yeah,
They've
I
tried
don't know.
everything. They went, first of all, they play it before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And years ago they didn't. And then they did that weird where they had like celebrity coaches instead of going AFC, NFC. You remember that? They drafted kind of.
Yeah, they've tried.
So I guess this is the latest.
Would y'all be interested in seeing the linemen, like how much they can squat, how much they can?
Yeah, I guess
would
that's
would that
exactly,
interest you at all? Not really.
I don't know.
Should they even go?
It would be different if I actually every year said, "Hey, I'm watching the Pro Bowl." I never watch it anyway, so I may give it a look just to see.
Are we ready to give them a plaque?
I've always been a fan of just let's do on that night. Let's celebrate the NFL on TV, some award show.
Yeah.
Let's have awesome video, recap season. Here's
the
how we
All-Pro
got
team.
here. Here's the All-Pro team.
I
Let's
like
have
it.
highlights of each of those. Ain't no sense in them working on this day anyway.
Put the suits on.
Nobody cares about skills challenges. We really don't.
We don't. You're
And I
right.
don't want to bring this up again because we got in this rabbit hole one time before, and I really don't feel like Googling it. You have Pro Bowl and you have All Pro, and
Here we
different.
go.
They're not the same thing,
And they should be.
But
Let's
I'm not even going down there.
Let's
But
just
we,
have-
we researched the one down there,
And
Remember
we got
that?
mad about it. And we got mad about it.
Yeah,
How about
frustrated.
this? Let's have an all-pro team, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the people that your peers voted you
Right.
as the best players in the league.
Well, the reason y'all
for
know
this
the reason.
season.
Y'all know the reason. Why, and you can still do this. Okay, hear me out. You can still do what you're asking to do, but the reason they don't do that is because guys go play in the Super Bowl. It should be in the Pro Bowl.
No, you're right.
Yeah, but
That's why.
But even before they played the Super Bowl, after the Pro Bowl, they always had All Pro and Pro Bowl were two separate things.
Yeah,
Now,
it
the
should
same
be.
person may win it.
I'm
but-
saying you can conquer all of it with one thing.
Yeah, I want them to play the College All Stars again like they used to.
I forgot
Well,
about
that would just be the Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really? Who came up with that?
I don't see. You see, that's look. I've never heard of this guy. I don't know who he is. And
I know because he's on the radio.
Rick, Rick, let's clear up one thing. Have you seen this show before?
I have not, especially now. You know what I mean?
Whose show, Rick?
Rick, when I saw the headlines and it said ESPN radio show, I was hoping it was Fine Balls.
I was too. Now look,
Richard, not that he gets it, it's just been funny. You know, his ears and naked.
No, wait a minute. I'm trying to think. I wish I could get the name right because it's not going to work. I'm going to try. What's that scary thing everybody always says they see? The skinny man?
Yeah.
Slender Man.
Slender man. Somebody would have said, "Oh my gosh, it's Slender Man." And so it's not. I think that's Paul Fumble. There's a naked guy walking around like Slender Man. Or somebody goes there and says, "You're not going to believe this. James Taylor's passed out in our bedroom."
Yeah. And he's lost a few pounds. Okay.
I've heard of Fire and Rain, but this is over the line.
Oh boy.
Somebody play Pouring Rain.
Okay.
All right. So
That was Ryan. Who, Rick?
Rosillo.
There it
Boy.
is.
Got it. First time I've ever heard of him or got his
Rosillo.
name right. All right. So.
And think about the people they have fired and what they fired them for over the years.
Oh, I know.
And then you see some of these shenanigans going on.
My ESPN world revolves around 30 by 30. I might gander at E60, but if I look and there's a panel, I'm out.
That 30 by 30
or I
is a
watch
good
a ball
deal.
game. I watch a ball game.
Yeah.
There are a
surprised. I
couple
like
of
them
funny
30 by
shows
30s.
on, but some of it, just the overall politics and
Oh,
the
my,
political
it's a
lean
joke.
of the
Oh,
network. is-
Bubba, they just got rid of an Asian man whose name was Robert Lee and moved him to a different game because they thought it might sing bad connotations of Robert E. Lee 147 years ago who died.
They tried to claim in their excuse that, well, first of all, they said they didn't mean for it to be released publicly. that somebody leaked it to make them look bad. No, you made yourself look bad with that decision. But they were like, well, we got to think about, people be putting up memes and stuff. So what if they did?
No, we didn't want it to get out because people. No,
that's not a funny meme.
The reason why everybody's making fun of you is not because it got out; it's because you did it.
Yeah,
I mean, you actually did this. If you want to be made fun about it, then don't do it. What? It's just so bizarre.
Political correctness is like weeds in the yard.
Yeah,
starts. It's just impossible.
I wonder who's doing the Rosillo show today.
I don't know.
He must be on vacation, apparently.
Yeah. Good night.
I would say whoever's doing it, if they do a good job, their chances of moving up is pretty good.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
James Spann. The storm's name is Harvey. Of it. We'll be back.
Hashtag glad to be here.
Thank you. Hashtag agree. Coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. A lot going on. I don't know if y'all have heard us mention it. Rick and Bubba OutdoorExpo.com has all the information there. There's a lot going on this weekend. We've been featuring some of the different vendors that will be there. We obviously cannot feature them all. 3 years, we actually featured Tagged and Happy, who started their with us on the year one when it was still just an experiment. We didn't know if Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo there would ever be a 2. Now we're going into year 4, and they have been one of the success stories from this. I did not know they had been left out of being interviewed this year until they protested, which I guess you've discovered if you'll just put the mob together now. Everybody
Well,
do
we
whatever.
know how much you guys love a protest.
Yeah.
People
Much
taking
more
out,
than an
people
interview.
not working, walking around in a circle, making a difference is pretty much what we were doing.
Tagged and Happy matters.
Hashtag mob rule.
We stand with him.
Yeah,
That's
right.
pretty much where we are.
So you guys, why did Dan leave you guys out and not put you on the schedule
He's
this year?
very afraid.
Is that what it is?
Very afraid.
Because, it is the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo brought to you by Dan Moultrie.
Right.
We don't schedule the interview.
I think we might be the reason there is a 2, 3, and 4
I believe
years.
so.
But I'm not saying anything. Hashtag you're welcome.
Right.
Hashtag
Check your feedback. Check your feedback. Check all suggestion boxes.
Check your feedback.
Check your feedback.
You guys, we have gotten feedback on you.
Yeah, I know.
And it's mostly been good.
Right.
I think the people love you. I can't speak as the other vendors love you.
Well, I sent Helms a picture today of Pradco last year. We were in the middle of selling. We're like on Saturday, 3 o'clock, and we look up, and all of Pradco has the hunting headphones on, and they're selling, wearing the hunting headphones.
They're not looking up.
No. Well, and this
they
year.
think if they don't make eye contact.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly. That number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Fieldofgreens.com. I'm loving this product. I've already had my first shake today to get the day started. If you have not started fieldofgreens.com, boy, you can really tell a difference. Really tell a difference. Feeling healthier, your skin's going to look better. Your digestive system, there's prebiotics in this. It's got herbs, and it's got the amount of vegetables and fruits that our body needs. Now, I don't know about you. When I'm just eating my normal diet, I'm certainly eating healthier today, even against, listening to Greg's concerns. But eating healthier, but it's impossible for me to get down to the amount of cups of fruit and vegetables that are suggested for the body to get the fuel that it needs. Well, with fieldofgreens.com, I don't have to worry about that anymore. I get the 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits without any issue. I'm going to do a shake when I get up to get the day started, and then I'm going to do another one later in the day or before I go to bed, whatever the case may work for you. But go there. It is organic. It's gluten-free. It's certified non-GMO. If you're worried, if you're someone who's trying to do a vegan diet, this is not going to interfere with that either. And so it's everything that we need. And it's far superior to any other brands that have tried this. Trust me on that one. It tastes good, which, let's face it, if it doesn't taste good, we're not going to continue to drink it. So right now, go get yours by going to fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com. They're also listed at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, you do want to take the code BUBBA with you. The code BUBBA is going to save you 15% off the first order and then 10% off any future orders. So you want to do that now by going to fieldofgreens.com or just use the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we have President Biden again. I know every time I go to this, we're all uncomfortable.
That's right.
Well, if the loss of cognitive skills is bothering you when you watch the president, this is
turn it off.
It's time for you to go.
Yeah,
because you don't want to be part of this.
And here we go.
Well, they must. I'm just guessing of somebody trying to be efficient, and of course, as you know, I'm addicted to efficiency. But the Braves were playing the Nationals, and so they chose this trip for the Atlanta Braves to have their White House visit after winning the World Series. Now, I don't know why we're just now going, but
I'd actually forgotten the Braves had won the World Series.
Yeah, I had to. but anyway, they are going now. Right out of the gate, to kind of tell you the severity of what you're in store for, when you hear our president try to address the Atlanta Braves and trying to congratulate them. Now, I want to say this again before we play this clip. Oh boy. He is talking to the team called the Atlanta Braves. The mascot for Atlanta is the Braves, okay? I think we all know that.
Yeah.
Certainly you would think the president would. But here we go with cut one.
Practically overnight, play-by-play, inning by inning, you ground it out, and you did it together. You made the playoffs and beat the Braves, the Brewers, and the Dodgers.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
He was he going to say you grinded it out, but he ended up saying you ground it out. You ground it out.
Talking about like a 4-6-3.
I think he was saying,
but you beat the Brewers.
You grinded it out and you won.
Play-by-play, inning by inning, you ground it out, and you did it together.
You grounded
you
out
made the
together.
playoffs and beat the Braves.
No,
you beat the Braves. I mean, the Brewers and the. Yeah. Where am I thinking?
Can I look at the
stand up?
Oh, stand up, Chuck.
All the Braves are behind him.
Yeah,
the ones you can see in that shot. And I'm going to watch.
I wish I had an
faces.
open mic on Ron Washington. Look at him. Look at Wash.
You grounded out and you did it together. You made the playoffs and beat the Braves, the Brewers, and the Dodgers. And then you beat the Astros to win it all.
Look at Ron Washington. Okay.
Yeah.
Poor Ron.
He would be it'd be to the left if you're looking on screen.
Yeah, right over his right shoulder.
Yes, and just watch him look down and almost grin.
By inning by inning, you ground it out and you did it together. You made the playoffs and beat the Braves, the Brewers, and the Dodgers.
Oh, that's
And
good.
then you beat the Astros to win it all.
Yeah. Well, they're all reading the teleprompter with him.
Yeah,
sure.
If you notice,
they're actually reading it though.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. I think we
beat the Braves, but the Browns.
I think we got really close to when he got the Astros. We almost had to keep him.
We sure did. I thought saying you beat their the Astros,
and you beat their Astros. We nearly had one there.
Uncomfortable moment here on the jersey.
All right, here comes the jersey.
Please
thing.
tell me he puts it on backwards.
Oh gosh, here we go. There he goes again.
Well, why does he keep
Well,
saying
he keeps telling people
not
not to jump?
Hey, why y'all got number 46 on here?
Who's that piece of work beside him?
Guys, the don't jump thing is very alarming.
Why is he
because he's
telling
done it
people not to
over
jump?
And over
We're
and
not
over
even-
again.
We're not even in an area for anybody to jump off of anything.
Why does he keep
What are we
telling people
doing?
not to jump?
That's one of the most alarming things that I've seen. Is that he keeps repeating that line. It's not appropriate for the environment. It's not a joke. It's not funny, and he keeps going to it. That's alarming.
If he sees you in a balcony, he will tell you not to jump. He always does that.
Yes.
Why does he continue to do that? Does anybody know?
He's holding the jersey. For those of you who can't see, he's got Biden on the back, 46, and he has to say, "Don't jump."
Evidently
to
somebody was
Tyler's
elevated.
point, it has nothing to do with what's going on.
No, nothing to do with what's going on.
All right, so here
There's old pal right there over his shoulder.
next, somebody's going to have to remind him that they're going to take a picture, and they're instructing Biden, the players do, on to hold the jersey up. And here we go. So now he's lost. Now he's lost.
Oh, no.
Do something now.
Oh,
Oh no!
he doesn't know what to do next.
Oh my gosh!
I'm going to take a picture first.
Oh, they have to remind him we're going to take a picture.
I'm inclined to hold this in my
Y'all, does anybody have parents or grandparents?
Yes.
That's what this is how it goes.
Except he's the president.
Hold the jersey up.
He's forgot he got it, Speedy. He forgot it's in his hands.
By the way,
And so he starts a private conversation. The whole room is just sitting here watching him.
Anyway, you got more.
Yeah, they weren't finished, President.
Hold up your vice shirt.
What shirt? Where am I?
Oh my gosh! Stand up, Chuck.
Oh my gracious!
Oh gosh!
I'm a nervous wreck. My palms are sweating.
Well, we had the woman call. We had the woman call the other day who said, "I'm married to a Democrat," and even he now has finally said the president does not have. He's lost.
If you don't
the
say
ability,
that, you are not being honest.
You're not being honest anymore.
And I'm not making fun. But
no, it's
you're not.
sad. It's a sad thing.
Well, I am. I do make fun, but
I mean,
most of the time I don't.
So what is two? What's 2D?
This is he's just. It's just the photo should
mumbling.
be over. The photo should be over, and everybody had to remind him to take the photo. And now it's over, but then he extends it longer than he should. Brings some kids up. It gets real weird.
I can't watch this.
Did I do what I was supposed to, Chuck?
And it's over, but then he brings more
Greg,
people up.
Greg, at every
Come on
restaurant.
up here.
Okay. Okay.
What's your name? Well, come on, you guys get it. Oh, y'all look over here. Come on.
Don't jump, guys. Don't jump.
Look, he's bringing these kids up
for years,
and nobody wanted him to bring the kids up. The kids don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do. Look, and the players and the managers, they're like,
oh no, he's down there.
Ozzy's like, what is going on?
Please look.
Oh no,
He's scaring this kid.
He's scaring the kid.
Oh my gosh.
Kid's
Here,
very
sit
scared.
on my knee, little boy.
Oh, there we go.
oh my God.
Look on the kid. Look at little Johnny.
Stand up, Chuck.
Somebody come get me is what that kid's thinking.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And unfortunately, so's the president.
Right.
Gosh, I wish Jock Peterson was there.
Just when you
With his
think
pearl
that-
necklace on.
just when you think what should have been this wonderful moment couldn't be ruined anymore, and now Karine
That was a
Jean-Pierre
disaster.
is going to be asked about the Braves mascot.
Yeah, you can't.
And why they haven't
So the
changed
Braves
it.
are there getting celebrated. We're
Right.
gonna bring this up.
Yeah, here we go.
Ask about something nobody cares about.
Yeah.
The president hosting the Atlanta Braves today. Wondering if you or the president has any thoughts about some of the controversial about the team name, the Braves name, the so-called tomahawk chop. Any thoughts on?
This is our question after this.
We believe that it's important to have this conversation.
Really?
You know, and
really not.
Native American and indigenous voices, they should be at the center of this conversation. That is something that the president believes, that's something that this administration believes, and he has consistently emphasized that all people deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. You hear that often from this president. The same is true here, and we should listen to Native American and indigenous people who are the most impacted by this.
Impact.
What in the world?
What about the ones who are not offended?
Are we going to listen to them?
Indigenous and Native American?
what you just said.
Well, they did say Peter Ducey tried to get everybody to start doing the chop. They didn't join it.
Ducey was leading it. That's so good. What you doing, Ducey?
How are we even talking about this after the president was just up there doing the World Series
we got
champion?
bigger concerns than whether the Braves are a mascot or not.
But seriously though,
bigger.
is Elizabeth Warren offended? I need to know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's true.
That's a good
Pocahontas.
question.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Tact that we're not gonna affect them. Doesn't
but
matter.
they're wrong. They're incorrect.
You might have heard us talking about it earlier. This year, we're concerned about the Tucker buck.
We feel like
Watch
this
your mouth.
deer that is a record-setting deer that is dead and mounted for everyone to enjoy
Yes.
may actually just get up and walk out of the expo.
Are they close to us?
Well,
They're 90.
that's the point.
They're what?
Hashtag
What are
buck
they?
happy.
Their booth is J&S Scents, and they are booth 89 and 90.
Nice.
Ooh, and we're bringing a bullhorn if anybody cares.
Yeah, we got a
There
bullhorn.
goes the
I
Tucker buck.
think I don't know who assigned booth numbers, but I think this may have been a way to try to isolate these ladies.
Careful.
Isolate, because they put something dead right next to it.
I know.
Because we can bring it back to life. That's right. That's what happy does
Somebody
for you.
said, "Where's the Tucker buck?" I don't know. I saw it out in the parking lot. It's like,
It was galloping toward I-20.
J&S couldn't stand this scent and moved on. But anyway, if J&S will play this right, though, y'all will draw customers to them
Oh
too.
yeah, and we have a strategy, a sales strategy, which you guys know how we sell.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if we get rejected, we don't take that well, as you know.
No, you do not.
We do hold grudges. We are your worst high school girlfriend nightmare. I mean, we will hold a grudge.
Right.
So anyone that passes us and does not fork over $10 for their beautiful wife or girlfriend, they will get smacked in the chest with a chump sticker, and they will walk around the entire show.
All right, wait a
labeled
minute.
as a chump.
Y'all have chump, hashtag chump.
Yep.
That means if I don't buy something
Boom.
for my
Correct.
wife or my
Yep.
girlfriend,
Right, you're
then-
popped on the chest with a chump sticker, and you can move right along.
I will find
So-
out your name and say, "Hey, everybody, Rick is a hashtag chump. He doesn't love his wife.
He doesn't care enough. He doesn't care enough.
No, I'm getting to show you something right
Right,
now.
Yeah, you are.
Right.
Speaking
Can I buy
of,
in advance?
Oh, no.
we have the wife booth, so we're here. We always bring you guys T-shirts.
Which is against everything we stand for. We're the wife
which I was
booth.
We're the
kinda
wife
looking
booth.
forward
We've been
to.
doing it backwards.
So
all
we're
these
bringing your
years.
wife a gift. So each of you, including Adler, all have a wife gift.
you're
'cause
right.
we're
He's
the
finally
wife
got a
gift.
wife.
He's
Hashtag
finally got
thank
a
you.
wife.
What are they?
Hashtag is trying to hang on.
Happy.
Get a little happy hat.
Everybody's happy. They get a little. Speedy, put the hat on. It matches your shirt.
Come on.
You know, it matches your
You
shirt.
get
I
some scripture
see.
socks because you're standing on the Word of God.
You're welcome. Standing on the word all the time.
I like this.
Look at Speed.
You look good in pink, buddy.
Speedy's happy.
Speedy, take that off.
real
It's
man.
not
That's a
October
real
yet.
man.
He's just close to Uncle Duke when he has that on his never again.
Oh, that's good.
Well, it is. Look
But
at
what
the
I like,
picture.
what you guys have done, because if you know, for a lot of women, the love languages, they like to get a little happy.
A little happy.
So,
goes
and-
a long way.
And Sherry,
So y'all are selling wine too?
Unless you're Grant's wife.
yeah.
Oh,
that's terrible.
They're mad. They
And look,
misunderstood
no,
my
we didn't
statement.
misunderstand anything.
No, we didn't
heard
misunderstand
you, and it is
it.
on
Can I
tape.
explain
And you
it?
know what? No, sabotage your.
No.
We know. You know what we know? We know that every time we come here, you try to wreck Tag.
Every time.
We have
He
decided.
attacks us every time.
Listen,
So you
here's
make
what I
Greg.
say.
Not me. Not me.
Not Bubba.
Not me.
Rick,
So listen,
here's what I
what
say.
is your beef with Greg?
Every.
He sabotages.
Okay, look. Here's the deal. We got
Completely missed it.
a governor candidate, Gary, Mark Garnett, and James Spann, to take
car.
off half a day, get in a car, and sing songs with us.
I said y'all were the only
You
good thing in it.
gave, You
Oh,
did
Yes, I
not.
did. You did
Wha-
not.
You
I
did
did
not.
not. I wasn't making fun of
We
y'all.
didn't even get an E for
I think I recall
We
God
didn't
without
even
Mark
get an E
Garnett.
for
It's a total
effort.
failure.
By the way, I can't
No.
remember. I'm just
Total
trying to stir
failure.
up.
That is
No grudge.
incorrect.
Hashtag lie.
Yeah, so
That's
we'd like to
incorrect.
present this entire sheet to Greg.
Greg, hashtag chump.
Listen, yesterday
Jump sheet.
they thought I made the statement. They claimed. What I say that the
Oh,
that
you
the,
claim you made it?
that
Roll,
the protest
Could we do a playback, please?
the protest was better than
They're
the
a better
interview.
protest than an interview.
Okay, no, you misunderstood me. Y'all didn't get an interview. Time out.
Is that English?
And other people did.
Is that English?
What I'm saying was
Hashtag easy to understand.
my point
Hashtag
was
you need another sticker.
I'm completely innocent in this one. My point was the protest was better for promoting y'all than if you'd have had an interview set up through
a
Dan.
real good
Yeah, thank you, Speedy.
No, that's exactly what I meant. It was better than having an interview.
May I get a
doing
new
the protest
hashtag
you
on
got-
this?
Yes, you may.
Hashtag crawfish.
No, I absolutely said it.
Rick, it's like you're watching
Hashtag
tennis. You're going,
worries.
That's
well,
exactly what I
Hey,
meant.
the shirt was for you.
They
Yes,
were-
it was. The shirt is
You
for you.
people,
You fear the happy.
they
Oh,
were.
now
They
you're
You're so
felt
scared,
left.
Greg. You're so scared of us.
They felt left out because they get
Everybody
interview,
is
and
afraid
my
of
deal was, I said the protest was better than getting an interview.
Right.
Is what I said.
Y'all
See
accept
how
that?
hard he's
That was
trying?
better for promoting
Do you
y'all.
see how
Look
hard
where
he's
you're at right
trying?
now.
Words hurt. Dig
That's
us
a
dog.
fact.
Hashtag
We'll
words hurt.
replay it.
what are you
He's the diggingest dog.
So now you have a shirt on today that says "Fear the Happy."
Right.
So
So Greg is scared.
right.
Now I
okay.
had to make
Frankly,
fun of the
Greg's-
video because that was my job.
But Greg,
It's not
we didn't
entertaining.
get
actually hear it. So, phone troll time. All 10 lines are available for you. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now. Minions, don't get in some conversation with Greg. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. You can talk about whatever is on your mind, ask a question, make a comment. You can bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move to the next caller. While you are calling, and if you call now, you will get in, at 866 We Be Big if you'll hustle. Coming up this weekend, October 1, the real Greg Burgess will be at the 10th annual Crap Run. He'll be running a 5K, believe it or not. Yes, coming up this Saturday in his home community there, Pleasant Valley, benefiting Venecia's foundation. He and his wife, Lisa, have been with this organization for many years, and this is their big fundraiser. And if you're going to that or would like to go to that, go to rickandbubba.com at our upcoming events. Go see Greg and the gang coming up this Saturday. If you're out and about in the Birmingham area, 104.7 WZZK, and you want to go see Speedy will be noon to 2 at Publix Greenwise Market in Mountain Brook. They're in the Birmingham market if you want to go see him. And then October the 2nd, down in Columbus, Georgia, with themanchurch.com, Andy Blanks will be there at Cascade Hills Church coming up 6:30 this Sunday night. Find those details at rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com by going to events. Let's start with David in Alabama. David, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Has anyone noticed that Joe Biden and Lee Corso are mighty close?
Yeah.
I mean, can we get Kurt Hurstreet to stand up? Can we get Kurt Hurstreet to stand up there next to Joe Biden and try and get him out?
You know, it's not a bad idea. I honestly want to ask anyone out there. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat, Republican. You're just an American, okay? Surely there's no one that says, I don't know what y'all talking about his cognitive skills. He seems fine. No, nobody's saying that, right? We all see it. It has nothing to do with politics. We can see it, right? Because there it is. You can just watch and see.
Yeah.
And so anybody that's talking about him running again is absurd. And, of course, we're really more concerned, can he finish even this term?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And who's running the country?
That's the biggest question.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard out of Birmingham, listening on ZZK. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. What's on your mind? What's up?
First time caller. I can't believe y'all don't know. President Biden's losing his faculties, but he's hanging on enough to know that he drives people crazy, so he always just says, don't jump.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
Oh, right.
That's funny. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I didn't know if you guys heard Hillary Clinton the other day. She compared the Trump rally in Ohio to a bunch of Nazis.
You know, I heard about that. I just rolled my eyes. I mean, remember, fascists always point to others and call them fascist. If you looked at how they live, they're really the truer definition.
Yeah.
Because they want to tell you how to think, who to like. They pick the winners. They pick the losers. And if you don't do it, they try to destroy you. That sounds like a fascist.
Yeah.
So we continue. Let's go to Jennifer. Jennifer, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, so talking about Joe Biden and his diminishing cognitive skills, do you think it would be better for our country if, he was deemed not to be appropriate or whatever, and then Kamala takes over? I mean, what's the answer here for the rest of his term?
That's the problem we find ourselves in. It's either bring Kamala Harris out of the bullpen, or if that doesn't work out, Nancy Pelosi.
There's no winners.
It just doesn't get any better. We're just going to have to. We're going to have to weather the storm.
Yeah. And
hopefully the midterm elections gives us our first chance to minimize the damage. And then when we get to the next presidential election, that's going to be us saying we've weathered the storm if we will be wise and vote differently.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was just curious to know about the rumor of Deion Sanders possibly taking the Auburn job.
I don't put a lot of weight in that. I don't think there's much to that. I think that's one of those things that sounds sharp on a sports talk show.
You're going to start hearing Deion Sanders rumored for every availability. Georgia Tech heard that yesterday.
Heard that too.
You're going to hear Arizona State.
that's
so, and you're going to hear Auburn. Everywhere there is a coaching availability, he's the prime candidate.
That's
no
funny.
pun intended.
Yeah, the thing that you got to watch for from a PR standpoint. Now, first of all, let me tell you what reality is, which no one wants to talk about anymore.
Sure.
Just about every single football team on the planet, if they're any good, is 90% black. Okay? So, but the historical black colleges are deemed to be more black. You're really black if you care about that, even though there's black players everywhere. If Deion has made and he's been so good for the historical black colleges and has done an outstanding job as an ambassador, and he's worked so hard at that, and he's bringing good players and saying, don't leave these schools. We can compete if we'll give excellent facilities and put money into our programs. You can compete with anybody, and he's right about that. If he leaves now for what is not deemed a historically black college, even though most of the players are black, okay, he's going to be deemed a sellout by the left and by certain black communities, that he abandoned the historical black colleges because he don't need the money.
Mm-hmm.
He's got money, so he can't say he's trying to make a better life for his family. He just left for greener pastures, and he's no better than the people. He's looking down on the historical black colleges just like everybody else he said did, and he's going to have a PR issue with that. Now, whether he cares about that is a different story. But that will happen.
It will.
Yeah, and so I think that's going to have to be a thought process for him too. I'm not saying that's fair. I think that if he proves himself as a good coach, which I'm not sure he has yet, he's proven himself as an outstanding ambassador for historical black colleges, and he's motivating some young men and is a good influence on these young men. But does that mean he's a great football coach that can coach in a Big 5 program? I don't know that he's proven that yet. So I think he's committed to this for more than football. But you never know. But that's kind of the environment he's dealing with, though. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about. We just mentioned talking about Biden here on the show. We've all seen the latest inflation numbers, okay? And while the country suffers and the stock market's had its worst day in 2 years, for some reason the Biden administration is throwing a party and celebrating what a great job they're doing. The economy is sick, and it is not well. And the Fed is likely, by all indications, going to continue to raise interest rates. That's why we're recommending right now that you diversify with gold and silver, and you need to do it now. Now, let me tell you about Allegiance Gold, and I want you to hear me out as you're considering this. They can help you protect your IRA and 401k with physical gold and silver And if you prefer, you can have it delivered securely right to your front door if you'd rather do it that way. Their approach is different, and now you need to listen. They focus on educating and developing a long-term strategy because this is a long-term game, and they're also looking for a strategy that's right for your situation, not some boilerplate plan that they're trying to force your situation into. They want to look at your situation and say, here's the better way to go. And they have some of the highest ratings in the industry. So go to protectwithrickandbubba.com and get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. Just tell them that Rick and Bubba sent you, and you'll be in the game for that. Give them a call, 844-790-9191. That's 844-790-9191. Again, you can't control the Biden administration. You can't. But you can prepare. So go to protectwithrickandbubba.com. That's protectwithrickandbubba.com.
Hashtag effort.
We had people off work.
I thought we lived on the truth.
But if everybody sat around,
Hey, when it works
Yeah,
for you,
why'd you put the socks and hat on?
why'd you stand on the word
So-
of God, buddy?
so when we got that
Put it
video,
on your hands and on your feet and
The
have it on
video-
every limb. so
Hashtag you
don't
got to
forget.
know it first.
Greg, I think you met your match, buddy.
the
Just
video
hush.
was
can't wear it,
completely
you gotta
set
live
up like, hey, here it is. It would have been really boring if everybody in the room would have said, man, that was awesome. So
Well,
I just
thank
threw-
goodness for Greg.
Well, thank
at the Rick
goodness
and
you
Bubba
didn't
show.
throw a
Couldn't have
wrench
had a
in
funny
it.
day without
I
him.
mean, thank goodness you
Thank
showed
God for
up.
Greg.
Well, if you look at the ratings, you're correct.
Greg
My
has
next
run
shirt
into
says
his
hashtag thank God for Greg.
Greg has run into his
Don't give
female
that to my wife.
counterpart times two.
Hashtag kryptonite.
Look, I hacked on him a little bit for the video. I'll give you that. But
I've
that
never
yesterday
seen
was
Greg painted in
completely
the corner.
positive.
Have you?
Hashtag humble pie.
That yesterday was completely positive. I meant that what they did was better than having an interview on the sun. That's what I meant.
Hashtag big talker.
Oh, there's a guy named Bigwig. You ought to hang out with him.
Yeah. he says a lot of stuff.
Okay. Oh, y'all put me in there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. And of course, you've had an ongoing feud with Dan Moultrie.
Absolutely. That's who we're speaking of. Big wig. Hashtag big wig.
Yeah. So and we
Down with
talked
something.
about that a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little.
And you thought that you were going to start working for his empire.
There was a direction going towards his empire. We were ready to
There was
set
a
up a
meeting.
reality show like Empire as we were working with him every day. Didn't happen. Little change of
Hashtag
direction.
gone with the wind.
Hashtag Dan and
Hashtag
East.
fleeting.
Canonized.
Dan
We
and
get
I,
it.
yep.
We
Yeah.
speak the language.
Right.
We've
I
learned
had
it. We're
nothing-
fluent.
But Dan is still a businessman, so he always keeps bringing you guys back
yeah,
because
he-
you're
yeah.
traffic producers.
Because,
you-
hey, Greg,
know
he's
what we're
hashtag
doing.
smart.
We're good.
Stay
Right.
on our side.
We get stuff done.
Now,
Look
there's-
where we are today.
I know.
No, what happened?
By the way,
Hashtag it worked. Hashtag success.
And this is a good interview, but it's not as good as the pro. It's good, but the other's better.
it's always
Now, what
you
did
may
you do
eat
to
an
your
M&M
hand?
and lighten.
What did
spark
you do
things
to
up
your
a little bit.
hand? What did you do to your hand?
Sliced it open as I was opening a can.
I thought
To
you were making
the-
a sign.
Two of the yeah, I was cutting some cardboard. Two of the edges were still connected, so I was going to pop it. And pop it
Lee.
open. I know.
That's not wise.
Five
Hashtag
stitches.
hashtag stitches.
Hashtag.
Hashtag net
Her,
hours.
hashtag maroon blood. It was.
Hashtag tetanus shot.
Yeah.
I did.
We
Yep,
love the
right there.
freestanding emergency room in Hoover.
Oh, my
really
goodness.
good, by the way.
Yeah. They make it happen.
Hashtag shout. Oh,
Now, was that today? that
oh
you
no,
did it?
this was a week ago.
Oh.
So
So you guys have been very successful. This is the Tagged and Happy. If you've never been introduced to them,
you
we'll-
will be.
We'll put that in show
Come
notes.
to
And-
92.
and they're booth 92. But you guys have done really well, so much so there's actually a major chain that's going to start putting your T-shirts in their
Yes,
stores.
Yes, we just got in Hallmark last week. We shipped all of our stuff to Hallmark.
Oh,
Yep.
did Moultrie get you in there?
Oh, Speedy, you're so cute. Aren't you cute?
Did y'all protest?
We're
Did they let y'all
introducing
in?
Moultrie to them.
Yeah, did
next
y'all
week.
protest Hallmark? Did Hallmark finally say, just bring them in? We'll do it. We'll do it.
Stop
We
the
just
madness.
take it by the neck and say,
Okay,
"Go
okay,
easy,
okay,
go
okay.
Well, y'all promise quit shouting at us?
Please stop yelling.
Hey, would you put the bullhorn down? Bring me the shirt.
We have a bullhorn.
So now Hallmark's beginning when you can find the Tagged and Happy
Well,
stuff.
we are right now. We're in Nebraska.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we work our way back, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we work our way forward. So a couple things we want to get updates on. First of all, the only update that we have on Bubba is the same update we've been giving you. We're just in a time crunch now, just waiting for him to feel good enough and physically be able to come back to the show. This surgery was, there was the gallbladder surgery. This was not gallbladder surgery. This was, going in, cutting off part of the liver, removing a tumor. It was extensive. Having to put the doctor having to put his hand in there, move the liver into position to be scooped and microwaved. So there's a lot of pain with this. It's a tough comeback, and so he is working his way back. He knows that we're fine, that he needs to come back when he's ready, and feels like he can come in here and not, and have his recovery complete. Now, your prayers, our prayers have been this is all that needs to be done, and then once he recovers and the incision, feels better and his liver stops burning like it's on fire because it once was, then that's the end of it. Now that we don't know if there's any other treatments that need to be done, that information still is not here. So that's the update. And Bubba is thankful, and he's heard from you, and he and his family are so thankful for your prayers. And everywhere we go, all of you are talking about that, and we appreciate that very much. So he will return. Could he be back before this week is over? Possibly. But we're telling him, when you look though and you see this recovery, and you see that if you get to Friday, you've got 2 more days. Mm-hmm. It feels a little more like Monday to me, but I'm not him, so and so he knows himself better than I do. So we'll see how that goes. But so we'll continue to update you on anything new that we get. I know that we had a couple of things to cover, but Greg, I did want to ask you because I know I knocked this.
Oh, you knocked it out, Speedy. Jump in there.
Don't you just put this back on there?
Speedy, help him.
I'm coming.
It's gonna be a minute.
Rick, I'm coming.
Do I just do this?
No. You got to see you out down there.
I'd rather you say, Rick, I'm on my way.
Thank you for that, Rick.
I was kidding.
Help is on the way.
Be delicate with it.
Rick, I'm right here.
Adler, you're not
just
helping.
Get through the segment like that.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So, but I do want to say, I know, Greg, that you're running the 5K, and I know for a lot of
that's in Piedmont, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's right. It is in Piedmont. I keep saying it's in Pleasant Valley. It's in
well,
Piedmont.
that's kind of close. But it's downtown Piedmont.
Yeah, downtown Piedmont. Where Bubba started his radio career.
That's right, Mr. Allen.
Are y'all going to do a tribute to Bubba?
Rick, I haven't thought
as
about
part
that.
of the crap run, since you'll be in Piedmont.
That would be.
I mean, I'm just telling you. Maybe PID will be there doing their live remote.
They could set up right there at the start-finish line.
But again, I think though if we got to be careful with some of that because then people get the wrong message.
That's true.
What are y'all doing to tribute? Is it
no tributes.
It's the reason why we're not playing any flashbacks or anything like that.
Well, we were kind of reminiscing earlier about different, and I got some emails going. Is everything? It did.
Come on now, guys. Well, we don't know what we want to let y'all know that he's, we're thinking of him, but we don't want you to think that it's done. I mean, I don't know. There's a balance there.
Yeah.
So I think yesterday, if that didn't give you some idea that we think he's going to be okay, I don't know what will.
I believe it. Yeah.
Good point.
You should have come away with he's going to be all right.
Yeah, because we had a lot of fun at his expense. That should have been it. Y'all should have known then. Well, this isn't overly serious.
Yeah.
You would think.
Yeah, you would think. Now, did we probably go too far the other way yesterday? Probably.
Well, Rick, we're going. Rick, here's the click. We go 3 more clicks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but I mean. I know you've been training for this. Or is there things? I know it's only a 5K.
Well, now when you say training,
well, I'm just saying.
For me,
like I heard,
I heard that really run.
I thought I heard yesterday, and maybe I was wrong, but I thought I actually heard you talking to Speedy about what you're going to eat on the days going up to it.
I've just never tried that.
Right.
It's pretty important.
I thought I heard that.
I know.
Real important.
Did I hear that?
So yes.
In the past.
Speedy and I have been telling him for years now, if you'll focus on little things like that the day before, 2 days before, make sure we're hydrating. Like 48 to 3 days just before. Don't wait till 3 hours before you run.
Well, let me tell you what, that hadn't worked very good.
Let me tell you what people who work.
I'll be honest.
People who work with athletes, and that's not us. Those days are over. I know that at one time Bubba saw himself as an athlete during his tennis run, but I'm sure people who work with athletes didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But and so with us, we're just people trying to move around and do better. We're in a different conference now. Okay, and it's not filled with world-class athletes.
It's not.
Okay,
Yeah.
but what I was going to say is I've heard this said before, and you need to listen to what Helmsy and Speedy are saying. If you don't start if you start hydrating when you're thirsty, it's over. You missed it.
I know.
It's too late. Yeah, you have to hydrate going in.
I tell kids this every day, Greg.
Yeah. All right, look,
I don't have to pee
every day.
We need to think. We need to think like Greg. Okay.
Well, good luck with that.
He's not really that concerned about 3 miles. It's going to be at night. He can get through the hydration point. He's trying to avoid a stomach attack during the run.
Yeah.
So I've given him some
want that.
options on some safe things to do throughout the day. You just want to go into it feeling confident that won't happen.
And you need some
Am
fuel.
I right on that?
Yeah, I mean, I want a little fuel. You know, they tell you. I've Googled it. I've got a few.
I know that Bubba used to eat a lot of pasta before his tennis matches.
Right.
I got a question.
You don't want to get a mile in and be looking left, right.
No.
Have you trained in the rain?
Have not.
Well, you might want
Because
to
that
think
may
about
be a
it.
factor.
One year we did run in the rain. It wasn't pouring down, but it was sprinkling.
I've sang in the rain.
Now, when I say run, I walked most of the past ones. Last year I ran the whole thing.
Did you run the last thing? But you're saying this year you're trying to beat last year's time because you've already run the whole thing and never stopped.
Yes, I did that.
That was last year.
Now I was as close to stopping as you can get to not be stopping.
But not this year.
I don't know, Rick. I
think you're in better shape this year than you were.
Oh,
last
there's
year.
no doubt.
How's your shoe situation?
I still got I got a pair that I just run in. So,
And
now,
look,
if I was running these, I'd be in bad trouble.
Now, are they
especially
good
if
in
it
the
was-
rain?
They should be.
Okay.
They
just
should
checking.
be.
I'm
They're not
trying to
worn out.
cover all bases.
Oh yeah.
Span said it wouldn't be a rain event, but you may have some rain.
Yeah, maybe every now and then running against the wind.
I'm just saying, if
Right
we're
away.
preparing for every obstacle,
I got you.
this could be one this weekend.
And for you runners out there that compete, you
put
know,
the rain tires
I
on.
know this isn't a marathon, half marathon,
look,
10K,
we don't need to hear from Hobie.
but to us,
Right.
a 5K is like a half marathon.
It
to
is
us.
amazing.
Okay,
Let me tell you. No. I'll go further. For me, a 5K is an adventure run. I'm talking about like how some people run 50 miles, two marathons through the woods.
right.
Yeah. That's what this would be like for me.
Yeah.
It would be the same level. It's all relative. For me, it is a marathon.
This event, it brings mostly just people that want to support the cause and a lot of walkers, but they are a group of runners who run these things. And when they take off and you go, so you're going to run that fast the whole time?
It's amazing.
And they just disappear.
They're right.
And then when you double back and come down the trail and I hear people screaming and I say, how are they that far? It's unreal.
Guys,
What
I
is
would
your-
have.
They just run full speed the entire time.
I had to run a 10K for Highlands College. That was part of their.
You did run a 10K.
Yes, I did too, Rick. And my time was pretty good.
What was
But
after
here's
you?
my point. The entire event, from meet and greet to the run to the after party, all of that was probably about 3-4 hours, start to finish, all that included. I'd have rather spent 3 days in jail.
It's horrible.
Then run another one. If you ask me today, hey, Helms, you got to prep for another 10K and you got to make this certain time, I think I'd just say lock me up for 3 days.
Yes. It's a never again, isn't it? It's a never again.
It's rough.
I'm
Greg.
better
That's
than
half
I've
one.
been, but that don't mean I'm great.
Let's see your
I will
stride.
beat the smoking lady if she's still around.
Let's see your stride, Greg. Let's see how it's looking. Give us a good job.
Thank you, Adler.
Let me
Run
give you a good
across the
run.
room.
Yeah, let's just see it.
Let's have
I
a
just
look
wanna
at it.
see how
I
you're
wanna see
looking.
I
your
want to see
gait.
your pace.
Let's
I
see
wanna
your
see your
gait. Let's
pace.
see-
Whoa,
there-
lightning!
there-
Oh,
wow.
There goes
Look
the
at
gate.
that.
It's a
Oh,
pretty good gate.
Usain Bolt.
Run around. Hey, run
running
around
that
the studio.
Yeah,
run around the
studio.
studio desk. Jog around. Here, let me move this. Let me move this.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Go around the desk,
Okay.
Greg. Go around the desk. Go around the desk.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Ad.
Hang in there, Greg. Come
Greg,
on.
you can do it.
Run for Venecia.
Look, and then when I finally see them,
Oh, wow. Picks it up.
He's like a kid with new shoes in the mall.
He really did.
That was electric.
Amazing.
Usain Bolt who?
That was
Right.
electric.
That's awesome. And look, he's not even out of breath.
There you go,
Hey,
buddy.
Greg, can I tell you this? In the old man white division, you look pretty good.
You look
and that's my
good.
division.
Yeah.
The old man white division.
Hey, Greg, what time's your what's your target time on this, kid?
I want to do it in less than 30, but I don't know if I will.
Okay.
The best I've done is like 34.
I think you can beat any granddaddy that hadn't taken care of himself.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm falling in that category.
Right.
I got 3.
So your target, look, what, a little less than a 10-minute mile?
I don't know.
No, don't go that
I'll
far.
never make
I'm
it.
just asking him.
Now
I
you
know what.
You sound like a marathon
Well,
runner.
he's the
now.
one that said he wants to beat 30 minutes,
No,
guys.
that's
I'm just adding. Is
That's
all I'm
Hobie.
doing.
That's Hobie
But I
talking to
probably
you.
won't be.
Yeah.
I won't be.
Tell Hobie quit texting you during this.
Hobie, we
Wait,
don't need you in this.
I'm not in it. I asked the man a question.
It's a 5K, Hobie. Stay out of it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A busy show. We do want to mention quickly, because it has become such a story yesterday afternoon and overnight. Hurricane Harvey, or as we call him, Harvey Wallbanger here on the show,
Yep. Well, he
is now an official Category 2 hurricane, sustained winds of 110 miles per hour. It's currently about 145 miles away from Corpus Christi, but they're expecting it to even strengthen more. And Texas yesterday, who thought they were just going to get a lot of rain and were telling people to be careful, now they have moved in the morning.
Are you calling alligators in the streets?
Rick, they're saying this is, by the way, this is the top story on the Mail Online today, the Daily Mail, that we get a lot of our stories from, which is a British publication. They said perfect conditions could make Harvey the strongest hurricane to hit the U.S. in 12 years, as Texans are told to get out of Dodge before 130-mile-per-hour winds and 30 inches of rain cause alligator-infested. Don't really bother alligators. They probably think, man, this is cool.
Well, you know what that
I
is.
got more area now.
Flooding for
Somebody
you have been warned.
If we thought we had that with Bush, if they end up with people stranded with Trump, the president, he'll be deemed the most evil human being the planet's ever seen.
Oh, Rick,
Yeah.
I'm shocked they haven't already started that scenario.
Oh, yeah. It's not hurting that both governors for Texas and Louisiana have already sent out information about how the Trump administration is already working with them.
Mm-hmm.
But the liberals don't want to hear that. They're already going, I bet you didn't have a plan.
No,
all
of
this.
course,
Somebody that has been through 2 of them. In 1979, I was in Frederick. In 1985, Emily. I don't remember Camille because I wasn't even a year old. It is a tough decision as a family, because I remember, do we go or do we not? Because it's tough down there, because you don't know really, all right, where's it going to hit? Which side of the eye am I going to be on? But for those that have been told, hey, it's not mandatory, but you do need to go, the flooding is going to be the biggest issue, like y'all talked about, and that's going to be the deciding factor
And
there.
add one more caveat to this. This storm will be affecting about a third of our ability to process oil and gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
Our refineries there will be shut down. So look for that bubble coming on the price tag of a gallon of gas.
Yep. 16 minutes past. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We continue to prepare you for what starts today at 5 o'clock in Birmingham, Alabama, the BJCC, the home of 104.7 WZZK, and that is the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo, brought to you by Dan Moultrie. That starts today. If you want to kind of start planning the weekend, know that if your kids are 12 and under, they're going to get in free every day, so that's cool. If you're the first 100 people there, you're going to get a rod and reel, so that'll happen. You'll also, if you get over to the Pradco booth and be the first 25, Night in Hell's got the Rogue Rattlepack with you for get ready for upcoming hunting season, so the first 25 to do that. Get to the Cabela's booth, and you'll get a $20 gift certificate. So that's $20 you got to spend right there. You'll also get a pound of BuzzBox coffee as you come in. We've got those cards set up for your free pound of coffee. So you got all that going on. And then, of course, if you're wanting to find out the different times that the entire show will be together. Now, we're all going to be there throughout the weekend at different times, but all of us grouped together on the main stage. That'll be going on 11 to 1 on Saturday and 1 to 3 on Sunday. I'll also be signing copies of How to Be a Man, The Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity, along with co-author and former Marine Andy Blanks at the Iron Hill Press booth. They'll have those there, and I'll be there a couple of times on Saturday, I think 2 to 4. And then after we finish up on Sunday, I'll go over there and go from 3 to 5 till it ends.
with him on Sunday too. So we'll be there. So look for that. That'll be going on, and all kinds of stuff to do. And you can find all that. I mean, the simulator, 88 simulator was back then yesterday with Hendrick. You can go, with Earnhardt Jr., this being his last year to race. They'll have that simulator there. We told you the National Guard's got all the cool ATVs that are outfitted for war, and the rock climbing wall and the kids zone, and we'll have different characters there for the kids get their pictures made with. There'll be autograph sessions for that too. You can find all that information at Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo.com. Simple to do. All right, so some of the things that were happening yesterday, and we'll be talking more about that, obviously, as we prepare today. We got some of the vendors that'll be here today, too. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We be big as we churn on through it, baby. And we're glad that you're here. Phone calls coming up here momentarily. Hey, really, really true, and we were talking about this. Hearing this show with its history, to talk about Greg running a 5K. Of course, always here to help us. What's eating Scott Gorosky? He says, hearing this show talking about a running distance, something like a 5K, is like Oprah critiquing swimsuits.
Well, okay.
I mean,
that's fair.
It's true. But a 5K to you and me, Greg, I mean, it might as well, like I said, be an adventure run.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to the calls, guys.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
Greg's near dear to this.
Yeah.
He loves this cause.
He loves it.
And he should. We all should.
Sure.
But that's the only reason he's doing this.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Doggone it. We asked.
Have I ran in any other ones?
No.
And well, I did one, but I got an appearance fee.
Yeah, and I've had somebody text me and ask me if Helmsy's ready to run 10K, and I said no.
Yes, no.
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
We don't want anything to do with any of that.
No,
and like I said, it's all relative. I mean, there was a time when you would have been disappointed if Auburn only scored 20. You'll take it right now.
Oh, Rick, you'll say what an offensive day.
Right. You'll take 20 points from them right now, and you're thinking to yourself, you'll never see it again.
Mm-hmm.
You know it.
Man, we lit it up today.
Right,
we hung 20 on them.
That's right. So anyway, but Greg, it's cool, it's fun, and the fact that it's you doing it makes it even better.
Well, like I say, I am more prepared, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to do better.
Pasta the night before, oatmeal in the morning.
All right.
Make sure you start hydrating about tomorrow, Wednesday.
See, I've never tried any of these things. I've never
work in a Gatorade or
practiced.
two, about 24 hours out.
Right.
Maybe body armor.
Yeah, take some
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
I pulled
It's
up
my
the forecast for Piedmont, Alabama, Saturday night.
Is it bad?
Saturday raining early, all this. By Saturday night, steady light rain.
Wet
light.
track.
No, I've done that before.
Continuing late, low 54, so it's going to be a little
Ooh,
chilly.
I like that.
Winds northwest 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 60%.
I don't like the wind. I think the wind affect you a little bit.
Yeah, maybe,
Rainfall
I
near
hope it blows behind.
rainfall near a half inch during the day.
Greg, I will quote Bob Seger. I'm older now, but I'm still running against the wind.
You're right. Right.
Yeah. Adler, have you
Keep
been,
running.
Have you moved from Greg being your nemesis to you motivating him?
I'm trying. Remember, Greg, it's just 3.1 miles, buddy. You can do it.
Right.
I have faith in you.
I know.
And,
For me, it might as well be 20 miles, but that's fine.
Just lay off the natty the night before. That'll help.
Now, that's definitely something you have to do. But, boy, what a celebration when you finish.
Yeah.
By the way, didn't realize that a 10K is 6.2 miles.
Yes, it is.
I wish we'd just stay with miles. When did we start using the metric system on fundraisers?
You know why? Because they wanted to make the sound further.
You know what they should?
You don't want to say, well, I'm running a 3 today.
Yeah, no, I think that's part of it. I really do.
Do you?
It sounds like you're running
Because
further.
think about it. You go, when you said 10K, now listen to me say this, okay?
Because a marathon's not.
Picture this. Let's use that. Yeah, picture this right here. Hey, man, what are you running this weekend? I'm running the 6-miler. What are you running this weekend? I'm running a 10K.
Yeah.
And then even make it even bigger. What are you running this weekend, which I think is the most preferred, half marathon?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that before, half marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're why are we not saying, hey, what are you running this weekend to raise some money? A 3.1 mile.
Yeah, I'm going to get that.
Yeah, 5K, it's a bigger number. It sounds like you're running further. 10K sounds like you ran 10 miles. As soon as I hear it, I think, 10 miles.
Man, he said 10.
Yeah.
Double digits.
Right. So I think we're playing some games there.
Because marathon,
how about
they just
when
go 26 miles.
How about when I trained for the 10K? I never got to where I was running 6 miles. I would stop at 5. Like I felt like okay, if you can get to 5, you got another mile. Turns out it's not like that at all.
No, that's when that monkey climbs on your back.
Not like that at all.
You know how people buy those 26.2 stickers and put them on the back of their car?
Yeah, Greg's getting one.
Greg, do you want a 3.1 sticker?
Please. Yeah, that'd be sharp, wouldn't it? 3.1.
That's right, 3.1.
How about that?
Watch out.
What if I had on the back of mine sprint? 60
100-meter dash.
2 sprints. So moved around a little.
10 burpees.
Yeah. Hey, right here in their circle, working up a sweat.
Getting the heart beating.
Just trying to
Does
live.
y'all's track that you go, do you go somewhere and back, or is it one big long stretch?
It's a narrow. You go down and then you jump over. You come back, but you're over. It's like a oval.
See, I hated that having to come back where I just came from.
No, it's a different scene.
It was awful.
coming back.
Like you got because once you get to the turnarounds point, I'm thinking,
just turn around, run
gracious, gracious, I gotta go all the way back now.
You know, see, I like not knowing, but what this one does, you go through the streets and then you it's like maybe a mile and a half. And then you jump up on the Ladaga Trail. You go back the way you came, but you're on the bicycle.
As long as I was seeing something
and the good thing
different
about that is it's flat.
See, that was me.
I can't, that's why I can't run around tracks.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I
this
just
one-
can't keep doing that.
And when you get on Ladaga, they have bridges at certain points, and they got them all lit up with like Christmas lights and all this stuff, so you can see them ahead of you, and you can count how many.
You
are
like
left.
that, don't you?
Yeah, because I can count how many are left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. I know I bring up Hobie a lot. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
she daddy.
Boy, she's daddy.
He's training for the New York Marathon. He was stuck at this hotel and had to run like, I don't know, something like 10 to 12 miles for that day for training, and all he could do was loop around the hotel.
How do you do that?
And it was
I'd have been
like
dizzy. That's
a little. It was like a
insanity.
little road that looped around. It wasn't just the hotel
Yeah.
parking lot. And I said, "So you did that for that many miles?
Yeah.
You're insane. How in the world did you?"
Well, you know Hobie, he's a little law.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Here's what in the past. This is what I've done on the last stretch. I was talking about. They got the bridges that are lit up that you run across.
yeah.
I would walk because it's pitch dark between the bridges, but they have volunteers on the bridge cheering you on, giving you water. And then when I'd see a bridge, I'd come sprinting through it real fast, like that
that's
was
smart.
the state, the pace I was really at. And they'd all cheer for me. And then once I'm in the dark, I'd walk.
It's like a
again.
gallery hole.
I would walk in the
Yeah.
dark, run over the bridge, walk in the dark.
Oh, yeah. That's
I
smart.
love it.
And that sounds like something I'd do.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I got that from you.
You probably did.
I did.
The things I've done to cut a workout are masterful.
Are you looking to place in your age division?
No,
Beat the old people.
Look, I think you've done more training this year.
I may have to take.
You might talk through it.
There's a buddy of mine that's from Piedmont. I'm in the line, and he said, "Look, I grew up here. I know where all the back alleys are. We can cut through, and cut about half this out, and finish."
Greg,
Of course,
we didn't do it, but
that goes
he
back-
told me to let him know if I wanted to. Because he said, "I know where all the back alleys are. We can cut through."
Greg, you know that goes back to the Chi-Hall Challenge when I embarrassed Sherry, and she was working for the Chamber of Commerce,
come out in
and
front
she
of-
asked me would I do just to lead the Chi-Hall Challenge doing the show there just to hype it up, and I said sure, and then I took off like I was in it, and I of course had never cycled anywhere, and I cut through an alley and I came out in the lead, coming down the stretch, wide open, look, and I was digging like I'd led the whole way. And I thought it was funny, but I didn't realize people that train for those things.
they take it
I
serious.
don't like that.
they didn't think it was
They don't
funny.
like that at all.
I thought it was hilarious. Let me tell you who did not think it was hilarious. The actual cyclist.
Yeah.
Oh, and your wife.
Yeah, and Sherry, she said, "Oh, thanks for making. I didn't ask you to do that." I said, "Well, I got a lot of folks here today."
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some of the things that we were looking at yesterday, I thought it was interesting. LaShawn McCoy of the Buffalo Bills said what we've been saying here, that Colin Kaepernick, the reason why no one's picking him up is that he's not good enough for you to be able to tolerate the distraction. And that is an African American fellow NFL player. So it may just be that's the truth.
Yeah.
I know that.
I know that if you just list all the possibilities, that has to be one, and that we hear that from multiple people. Several GMs have said that too.
Right. And and then, of course, Speedy sent this out yesterday. It was funny because we got a call yesterday talking about this particular player because the first time he was a very outspoken man of faith when he was playing with the Saints. And I know that Scott Dawson, who, has been on the show many times, and we've done a lot of events with Scott, and of course, now he's, running for governor. But anyway, he was talking to us about when he actually met
when this tight end actually played for the Saints. Now, he got hurt last year, but he's now with the Ravens. And we had a caller yesterday that called in and actually brought him up. I just thought that was odd that a caller had brought him up yesterday, and then we get an article. And now he's going to be in all kinds of trouble because he's actually told. Remember the thing you have to understand about the times we're living in right now. If you are going to tell the truth, sometimes you're going to get in a lot of trouble. And we're talking about Benjamin Watson, who's now a tight end with the Ravens, and he was asked about, the not standing for the national anthem. He also is African American, and he says, "I'm not going to deal with disregarding or disgracing the country that I'm in." He said, "If we want to find the ultimate form of racism, and you really want to protest something, we need to look at Planned Parenthood and the fact that, as it's been pointed out by many during this removal of monuments, that." I forget her first name, last name Sanger. Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood. And, of course, Watson is saying, look, this was about eradicating African Americans from the planet through abortion. And we were telling you yesterday that we're talking anywhere from, I've heard numbers, is the lowest number is 120,000 all the way up to nearly 200,000 African American babies are aborted by Planned Parenthood every year. And he says if you go and research this woman and research this organization, there is no form of racism that is bigger or more evil than trying to eradicate African American babies, ultimately take the numbers down through abortion. And he said, I wish we'd spend some time on that. So he'll be in all kinds of trouble.
You don't want to hear that, though.
Right? But a good point. And so he is. But what's going to get him in trouble? He's saying, I'm not getting out here and not standing up during the national anthem. That what they're trying to call racism or racist country over there. If we want to talk about racism, then let's take care of things that really will impact the African American community, and that is what Planned Parenthood's been doing. So look for him to be just. I'm talking about now. Again, he is an African American NFL player. So the Colin Kaepernick comments yesterday and the Planned Parenthood comments have been made by African American men. So. It may be that these things actually have merit, that it's not really a racial issue. Maybe certain people think a certain way and see things, and other people are in the business of propaganda and slogans.
Mm-hmm. Now, the two stories you just brought up, probably I can count on 5 fingers that will be one of the shows that bring that up.
Right.
You won't hear it at very many other places because it doesn't fit the leftist media
Rick,
agenda.
I wish Dale LaMonica was still quarterback of the Raiders, but he's just not good enough anymore.
Right,
right.
I mean, you're not going to hear that Colin Kaepernick coming from LaShawn McCoy, and you're definitely not going to hear about Watson's comments about Planned Parenthood.
Nope. Not on very many stations at all.
I mean, that's it. He said if people understood the large portion of abortions done by Planned Parenthood that are focused on African American young women, he said that is something we should be concerned about. And when you look at Margaret Sanger and the way she started this, what her motivation was, and the kind of human being she was, I'll use a left-wing liberal's phrase, it's an inconvenient truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's because, Planned Parenthood, they want you to think that all they do is provide free mammograms.
Well, that's the cover.
You're right. And, of course, Ben Carson kind of shot that down when he said, I thought Obamacare had that covered. Not sure why we need y'all anymore. But now keep in mind that when your tax dollars go toward that organization, if that doesn't bother you, I don't know what should. Because, again, that ought to be people's choice. If they're all for choice, people should choose where they want to send money to that kind of organization or not. It shouldn't be forced on them. It shouldn't just be taken from you.
Absolutely.
And if you want to choose to do that and you don't care about it and you don't have that worldview, then that's fine. But as far as making people do that, that's the new thing now. We talk about how everybody's supposed to be so free to express.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so let me hit you with mypillow.com/Bubba. By the way, remind me to tell y'all, and I wonder if Bubba got a similar email, but I wonder if he's even on top of email right now. Probably not. But did you know I got an email from the New York Times?
Like a legitimate.
Hey, we want to ask you about something.
and it involved our relationship with MyPillow.
Really?
I have not responded.
Really?
Especially since they must be reaching out to a lot of people who have a relationship. It's about Mike Lindell. They must be about to do some kind of deal on him.
Sure.
Who he's, let's face it, he's fought the good fight, and but where they really messed up, and these kind of things that are always none of us like this. Would you like to know? Even though they mentioned our show in the email, do you know what the email started out? Dear Mr. Peterson.
What?
Mr. Peterson?
And then they talk about the show correctly in the body of the email. I'm like, somebody did a cut and paste here, and they put the wrong.
They put Mr. Peterson in the Rick and Bubba show.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I answered to Mr. Peterson. But anyway, mypillow.com/Bubba. We love our relationship and our partnership with Mike Lindell and his company. And right now, there's some opportunity. Okay. If you go to mypillow.com/Bubba, the minute you use that URL, you're in. Okay, you've got our stuff. And there's some incredible savings going on, especially if you are in the market for sheets. Now is the time to make the move because, boy, do they have some great deals. We're talking about, let's look at the queen size right now that would normally be priced for $89.98. You can get it now for $39.98. So that's $50 off right there. And you can get that at mypillow.com/Bubba. Kings of any type, $49.98. Twins are just $29.98. So you can really, really stock up. Now have you got these Percale sheets yet that they sell? They're breathable. They've got a cool, crisp feel because of what they're made out of. They've got the deep pockets, which I love. I cannot stand to try to put on that, whatever that sheet's called that you put right on the mattress that has the elastic on that's got the corners, and you can't ever get to come down on the corners, and you rest on that thing, you can't get the layout right. Well, these you can. They're fantastic. You're going to love these. They come with a 10-year warranty, 60-day money-back guarantee, and there's other products that are also on sale at these types of savings, including the MyPillows. So make your move now to mypillow.com/Bubba, and also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so other things to discuss today. Adler, do you have, or can you get it, and let me know when you have it, a video 5, because this ties in to what we talked about. Was it yesterday's show or the day before? What is today? It'd have to be yesterday's show, wouldn't it? When we were talking about fighting different animals?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they had a list.
Yeah, because we're only 2 days in, aren't we? So anyway, and you remember that 6% of America and British people thought that they could, with no weapons, fend off and fight and defeat a grizzly bear. And we were like, that's impossible. That's not going to happen. And then we had a different discussion. I felt like that I could get all the way down through the kangaroo, past the wolf, and I drew my line that I could not defeat anything from a chimpanzee on. Yeah. Now,
you were defeating a wolf.
Yeah, you guys bailed out at the kangaroo, I think. But I
don't like to mess with the kangaroo.
I still think I can beat a kangaroo and a wolf.
You can't beat a wolf.
I'm telling you, I can. Okay, and by the way,
you don't. You're thinking about a coyote. You see
that's it. I'm fighting a wolf.
You see these coyotes in here.
Okay. This video is misleading, by the way. Mm-hmm. The headline is misleading, and the video is a little misleading.
All right, so you're not fighting that stuffed animal right there.
I know that.
He's thinking about coyote.
I didn't want to. Now I got to figure out how I'm gonna find a wolf.
It's gonna be tough
because I'm tired of hearing about this. I'm telling you, I'm tired of the doubt. And I'm taking on a wolf.
Okay.
Well, don't let this be your gauge to fighting any animal.
What if I just got in a fight with a guy that his nickname was Wolf?
Okay.
All right. So anyway,
usually pretty tough.
Crazy moment. We have a man who is going to slap and stun a grizzly bear.
Yes.
Are we sure? Okay, that's what was my first question. Are we sure this is a grizzly bear? But it is a small bear.
It's a very small.
We talking
like a cub.
We talking about a cub?
Probably in between.
This is not a grizzly
bear.
Well,
You're gonna hear screaming, and that's actually the man screaming at the dog, like growling and at the bear.
Oh, okay.
He just hit a bear in the face.
He did, by the way.
Yeah, so
I think I want to take him on.
Barefoot.
And he's flip-flops.
Oh, is that flip-flops?
Yeah,
that's
flip-flops.
impressive. He's in flip-flops doing it.
Wow.
But that's not a grizzly bear.
No, if it is, it's a very, very small bear.
All right, let's see this head comes out.
It comes up to his knees.
Get back. How come part of me wishes that bear would have dumped him?
I know, me too, and that's bad, isn't it?
I got to tell you, I'm kind of proud of the guy.
Oh, I'm proud of him.
I wish
sure.
the bear would have form tackled him.
Especially in flip-flops. That's impressive.
He's looking around for more.
He gets this is where he gets a shovel and he picks up that, makes a bunch of noise.
There you go.
Where are they at? Like, what is
It's like
going
in his
on?
backyard, maybe.
Is this a chicken coop?
That's what it looks
What is
like.
this out
It looks
there?
like something
I gotta
like
say,
that.
chicken coop or greenhouse.
He's got marijuana growing back there in the back.
He's growing some
I'm
ganja.
kidding. I don't know what that is.
Hey, he's got the chief over there growing.
How do you know that's marijuana?
It is.
That's the devil's
The
lettuce.
long leaf hole.
What noise would y'all make?
I think
We
I'd
sit here
something,
kinda-
something there, something like that.
I wish that bear. That's what
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Get away from my ganja.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
You realize how much this is worth?
I am way too blazed to be fighting a bear right
See,
now.
where is it?
That's right.
Where is he going? Why did he walk over there?
All right, so
making
apparently-
a
You don't
noise?
have nachos. Move on.
It's a little shed or something, so he could maybe see it on the backside, and he's still trying to get it to run off.
I got to tell you, that's a lot of effort out of a stoner.
He gonna think when
I mean,
that bear's
'cause
mama
usually-
comes around the corner.
Usually, you don't see stoners giving that kind of effort.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, he's
they
got
are,
it.
but he is protecting his spot. His
Yeah.
pot.
When that
Yeah.
bear's mom comes around the corner.
That's
he's
gonna be
think.
different.
Well, he's got his wife.
By the way,
there.
this bear, there's dogs bigger than this
I
bear.
know it.
There's dogs bigger
Rick,
than this
that bear you could beat up.
Yeah,
The man could have turned and ran like a girl. No, I'm sorry, ladies.
Speedy, I know he's
But
your
no, but he stood his ground, protected his wife.
I mean, what
and-
is this? This one of your cousins? What are you so latching into this guy?
Obviously, the bear wasn't very.
I mean, he
scary.
slapped a cub.
Well, but
I mean,
guys,
I bet he wouldn't have done that if it'd been
We're
a big
all-
one. That one that like that one that ate the marshmallows from me and you.
Where is this located? Because he obviously knows bear protocol.
That's a good question.
Because he's clearly knows bear protocol. He lives where they deal with bears. Because you know that if you notice when the
Speedy wants a picture of him to put up in his office.
right.
Well, we're dogging if he ran, and we're dogging if he stays. What's going to work with you?
We
all?
wanted to see him. We thought the bear would be bigger.
What'd you get him in the headlock?
Can we just say
Yeah, he
that we
should've
thought the
wrestled.
bear would be bigger? You did too.
Yeah.
I mean,
you would say maybe in the headline a cub or whatever, but it is a bear.
I wish
and
the bear
everybody
would've
thinks
tackled
they know how they would react until it happens.
No, I'd have ran.
It would be like y'all saying, I came in and said, "Hey guys, I got video yesterday. You ain't gonna believe this." I said, "This dog tried to get after Sherry, man, and I stood our ground." You're like, "Wow," and you're expecting me to show you me against some giant Rottweiler. Okay, and suddenly I show you me kicking a Dotson.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be like, "Come on, Burgess." I mean,
That's a great example.
I mean, why are you?
I'll give you that.
Yeah, right.
I'll give you that.
You know, I'm reading this entire article, and it does not even say where it happened.
He clearly knows bear protocol because he goes into things you're told to do. Stand up big, make a lot of noise, look aggressive. And if you've ever seen the park rangers, they're always banging on trash cans and trees to get the bear to run off.
Yeah.
You know, with a big old
Everybody stops to look at the
stick or
bear.
something.
Here comes a ranger, ruins it. for everybody.
And
How about he got kind of big too?
You're good, isn't it?
Speaking of dogs and animals and all that, did y'all hear about the woman that posted a picture on social media, and she's like, "I can't believe I got this wolf pup. I'm
Oh,
so
it's horrible.
excited." Skins it, posts a picture of it and everything, and it's a husky.
Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about it in the
you
kickoff
got
hour.
somebody's
She skinned
dog.
it?
Rick, she's posing with it skinned.
Please look.
Yeah.
There's the
That's
picture.
it there.
Rick.
Yeah,
Somebody's
it's
pet.
a husky.
Somebody's husky.
It's a husky dog.
Yeah.
Oh, and she said she claimed she killed a wolf.
Maybe
Yes.
the blue eyes
Yeah.
should let her know.
Yes.
Probably.
Posted
She
it
said was
online.
like a wolf.
Are
pup.
people losing their minds?
Yeah, she
Yes.
says it was a mistake because it was an aggressive animal, and she thought it was a wolf,
Can I tell you something?
a young wolf.
It's a dog.
That's somebody's blue or cocoa.
Yeah, it is. By the way.
Look, proud of it, Rick. Look.
I know. Oh, that's so bad.
Even like spread it open like a bear rug.
Oh yeah, yeah. She made a
What
rug
about
out
when
of
you
it
have
for
a
her.
rug in your house of someone's dog?
It's a dog.
Yeah.
It's a husky.
I saw
I
something.
see those all the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a John Brown Malamute.
That's I didn't. Wow, I didn't know about that story. That's bad.
Hey, Rick, posing like a trophy.
Oh my goodness, I bet people lost.
Hey,
their
look at that
minds.
big game hunter.
Hey, the only thing that gets people more angry about you killing an actual wolf is killing someone's husky.
Yeah, guys,
Yeah,
just for size comparison, here's a full-grown husky with a full-grown wolf.
Rick,
it looks
you see,
like
you
a
can't
puppy.
take a wolf, Rick. You're not thinking of what a
Yeah.
wolf really is. I
Okay,
don't think.
all right, just keep doubting. We'll be back. Phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Themselves and live out their truth. It appears that only applies to people who are not Christians.
Yeah.
Now, everybody can live out their truth unless that is a biblical, I'm following Jesus' truth, and that cannot be allowed. That's so offensive to
Right.
other people, you can't do it. Now, if you want to do all this other weird stuff or whatever, you're free to go. You know, I'll tell you one thing: if you are in the religion of anything goes, that's the people who can do whatever they want. Anybody that's kind of got any opposition from a morality standpoint based on their faith, that faith cannot be practiced publicly, and you can't have influence on anything.
James Spann, Harvey is acting up, and we've gone from flooding being the major problem, still is, but now we've added hurricane force winds. Can you give us the latest on Harvey Wallbanger?
We'll do it. Harvey is going to come in.
DreamlandBBQ.com. Dreamland provided all of us today delicious food as we get ready for the Expo this weekend, and you're getting ready for Labor Day and tailgating season. Remember, DreamlandBBQ.com. Either you can go to one of their restaurants if you have one near you, or you can just have it shipped to you at DreamlandBBQ.com. Larry was just about to leave, and he spotted the banana pudding. So, really, guys, you don't know how much Dreamland came through to send Larry off today and for the rest of us. So he loves that food. He's enjoying it. He's getting a little more banana pudding, and then away he will go.
I had no idea Larry loved it that much.
Oh, he said the sausage was his favorite.
Yeah, he said never tried that before. So the smoked sausage was fantastic.
Still
Thank you, Larry. There he goes. Still amazing he can walk. But anyway, so now he's going to go around the world 80 days. So, all right. So some updates. Gary the Bulldozer Man coming up next hour as we continue to
Rick, have you seen where his booth is?
Is it right
next door? Yeah, we're gonna hear turkey calls all weekend.
My gosh,
that was my one request. I wouldn't have to
we're
hear
gonna
that
look.
turkey call.
Dog on Justin Ragley.
He's gonna be over. Yeah, where he does his head.
He's got to talk to him.
Hey, I don't know. You know, I mean, I'll go wherever y'all want me to. I'd like to be over by y'all.
Well, he is.
Well, you know, last year we got a little separation. It was
by design.
much better.
By design. Well, I mean, I talk.
We don't everything grouped up in one little area.
We're nowhere near. Was it 92? The girls are in the hashtag.
Yeah. They're in 92. Yeah. Tell me we're nowhere near there.
We're 212.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
well, that's awful close.
We'll still hear them though. 100 booths means nothing to them. So anyway,
I was kind of hoping Gary would be next to him.
Let me tell you what I'm kind of.
That would be.
Let me tell you what I'm kind of hoping is that Gary brings pies.
Yeah,
No,
today.
Yeah. If he brings fried pies today, y'all, seriously.
Rick, usually that's his Christmas thing.
I know. We'll see. And then there was that incident somebody got him.
I'd rather just bring him himself.
Update. I know, Speedy, you were doing the dunking booth yesterday.
Picture it.
I have. So
how many times did you go in the water?
Let me just tell you, I couldn't count how many times.
Well, Rick, you know, it's like
they're a little close there for the throw.
Well, yeah, that was she was looking at a little tiny thing.
It's
there.
like professional wrestling. You got to be the heel while you're in there.
Yeah.
So they dubbed him as Dunk the Skinhead. That's what they went.
No, Greg Burgess. Greg Burgess.
Was that not right?
No, don't say.
Don't laugh.
Greg, who are you, Nancy?
Dunk the Skinhead. He stood up there and he was dogging everybody. Had swastikas on him.
Greg, who was
just a character.
Greg, don't do that.
It's like wrestling.
Greg, who was he?
Greg.
Who was he? Nancy Pelosi's father?
Yeah.
But anyway, so
You or something else. That didn't happen. Let me just say
Dunk
that.
Whitey.
upset with white supremacists.
Hey.
Dunk this one.
Raised a lot of money.
Don't
Rick.
get pulled in by little brother.
I know.
I just think in today's climate,
you
if
can't
you're
even
looking,
joke about it. No more.
in today's climate, it'd be perfect.
I apologize, JSU. That's all Greg.
And he looks like a
Leave it up to him.
Well, at least he did it after it's over. It could be worse.
Yeah. Well, no, he did it before. They heard it.
Did he?
Yeah, sure did during the
had a little
kickoff
fun
hour.
yesterday.
Oh,
And unfortunately for me, he's got a straw. He's chewing on it. He's like a goat. I don't get it.
By the way,
Toothpick.
how foolish of me of thinking Greg would have thought it out and said, I'm not going to do it.
Rick,
before.
I was trying to help.
Thank you, Greg.
Well,
You're
thank you,
extremely. How about help us less?
Right. Yeah, I was.
Lift
I
the more or
tried
less
to.
up.
I did try to trash talk. I didn't do what Greg said.
So you should have.
But
more participants.
there was quite a few folks there, and I tell you, it's. I was impressed. I mean, they shut down the whole Mountain Street, which is around JSU, and just turned it into this big old event.
How about that water?
It was cold. It was pretty cold, and I didn't think that I would go.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Come on. Come on with this. To the phones we go, talking to the people. Love to talk to the people. Love it. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to join us, looks like we got about half the lines available. So come on in. There's room for you. Uh-huh. All right, let's start with David out of Montgomery. He's got us on I-92 WLWI. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, David.
Just wanted to say it just made me feel proud to see all these different power trucks heading down Highway 231. You know, you don't think about power guys being first responders, but they're actually heading down toward the danger instead of fleeing the danger. So, just want to kind of give a shout out.
Thank them. Yeah, thank them.
A lot of decals, different decals on those power trucks.
They know what to do, don't they, Greg?
Yeah, they bring them in from far off.
Mm-hmm. My baby brother used to be one of them. I know how it feels.
You talking about getting the old convoy and away you go.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's it. You don't miss that part though, do you?
Yeah, you know, they was always interesting because you got to go somewhere you ain't never been.
To Josh in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Josh, go ahead. And camaraderie.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, guys. Hey, look, I want to talk about Rick fighting a wolf.
Yeah.
Speedy, yesterday, I sent you a picture of just a normal-sized woman compared to a wolf. Rick, you a big fella, but I really don't think you're going to take down a wolf. They are much bigger than most people assume. I mean, they are huge.
Are they 260 pounds?
They're over 200. Look at the picture that I sent you.
That's not true. That's not true, Josh. Now you're exaggerating. Now you're exaggerating. We're not talking about fake wolves that are in action movies. We're talking about big wolf. Look, remember, Josh, I think, and I said this to Helmsy in the break, and he understood. I'm not saying when I say we can defeat one of these animals that they're laying on the ground dead and we put our foot on them and pose for a picture. What I'm saying is, can I break the will of this animal to continue to try to kill me? Will it run off? And that's victory.
I wish.
And I think I can do it.
Very, very wealthy, because I think you could, maybe, but if I was uber wealthy, I would arrange it.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Wolf 2023.
Don't you want to see it? I mean, let's face it, we kind of want to see it.
You know what's funny is,
and I don't know how it's going to go, but I got a plan that I think will work.
You know, there are some serious decisions being made out there in America today. And in the commercial break, I will tell you this, because this was funny. Rick came up to me and he goes, "I tell you what, you know, the wolf thing, y'all may talk me out of that, but I think I can definitely take on a cheetah."
A cheetah?
That actually happened during the break.
They have no good cardio. They get tired real fast.
Lung capacity.
Well, they're fast.
They're very fast, and he's going to get on me. They're not that big, and they're lean, and they also, most of their problem is they're sprinters, but they have no staying power.
Yeah.
Well, so I think I could get it tired that it would just give up.
You can be such a handle that it would say, "I'm not messing with Rick."
Why don't you just drop a level down to a bobcat?
That's easy.
Yeah, that's easy. I think we need.
I could beat a bobcat while eating a sandwich.
Yeah, and yeah. Honestly, I say this, and I may get attacked by one, but people, I saw somewhere somebody sent a picture. It was around some apartment complex. You would have thought they'd seen a lion. I know. Bobcats aren't even that big.
I just
really
thought it was funny that we
were
were all having a serious conversation in the commercial break about it. That was funny.
Can I tell you what somebody also brought?
He settled on cheetah.
You know what somebody's brought to my attention is that y'all have known me for so long. No one's even remotely arguing against the kangaroo. We've moved on to the wolf.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's going to win the first round. You know, I mean, it's like there's no one that's even remotely. I mean, because the wolf seems to be what has everybody most intrigued. Yeah. But by the way, wolves don't weigh over 260 pounds. That's just not true.
No, they don't.
Cheetahs can get up to 150 guys, though. Male cheetahs can get up to around.
But they get tired. They get tired.
It's all about that lung capacity.
Boy, they get tired.
But you're not going to be involved in running. You're going to be involved fighting.
I know, but it'll get tired.
No, it gets tired running.
It gets tired fighting too, because that requires exertion.
How's their jujitsu? What it comes down to.
Right. I don't want anything to do with the tiger.
No, any of the big cats, you don't want. No. You don't want lions.
And I'm gonna tell you, you don't want to mess with a chimpanzee. I've made that
very
clear.
That may be the worst one.
Ain't nothing ruined the show quicker for me not to have my face.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
That'd be a hard show to watch.
Because all y'all,
I tell you, if YouTube be out,
everybody over going, I ain't talking to that. Rick was over a minute ago.
Did you see his face?
Yeah,
Here we took on that chimp.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Bobby in South Mississippi. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I just want to let you know I enjoy your show and praying for Bubba. And
thank you, buddy.
Sometimes you get to miss old Bubba's voice there, and I just wonder whatever happened to those sound bites Bubba give y'all. Y'all gonna ever play them or?
How
or
funny.
My favorite one is the one that. When's the last time I had ding dong? That's my
good one,
favorite.
isn't it?
Oh my God,
We got that in there.
That's my favorite one,
You
too.
know what? Did we remember what it was titled?
Ding dong.
What was it?
I don't know.
Speedy.
I've tried that, and I don't.
I'm not sure.
Speedy, do you remember what that one was?
Hey.
Yeah, we have it in here because I've heard it before.
What is Bubba's liner about the last time I had a ding dong?
Bubba Ding Dong.
Okay, thanks.
The fact you sound like a robot.
What was that?
Bubba Ding Dong.
By the way, I found it. By the way, I found it. And I don't know. For some reason on that microphone, Young Scruggs has put a phalange.
Yeah. More and more
Greg,
bounce.
everybody listen.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
Better than you remember it, wasn't it?
Bubba Ding Dong.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
How old are we?
So I hope he's listening right now.
How old are we? Seriously, how old?
How funny.
How funny.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you, though, I mean, it was a delicious snack.
That's right, Rick.
It was.
All right, so.
I want to thank Hostess for it.
Oh, my goodness. Let's go to Hayden.
Gracious.
Hayden, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. How are you?
How y'all doing today, guys?
Pretty good.
We're good,
Man,
Hayden.
Greg, I want to talk about the contacts Friday.
Yeah.
As someone who was in their mid-20s when they got their contacts and was struggling in the middle of a doctor's office with it, your
Ooh.
story spoke to me on a spiritual level, my friend.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Yeah, how about that?
How
you doing?
I haven't been wearing them. I knew it. I need to, but I can't see up close with them on.
He's not. He
It's
will
not
not
the putting
get
them in,
past
taking
that.
them out part.
Greg,
I
you
can
keep
do-
saying that. We got that. Do
When
you
I'm
do anything
here,
about it?
I had to wear reader glasses, but I
Here
don't
we
want to
go.
do that.
So you're out.
I don't
as
know.
I predicted.
I'm gonna reach out and see if I can adjust it a little bit.
Are you though?
If something
No.
seems hard to
And look, everybody I know, save the emails. Wear one. I got it. Where you wear one.
What are you? What are you now, Greg? The Monopoly man? I got a monocle.
Yeah, I got it. Well, wear one. Ooh.
If something seems
Trying
hard
to
to
help you.
you,
They're trying to help you.
try a little bit at a time.
But I think I can get them in and out. I'm just not.
Did you notice
feeling
that time, Adler, I stayed on my part? I didn't try to jump up there with you.
That was good.
Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Landon.
Hey, man.
Hey, go ahead, bud.
All right, then.
Talked to Gary the other day, and Gary said y'all ain't got nothing that can't handle him.
Hey, let me tell you something. If it came down to it, I mean, I fight for my life. You know, I had to do it several times. And throwing these deer feed and moving these shooting houses. And some of us, I mean, we work for a living. You know, you think Rick sits up there all day chatting? I mean, I guess if he bit something, his jaws so strong he could break them, but because he talks so much. You think I hadn't heard that exact sentence?
Rick.
About the only thing you could do, I guess your jaws are strong because they yapping all the time.
Big workout.
Hey, are you sitting there trying to figure out how to do me and not even listen to what I'm saying? You just trying to mock me? Because I do. When I'm talking with him, I don't even hear what he's saying. I'm just like, I need to remember how to say that word.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was pretty deep. I mean, I didn't think I would go all the way under because the way it looked, I thought I would just like catch myself and stop.
Did your son dunk you?
Oh yeah, the JSU softball team was there as well.
They threw underhand, but they really were
Boy, let
good.
me tell you something. I was in a handle. It was fun. Now Brian Taylor was there. He's the one that got me there. And
Look,
he
he's gonna
said,
take care of you. You don't have to keep mentioning him.
No,
He's
and
got-
you're
he's got-
clearly
He's taking
getting
care of that
something.
free month.
No, and I said
He's clearly
Rent free.
I said
for a month.
I said, he goes, hey, I got quite a few calls today. I said, really? He goes, yeah, everybody said they were giving you a hard time. I was like, yeah, they said I was probably getting a free month of rent or something for Tyler. It was crazy people, you know.
You had
and
to throw that out there.
Yeah,
He
and
keeps mentioning the
and I
team.
said, but that's not the case. He goes, yeah, I mean, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. I didn't get anything out of it. You know what I got out of it? Just being able to give back.
Lord, I just pray you forgive Speedy for not being straight up about that.
Hey, Brian, and I told Brian, I said, next time they're dogging me, call in 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Look,
defend me.
So you got two potentials because you have Tyler already there. You've got JC out there, on deck circle, so to speak. So he may be he may be giving forward, if you know what I mean.
No, guys.
Go pay forward there.
Coach, let me know I'm there.
If I would have been home last night, I would have definitely been.
Thanks, buddy. If and buts.
Hey, Brian, you know how we normally not there during the summer? Can we go and keep that apartment and just take that off our bills?
No, let me just tell you, we paid for that. Summer's over.
I'm talking about next summer.
Next summer.
But it was a lot of fun.
Hey, Brian, that sure was a hassle moving out and having to move back in.
Thanks for running the segment, Greg.
Did you hold your nose when you went into the water?
No.
Tickets are $10 for anybody that's over 12, and you can get those at rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. Get that handled or get them at the door as you're coming through. And, of course, you'll want to make your way to all the various booths. The Rick and Bubba Show will be signing autographs and signing Rick and Bubba merchandise 11 to 1 on the main stage for ZZK. That coming up tomorrow 11 to 1. And then on Sunday 1 to 3, we'll also all be together. And then if you want to find out all the details about that, you can go to rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. But you want to make your way. What number's your booth, Gary? You know what number?
I really don't know.
You don't know the number of your booth?
Rick, we're 212.
I hadn't even been told I've got a booth yet.
211 or 213.
What do you mean you haven't been told you had a booth? I've been telling you this for months.
Well, you tell me a lot of things.
Right.
It's right beside ours, Rick.
Yeah, so look into
Is it right beside Rick and Bubba's?
It is,
Are
buddy.
you bringing 2-inch again? He takes up a lot of room.
Are you bringing?
Yeah, he'll be there.
That's his
Plus
world
my,
record.
My tag.
Tell everybody what is that? The
My
world
tag I had on my truck for a year.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Are you going to bring the turkey though that was the state record?
That's his name too.
If anybody wants to see it, I will.
Yeah, you need to have the state record there since you got that with your call
let
that you
go,
made.
Greg?
Yeah. What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. You said it.
What?
I'm just focused on my guns right now.
Yeah.
We all pulled our sleeves up. So
Gary,
we were
why,
like Gary.
why'd you cut the sleeves out of that Moultrie shirt that Dan sent you?
Well, I mean, it's mine, ain't it?
Rick, Gary and I, we were having a conversation about merchandise, and Gary's got a special offer.
I have got
Since
a
his
special
booth
offer.
is beside our booth, we're selling the Can't Have Nothing shirts. Gary.
Well, see, you've been selling the Can't Have Nothing T-shirt, so I'm gonna customize anybody that wants sleeves cut out of them. I'll do it there on the spot.
So you
got a pair of scissors ready to go.
I like it a lot, Gary.
I have scissors will cut.
Right there.
So-
if you
so-
get a Can't Have Nothing, say, I want you to customize it,
Okay.
Gary, right there on the spot.
Yeah, it'll work.
So the beauty on the Can't Have Nothing shirts, it's right the booth that's right by you. You just grab it and say, I want Gary to cut sleeves out of it and sign it for me.
Oh yeah.
Get you a Sharpie, Gary. You're going to need it.
You're gonna need it.
Mm-hmm.
We may run out of them.
I do have something uncomfortable to talk about.
Hey, what's that?
Greg doesn't like your pies.
What? That's a lie.
You said your call, and you said your turkey call doesn't work.
No,
Well,
Gary's messing with
But
you.
he don't. I don't know about he don't know anything about turkey hunting
That's
anyway.
true, but I
so-
do know about pies, and those are really
Yeah.
good.
Gary, those pies are so fantastic.
You know, I was making them pies at 9:30 last night.
Thank you, Gary.
How many did you eat when you made them?
Be honest.
When they come out of the oven or the fryer, whatever you put them in.
I may have eat 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty good, I'll tell you that. I think they're awful good, Gary.
Gary, why are you doing your hands like that? Are you nervous? You over just?
I mean, is
you
that
bu-
bothering you?
Well, I just don't want you. Why are you so nervous? Huh? That's like when you was digging in your keys.
I thought you were washing your hands.
Are you washing your hands? What's going on?
Well, Rick, he was very frustrated with the traffic this morning.
I'm telling you.
What?
Where's all these people going every morning?
They're going to work, going to school.
They can't be that many jobs in Birmingham.
He was so mad when he got here.
Oh, I got the number 1 sign several times up 31.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Said he almost didn't make it here.
Did you struggle?
Yeah. Oh,
You gonna have your calls at the
Yeah.
booth?
Yeah.
How many did you bring this time?
Well, I counted them. I got them all packaged up. I think I'm bringing 51.
There's one for every state.
Gary.
51.
Gary.
Well, I've sold several.
Plus
you mail off you to New York.
Thanks, President Obama.
What in the world?
Well, I was counting the
one that was Gary's.
Well, yeah, he has the demo, and then one for every state to sell.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Before y'all jumped on me about it, I went ahead and corrected
I
that.
heard you catching you at 50.
1.
51.
Plus 1. So that's all you bring?
Well, that's all I got made.
Well, I know, but Gary, there's going to be more demand.
Well,
this thing goes on for 3 days.
Well, I'd rather not sell a whole lot of them anyway.
Gary,
is that still
now? Why, Gary? Most places want to sell, and your reason for not is.
Well, see, I make them myself, so if the more I sell, the more.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. By the way, young Broderick, if you're listening, that's a masterful post right there. All right, as we come back, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, as you just heard, but no Bubba. Bubba working his way back. Today, a big day. Going to get out and see if he can't at least ride around a little bit with Betty. And he's still got, the incision and the liver that was cut on to work on. Working his way here, and we might get a look-see at Bubba before the week is over. If not, definitely, I think, by Monday, barring something we don't know. So anyway, today will be a big day, so pray for that as he moves on.
Time for the cake.
Can I ask a question about that?
Just in time for the cake on Monday.
This may be too personal, but let's just
Here,
ask it
well,
anyway.
this show, we never talk about people's stuff on the air.
If Bubba has an escort bringing him up here, his wife Betty, can he still be on the pain medication and do the show?
That may be radio.
I would say he can do it. I wouldn't. It wouldn't be.
You wouldn't advise.
I would not advise it because I've done the show when I didn't quite have it together like I should have.
Okay.
And it can lead to problems. Okay. The problem is, and he talked about this. That's why he's going to try. I think something. To try to ease into
a little soft opening.
Well, now what he's saying is you have to have a soft opening, and I foolishly haven't done them before, coming back from surgery or something like that. Is the world that he is recovering in, and he's wise enough to know this.
Yeah.
The world that he's recovering in is not the real world. When you come in here and sit down, perfect example, and I can't explain it. Like today and yesterday, I've now got that.
Peak week allergy nasal sinus infection.
The sinus infection. I get this probably twice a year. Yeah. Okay, and I know the process and what it's going to take. But no matter how many times, and you can probably hear it a little bit as the show's progressing, it's getting better because the voice is warming up. But there's no way. I've tried it. I walk outside and I'll start talking like I'm on the air to see where my voice is, and I never can duplicate it or emulate it. I should say, until I get here and truly come out of a break. That's when I know how my voice is doing, and there's nothing I can do before that to know. Yeah. And I've tried to get in my truck and talk on the way, see if I can get a feel of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so then, also when you sit in one of these chairs, and the lights come on, and the show begins to move. And you hear bed music and conversations going on, and your headphones got different people talking to you. It's a trip.
It's a different pace.
I mean, it's because the show has a rhythm, and you haven't been moving at that rhythm, and now you've been asked to move at that rhythm, and you're not ready to move at that rhythm, and you almost feel like, and this is if he's listening right now, he's going, that's exactly right. Yeah. You feel like you're chasing it.
Yeah.
It's like the rest of the show is in a vehicle that you're running alongside, trying to get your leg and get up in, and you can't get up in it. And we're and that's how it feels. It runs from you.
That happens to me every morning. I'll be on my way to work, going through neighborhoods, back roads, quiet roads, and then I hit the interstate right here, and I'm like, "Whoa, hey, buddy, wake up! People are going. We're blowing and going.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go."
Yeah. You call it game speed.
Yes,
that's exactly right.
Exactly right. I feel my brain say, "Whoa, you better catch up, buddy."
Let's go, pal.
It's a mental version of the guy who thinks his hamstring's better until he has to run at full speed, and he's like, "Oh, still not better."
Yeah.
You sit around and you walk, and you think, "I think my hamstring."
Make that cut.
And then somebody says, "Now come out of a stance and go."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Wow, my hamstring still hurts."
I do have good news for one Eddie Van Adler. Yesterday I made some progress. When we moved to the new house, the floodlights aren't as tall as they were at the other house. There was a couple of times that I had to get that extender out and extend them way up, so we don't really
by a real long
we don't really need it anymore. So I turned the big pole extender into a wipe for you for when Bubba gets back, and I'm gonna bring it in tomorrow.
Good.
But I've kind of redone it, the end of it.
You're the low
that's
man.
great, buddy. That's
Yeah.
great, man.
Yeah.
Thank
Low
you
man.
so much.
So I'll have that here tomorrow.
Can I tell you what's? I can't believe you said that.
Yeah.
After our conversation yesterday, but have y'all ever sat down and your wife comes in to ask you if she's clear that a conversation took place, and they wait for you to actually correct and say, no, that's not what we did, and then there's that terrible moment on their faces when they realize, so I don't have any of this wrong. Y'all really did have this conversation on the show.
Yeah.
And you're like, yep, that's pretty much how it went.
Yeah, that's pretty much
and then they're like, are y'all, what's the matter with, not just now I realize, not just what's the matter with you, what's the matter with all of you.
Right.
And so no wonder y'all spend time together. Oh my gosh, y'all are all alike in some ways.
Yep.
I was so hoping that there was somebody that wasn't like that.
Yeah.
But there's a reason y'all all stay together. There's some things so this conversation didn't seem wrong to any one of you. And that was the part about Bubba still needing some help restroom wise.
Well, we got caught up in
and we got caught up in it. And so just like you yesterday,
we forgot we were on that.
Fall is it's weird where we live, but the leaves are starting to fall now.
They are.
And so they're
either from fall or the drought.
So they got all in the pool. And I was like, I need to go out there and scoop the pool. I need to get the net out. And as I was getting the net out, suddenly I was like, oh, yeah, that could give you some distance.
Yeah.
And now
you was measuring out the net.
So at one point, if you look out, instead of me reaching out to get leaves, I'm actually standing on the pool deck going, and I'm doing this.
Pretending you're
doing it.
And I'm saying,
what do you think?
And I think, well, this thing will work. I just need to change the attachment.
You like the distance?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it, but Adler would.
Yeah. Well,
I
and
wouldn't.
And I'm going to say this, Adler. Greg had a great point. You know how we used Big Boy to help him with contacts? We used his eyes. We could turn him around and let you practice on Big Boy.
That's a good point.
Okay. All right, buddy. That's great, man. Thanks.
Just maybe sit over here, you know what I mean, and extend it.
Yo, I know what you mean. Yes,
It's going to take a little exercise to get. There are muscles you haven't used in a while.
Here's the question.
Sherry began to pull things out from under the sink, saying you would not help him if you could have this glove. And I said, no.
Oh,
no.
Rick, it don't need a big glove. If it's a glove, that means you're close.
She's like, no. She goes, no, I'm not talking about you put something else in the glove, but you would not help Bubba with a glove like this. And I said, no, baby, no. Everything, there's nothing you can find. There's nothing you can find. This is just a no. And I said, and I think Bubba loves us enough. He wouldn't come here if he expected that from any of us. And you talk about something that'll kill an intern program.
Yeah.
You just.
I actually got this question yesterday.
But among men, that's just a no-go. Now, look, she asked me where that line was, and I said it's got to be family, or it's got to be family. And I mean close family. I ain't talking cousins.
Right.
Yeah,
I ain't talking cousins.
No.
I'm talking about
Not even first cousins.
I'm talking about my own kids, my own parents, my own wife. That's about it. Greg's shaky.
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean?
I'm not offended by that.
Yeah, and I said, but they just
Got this question word for word yesterday. Am I getting this right?
That's kind of how mine went.
You discussed how much a talent fee it would take in order to wipe Bubba.
Guys, that was.
And I said, yeah.
Wow, you just said it straight out.
Well, that's the way.
Things we would
but
do,
see,
but we
here's the
would do
thing.
for a
That's the way it was asked to me yesterday, and it really put it in perspective to me.
Yeah.
Because I thought, wow, so that's what we did.
Yeah.
The most offensive part of that is some of the numbers that we came.
Well, that was what got me.
Right.
I got the same conversation. I got the same conversation in this conversation just when Sherry was satisfied.
I'd forgotten about that.
Just when Sherry was satisfied and was ready to walk away to her life. You know, the life that would not include me because she needed some space from me after this.
Sure.
She goes to turn, and I said, and by the way, the lowest number we got to was $200,000. And she turned around and looked back. She said, $200,000. I said, that's where the number was.
That is offensive.
Right. Yeah. And I said, I'm just telling you where the number landed.
So it would
I have no
and to
comment
let you
on the
know-
number. I'm just telling you what the number was.
Yeah, to let you know, I got buried alive for $1,000.
That's true.
Yeah, but this is nothing like that.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You know what you
I
got paid
buried
for in
alive.
that? When you always got paid for it to take a dump in that bag.
Helmsy said
that's you earned your money with that.
Helmsy said earlier, and I know Bubba feels the same way about all of us. Helmsy said earlier that he would rather go to jail for 3 days than to run another 10K.
Correct.
I will
Meant
go,
every word. That's got to be a white collar prison.
I will.
Yeah.
I will go to
Well,
prison
can't
for.
fail.
I will go to prison for 1 week to not do that.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm thinking a month.
If they said you're either gonna help Bubba with his rump business or we're putting you in jail, I would say which jail. Where am I going?
Nah, I'm a wipe
am
him.
I leaving now? Can I pack it? Can I pack?
Speedy said he's wiping him.
Can
You're not going to jail.
Greg, can I pack a backpack? What kind of prep could I do for the jail?
Yeah.
What's allowed?
Yeah, and I'm kind of like you. Is this club fed or is this a hard time?
Am I in the cell with another man? Am I in there by myself?
Yeah.
If it's
How
solitary,
big's the guy?
Yeah, if it's solitary, I'm okay.
I'm
Rick Speedy said he's been trying. He's been practicing.
Yeah, I have.
Show him.
Oh my gosh!
But no, the sure enough ones that you said, those gloves that are under the sink that come up to your
No,
elbow.
you need them like when
the
you're
yellow
when
ones,
you're
I'll
artificially
just-
inseminating.
Right, Greg.
a
We
cow.
know what you're about to talk about.
Yeah, it's up to your shoulder.
I don't think you had to tell us that.
We know what you're talking about, Greg.
You don't have to act it.
I think it's one of those things. You remember in the story that when Gideon kept being told by God what to do, and he kept putting fleeces out there. All right, now show me one more time. Is what you mean? I'd be throwing fleeces out like crazy.
Yeah, give me
if God told me to do that, like tonight I'll come out. If I see some dew on this, I just want to be sure you're clear on this.
Yeah.
I really would have to have. I'd have to hear
Can I
from
ask
God.
one thing? We do have a problem if we're going to use the extender. Is
Please listen.
I don't know how to get that in the bathroom. So would he mind going like behind the truck or something and using it outside?
And
Because you can't get it in the bathroom. That extender, it's too long.
Well, and how effective is it going to be on the job that's required?
Yeah.
So, Speedy, you're volunteering then? Is that what I'm getting from all this? All right.
He said he's not going to jail.
That's a real friend.
Jail
That's
got
a real
him.
friend.
I'm sitting in jail.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got to make. You know.
Well, you make money,
right?
Well, you don't make.
You
that
don't
much.
need no money.
Are you worried about the effect it may have on?
You were one time it'd wipe out turkeys. Right?
Oh yeah,
the population.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't like to sell them local.
Well, you do have the state record. I mean, you.
Oh yeah.
You got to put that bird out there, Gary. I mean, we want to see the best of the best at the Rick and Bubba Expo.
Well, it's
I'm sorry.
Did you not bring the turkey?
I didn't bring. Well,
But you gonna bring?
yeah,
it tonight,
he'll
right?
be at the show.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't
Are you
mean
gonna have
here.
that picture when you posed with it after you killed it? I like that big one.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be
Rick's
there.
got that serious look on. It's locked and loaded.
I'm sorry, Gary. He did this to the hashtag girls yesterday.
No, I'm just
Who did?
asking. I want to make sure he's got his
Right.
booth looking good.
Well, if you have
Yeah,
the
them
state
hashtag
record,
girls gonna get you.
Hey, I tell you,
They got it in for you.
I know it.
I mean, having the state record is a big deal.
It is.
Oh
Gary.
yeah, it is.
Rick, do you remember the first expo? Gary didn't have a booth, so he brought Big 2-inch and set him up on ours. People were trying to get shirts, and that turkey was all
He's
over.
trying to sign shirts. Everybody's in line. That big old giant turkey, and he's over doing that call.
Well, everybody want to see 2 ain't.
They did.
Well,
they did. They did.
Just joining.
You have to really do it. But the so
And the tag and that tag.
Yeah, that tag is what makes it.
Bubba just really I've never really thought about Bubba how you just put it so straightforward. If you want to see at the expo this weekend the state record bird that was taken,
Gary's got it.
Gary's got it right there at his booth.
Yeah.
Look, you can say what you want to. Gary's call brought in the state bird, and I think part of my property.
That's right. It sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was over pretty close to your property, Bubba.
real pretty close.
You know, I don't want to, incriminate myself.
Those crazy property lines.
Yeah.
I don't
you
turkey
can't even
hunt a
hunt
lot, and I've never even shot a turkey.
I know.
It's
Well,
a
that's the reason
bad time of day for me.
That's the reason I turkey hunted your place, because I knew you wasn't going to be there.
That time of year, you ain't got to worry about it being
No.
out.
All right. Gary, the bulldozer man, is here with us. Gary, somebody in the audience said they'd like to have a call. They'd buy one from you today. Did you bring any?
I can scrape up one out there in the truck.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Gary. Let's go to
When he says handmade, he means it.
questions for Gary at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Big D checking in. Big D, you're on with Gary. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How about it?
Gary,
Yes,
what's
sir.
the season going to be like this spring? I've seen a bunch of hens running around this summer, but I ain't seen no little ones with them.
Well, it's got me worried a little bit, I've seen a few, but not many.
What do you think? Predators getting the babies?
Well, we had that drought, and we had, it was early spring. I think a lot of them had, sit and hatched before the season even come in. Some places,
What is the predator situation on turkeys right now? Because it seems like we're just eat up with coyotes.
Oh well, it's not only coyotes. You got hawks, bobcats,
You say hogs?
What'd you say?
Hawks.
Oh, hawks.
Hawks. You know,
flying
they're flying.
ones.
He's talking about
But,
hawks.
you know, in the nesting stage, you got. Are you going to do this or you want me to?
Are you gonna do this? Or you want me to? I'm just working on my impression. When you're talking, I have to work on it.
Well, you know, you got raccoons, you got possums
raccoons.
that, you know, tears nest up.
That nest up.
Keep talking, Gary.
But
Just get through it.
Fight through it, bud.
I know.
Keep talking.
It's-
Look at
I mean,
me.
this, you know, every time I get around him, that's what he does.
Every time I get around him, that's what he does.
But anyway, that
But I mean, you know, anyway.
that's what I'm thinking about.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Gary, you remember I told you you'd never miss me till I was gone.
I'll tell you, Bubba. You know, I do miss you sometimes. I really do.
Hey, I got another movie crew coming in this week.
If that don't be good, God. I'm fixing to change the locks on that farm.
Really?
Oh, I'm telling you.
Movie crews and Greg are not allowed.
Hey, I'm just trying to be kind and.
Yeah.
Greg
yeah.
said he can come
You
in
know
there
what?
whenever he
You know what I said about that?
What'd you say?
You too good.
Too good.
Curse, isn't it, Gary?
What do you mean, Gary? How can you tell somebody they're being kind is bad?
Too nice.
You can be
Well,
too nice.
you need to be a little more like Bubba.
They don't get that much.
Two extremes, isn't it?
No, yeah.
They need to
You know-
touch only child
I was
there.
about to say,
don't they?
somewhere there is somebody can kind of have your stuff, isn't there?
You know, Bubba never had problems like that before.
Oh, I know. You're right. You're right. You're right about that. Ain't no arguing that. We continue. Let's go to Greg in Mississippi. Greg. "22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big's our number. Things that you need to know. Coming up this weekend, the real Greg Burgess will be at the 10th annual Crap Run benefiting Venecia's Foundation in Piedmont, Alabama.
That's right.
He'll be there. You can join Greg as he and his wife work with this great organization and try to raise money for them. And those of you that are headed there this weekend, enjoy some time with Greg and helping out a really, really cool cause. Speedy will be in Birmingham, Alabama, coming up this Saturday. He'll be there noon to 2 local time at Publix Greenwise Market. There in the land of 104.7 WZZK. If you want to go see Speedy and Grip and Grin a little bit, that'll be in the Mountain Brook community. And then from themanchurch.com, coming up Sunday night, Andy Blanks will be there for the kickoff of the Men's Discipleship Strategy in Columbus, Georgia. I know you can kind of get us on a couple of stations over there. I-92 goes over there a little bit. Cascade Hills Church, Columbus, Georgia. They kick off 6:30 this Sunday night with Andy Blanks. And then a big announcement either tomorrow or the next day involving themanchurch.com that you don't want to miss. All right. So, Greg, let's unpack. And it's unfortunately, I don't think that that Speedy and Adler and Helmsy are going to be able to help much on this just because I don't know that they have a lot of information. But it's a very interesting question that one of our listeners has posed via email. And don't forget, we pretty much check email every day. So if you send us stuff and you've been waiting on an answer on something, I'm not saying we come roaring back in the same day, but a lot of times, I mean, we go through and check them and see what's going on. And
There's a few.
I did find one yesterday, by the way. I've learned to check junk mail more. And I saw one that was pretty important, and sometimes it goes to junk. So sometimes the delay is us trying to find it. But this is from Leonard, and he says,
losers.
He said, I was just wondering. He said, rare is the moment on the show that we hear about your sister. Of course, that's to her preference.
That's by her, yeah.
What I'm wondering, the fact that Rick and Greg have a sister, I think is kind of an odd to a lot of people. She's 10 years younger than me. 8 years younger than you? Says, which one is she more like, you or Greg? And I went, So, I don't really think she's
now,
kind
me
of,
and her were academically, we were similar.
Yeah, right, Greg, that's not true. She was a great student. She was not a lot of trouble for mom and dad. And she's a hard worker like most of the family. And she's
I think she can be mean like Greg.
Yeah.
If she gets stirred up, because y'all have never been around our sister enough for y'all to really help the audience with that.
Yeah.
So that's she's kind of her own, and like I would like
she tries to separate herself from us. I get it.
Yeah, I got in trouble with her, by the way, just the other day, because of a special event, and you were there, and involving our nephew, her oldest son. Pearson, and he made a decision for Christ and was baptized and gave his testimony.
Yeah, he did a great job.
It was just awesome. And unfortunately, Sherry and I had a conflict, and we could not be there. And so I wanted to be sure, and I've seen it, though. I got the video of it, and he did a great job, and what a celebration. Well, you know how I am about an encouraging text. And so I sent a text to our sister telling her how proud I was of her and this moment for her and her son. And how proud I was of him. And then I called Pearson and talked to him. I think you saw me. You were out in the hall, Greg.
Yeah.
And got to talk to him. And then I called Pearson's dad, and we had a conversation, who's been on the show and works with Talladega. And so Pearson and his dad got a call. My sister got a text.
Oh boy!
Well,
what were you thinking?
Well, and I'm very upset with Russell.
It was.
I'm very upset with Russell.
So he spilled the beans.
It was duly noted, I bet.
Yeah, who threw me under the bus? Of course, threw me under the bus not on purpose. He didn't think he was throwing me under the bus, but unfortunately, also said it in front of my mother, who also heard it.
Oh wow. Goodness!
And he.
Well, you did it.
He said, "Well, I know Rick and Sherry couldn't be here today, but man, I really appreciate Rick calling and talking to me, and he said, and then he throws us out there. We talked about 45 minutes.
Oh no!
And then he threw out that I called Pearson and talked to Pearson for about the same amount of time, and all this. And then my sister says, I got a text, and I was like, hey everybody.
But it was a meaningful.
But let me tell you why.
Encouraging.
But let me tell you why though. My sister's a teacher. You can't call her at work and her pick up the phone.
That's a good
so
one.
I sent it for her to
you're
see.
Looking for something, but
for her to see when she had a moment. Russell, you call him, he might pick up. And Pearson, I text him and said, when's a good time to talk? And he said, now.
Yeah, you can't talk to her during school.
That was no. She goes, well, you take the time to call his dad and call him, but you didn't. I got a text. And then, of course, my mother couldn't wait to report that to me.
Yeah.
Well, I understand you just text Angie. And I was like, she's a teacher.
In these cases,
I don't know what her planning period is.
I always try to be consistent in these cases.
Here we go.
Well, here's why, Rick, because you could have called Angie.
When?
You could have said, no, at that point. And then you would have said, I tried to call you.
Yeah,
and
she would have had to screen it.
Right. See, you would have. Here, my point is, let them make that decision.
And then she would think, "What's he calling
and
me?
And
teacher."
Then you've called her just like you did the other two. You may have probably called her first. To be honest, you did. You sent the text first.
Yeah.
So call her first. If she doesn't answer, you've given her that opportunity. Then you text her. All bases covered.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you. This will tell you who she's.
You go. Oh, I forgot you was teaching.
Can I tell you? This is who she's most like. Here's who she's most like, and they'll tell you, and it's going to surprise you. So I was with Mom and Dad taking care of them, and Sherry and I were there one time, and Mom fell. Okay, and she's okay, but it scuffed her up pretty good.
Yeah, she was scuffed.
And so my sister knew about that, but we compete with who is Mom's favorite, all three of us.
Yeah.
And of course, I talk about the great day we had together, and I said, Mom sure has enjoyed it. I said, it's not easy being the favorite. And she texts back, says the one who let Mom fall in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So there was a shot.
That's a good shot, too.
Yeah, I saw that.
She'll cut.
It was a great response.
Yeah, she'll cut.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go ahead. You're on with Gary.
Hey, that church group that Wednesday night, they asked me what I thought about these Confederate monuments being covered up. And I told them I'd have to wait and talk to Gary first to see what he thought.
Careful, Gary.
Easy, Gary.
I had to kind of tiptoe over stuff like that because I'm liable to hurt somebody and they may squall.
So you just be seated and silent.
Seated and silent, Gary.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. The monument. What do you say that?
Monument.
A monument.
Monument.
I say
or statues.
You're
or
talking
what
about
monument.
My monument.
I can't even talk for you.
But go ahead. I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
I do.
You know,
Just say statues.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, statues.
statues or whatever.
Statues. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
It ain't never bothered me, and I don't seem to think it's racist or anything.
They don't mean nothing to you, do.
No, it don't mean nothing to me.
What about that boll weevil one down there in Enterprise?
I don't like that thing.
Why not?
I just
Well, they gonna take that peach, that big peach tower.
yeah.
It's coming down.
Why?
Really?
They found a worm in it.
I've been waiting on that one.
That one's
Been holding that for 2 weeks.
That one's been told around Clanton a lot.
She's coming down.
Yeah, she's coming down.
Fred in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. You're on with Gary. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Gary, I know we might not have time for a full play-by-play, but could you give us a compact story of your state record turkey hunt? And if nothing else, can you give us the measurements on that turkey?
Well, it happened April the 15th, 2011.
All right.
At
That day hurt for me.
7:15 is when I shot him. He had when I shot him, I caught him in at 20 steps and shot him, which no telling how many times I hunted him. But why y'all keep laughing?
I just keep thinking you got beautiful hair.
Hey, you're beautiful.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey.
But I was kind of disappointed when I went down there, and I was looking for about 11 or 12 inch beard, and he had beard rot.
Oh.
Hate that.
But
This
when
thing was 10 foot tall.
Okay, yeah. All right. So anyway,
But-
so the beard had rotted off?
Yeah, the beard had rotted off. It was about 4
They call
inches.
it beard rot?
Yeah. But when I turned him over and seen the 2-inch spurs on him, I wasn't worried about the beard anymore.
Right on.
You knew you had the record,
Oh,
didn't you?
yeah.
As soon as
Well,
you
I
saw
didn't
it-
know. I didn't know I had the record. I took him
He
around
was a big
showing
one.
people, and I said, "You ought to measure them things. You may have a record."
Do you think you've been hunting for a while?
Oh yeah. There ain't no telling how many times I hunted.
Was that a couple of times that you couldn't get him coming?
But that's when I first started using my turkey call. I laid everybody else's down and started using mine. And
So your call got it done?
oh yeah.
Why do you think your call brings in a bigger bird?
Well, it's a lot softer call. It's not overbearing.
Not harsh.
No, it's sweet talking little call.
There we go. Oh, blackberry smoke. Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I'm very well. Great time at the Expo this weekend. We appreciate everyone who came out to that event. Met a lot of you and got some great deals this weekend. It was a lot of fun.
Well, we definitely
enjoyed it.
We definitely need feedback for those of you. And we saw people from all over. I mean, from Louisville and Charlotte and Mississippi and Meridian and down Hattiesburg Way and
South Texas. People decided to just get out and come on over.
Yeah, so glad you all came over the weekend. Again, like I told you, if you couldn't make it, look for the daily documentary today. It'll give you a good look at how it went. But we always want the feedback, the good, the bad, the ugly. Any Rick and Bubba event is always up for consideration on whether it will continue another year or not. And a lot of that has to do with how successful it was and whether you, the audience, liked it or not. So be sure and keep us updated, and we'll do that with some phone calls today, too, if you want to get on with some of the phone trolls. Hey, Around the World in 80 Days with Larry Talton. We'll get our first check-in today. Larry will check in with us from his first country, California. So anyway, and also Eric Metaxas. A lot of you know him, the author, the one that probably is most famous is his book Bonhoeffer. Also, he hosts.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today on the show. Enviro Cleanse. Let's talk Enviro Cleanse. Are y'all ready? I know. I mean, here it comes. It's that time of year right now. You hear us sniffling around in here and everything. It doesn't have to be COVID. You know, this is that time of year when, you know, viruses, and here we go, and we got this, and we're trying to keep the air clean, ragweed, all that's going on. Enviro Cleanse, can you imagine if you were in the Navy and you were on ships, all living in a ship environment, that if something got to running right on the ship, you think everybody get it? These are tight quarters, and that's why the U.S. Department of Defense selected Enviro Cleanse to protect everybody on board of their Navy ships. And I'll tell you why. Their advanced mineral technology goes beyond, way beyond. If you're getting some of these HEPA filters, that's nothing compared to Enviro Cleanse, okay? This destroys airborne illnesses that cause cold and flu viruses, and yes, that does include the coronavirus. So it's new science in the air purification. Why is that a hard word for me?
That's tough.
Air purification? That's not hard. Yeah. But anyway, this actually works. You know, a lot of ideas, they look okay and they somewhat work. This really works. They sent us one, and we love it. And this is how you destroy allergy inflaming toxins and mold from the air that your family breathes. If you'd have had one of these set up and this ragweed stuff had come roaring through, you might have had a different experience. So anyway, am I using that right? Is it ragweed that's causing this right now?
I don't know if it's ragweed specifically, but it has been peak week. Yeah. Speedy, let us know. There's a peak week for allergies, and we just went through it.
All right, so ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 10%. ekpure.com, and get your air purification unit. Also, we'll give you an air quality monitor at no charge. We'll get you fast, free shipping, and we'll save you $150. So make the move right now, ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba, save 10%, get a free air quality monitor plus free shipping, or just go to the link at rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that right there under the sponsors button. So speaking of the coronavirus, I heard you guys talking earlier in the kickoff hour that now, I mean, what are we going to do as more information now comes available? Are we even going to remotely do an I'm sorry to the people's lives that we've destroyed, and the people's livelihoods that we destroyed, the people that were kicked out of this, kicked off of that? That all of this was we now know really wasn't necessary. Forcing people, when you guys were telling me about the what's the basketball player,
Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
where at one point they were trying to get him to extend a $100 million deal, but he had to take the vaccine.
Correct.
To do it.
That's what he is saying.
What kind of games are we playing with people's lives and their health? You know, and, I don't know. We're going to have to get off of this mentality that, and they have successfully walked us into it. And, of course, if you're big pharma, you're like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
But, Sherry and I had this discussion at the house the other day. Do I trust my medical doctor? I do. Mm-hmm. I do. Let me be clear. I do. Am I thankful for those that have studied and are constantly working and the hours they put in? I am. Do I think some of them should have lost their jobs because they thought them being vaccinated compared to their natural immunity and dealing with this virus was unnecessary, and the risk of a developmental vaccine to them was a bigger risk than actually the virus? Should they have been, since they work in the medical field, should they have been run off? No, I think that makes me that I'll say to the medical community, and I'll say it unapologetically. You got that wrong.
Right.
That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. And you overreacted and you were uninformed, and that to me left the world of science. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I will say this, and I have incredible respect, have family members who are doctors, have friends who are doctors and work in the medical field, love them, thankful for them. They've been nothing but good to us. But,
just like any field, okay, just like things that people have done in our field that were not right. If we look at human history and the advancement of our medical research, we've made some mistakes along the way.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't always gotten it right. And there was a time when we would say, you know what? We had all the research we could possibly muster, and it just didn't turn out the way we thought it would. And you come back and you say, this we had wrong, this we had right. Let's make the adjustments since going forward. And I hope that when we leave this situation, and I think we're already there, this is going to be part of our lives forever, like a lot of viruses and problems, is that we'll never again, let's please not allow medical treatments and science to become politicized. I mean, we literally went through a time that whether you wanted to be vaccinated or not would put you in a political camp. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean that's just crazy. We're going to force you to take something in your body, and we got to come off this mentality where if somebody hands me a pill or somebody gives me a jab and that'll solve my problem, then that's always going to be my. And no matter how many they come up with, no matter how many bottles I have, no matter how many shots I take, I never question anything because you're not allowed to question the almighty medical field and almighty pharma. And I have people that I love and respect that work in these fields, and they're good people, and they're people of character and integrity. That's not what I'm saying. But if they have the character and integrity that I know they have, they also know that they don't always get it right. And we, the patients, and we, the people, have the right to question it and to make decisions for ourselves. That when you're looking at a person and you're telling them to take a medical treatment or lose their job, that's a very dangerous position for you to be in. Okay, because especially when it turned out that the risk you were making them take probably was unwarranted. The way we handled the natural immunity in the beginning is embarrassing. And the more we're finding out about Fauci and some of the things that you're seeing, it just it was just ugly. And some of it, the fact that we're still doing it, you got to let it go. I mean,
that's the biggie.
Yeah, you got when you're telling someone take a vaccine so that you won't get coronavirus and pass it on to somebody else, but they can still get it and pass it on after taking it. If you're going to tell them to do it, don't tell them that's the reason, because you sound like a loon.
Yep.
Tell them that maybe it would be a good treatment for them so that they don't have a hard time with it. And I'm not sure that's proven, but at least you could probably say that and have some integrity. But if you tell somebody they're doing it to protect themselves from a infection and a passing on of an infection, that just is that train has left.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as of September 23rd, the CDC.gov posted that some changes regarding how they deal with vaccination status. They updated their website to say that vaccination status is no longer used to inform source control, screening testing, or post-exposure recommendations. That's from the CDC.gov as of the 23rd.
Oh, yeah. Sherry and I were looking at some
all the people that were required of all that.
Well, why is the military still
Thank
losing
you.
massive amounts of talent and experience because they're kicking folks out?
They still have a mandate.
That's so stupid.
I don't understand that. Why? I know we don't have as human beings the ability to go, hey, that's on me, I'm wrong. Or when we made that decision, we knew this, but now that we know that, we're going to lift that.
Well, because if they do, then they're admitting that it was wrong in the beginning, and all the people that were affected then are going to look at them, and they're going to have to deal with them now.
It's
if
just
you change it, then you're giving in to the fact that before you were wrong.
Amazing.
And they don't want that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Now you get into liability.
Has it always been, maybe it's just the people I was around, but growing up, it wasn't a bad thing for somebody to go, hey, man, I got that wrong. And I'll just correct it next time.
No.
What?
Once it becomes
Has it
political,
always been like that? I mean, I've just been under some kind of dome and sheltered from it, that people just will not take responsibility, admit when they're wrong. It's not a hard thing to do. And when people tell me they messed up or made a mistake, I had to tell Rick this morning I messed up. Hey, man, I put the wrong date out there. I know that's not a vaccine deal,
right.
but it's still a mistake, and it's okay. It's okay to go, hey, I just don't know. And man, I made a mistake. No. And then you just don't make it again. I don't get it.
Right.
That's not hard, and nobody looks down on that. Matter of fact, I would look up to you if you'd start doing that. Take some responsibility, because that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's called humility.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A show there in New York City.
York City.
Socrates in the city does that as well. So he'll be joining us, and of course, just had the new book that we interviewed him about not long ago. If we can keep it, talking about whether the republic can continue to go forward, or whether we have Americans who are trying to destroy that now. We had that with Eric not long ago, so we'll join him today because he too will be part of the Around the World in 80 Days. So that'll be coming up a little bit later on. To update you on the terrible, terrible hurricane situation in Houston, we'll try to get Span to get us the latest on that. Harvey, the flooding alone has just caused all sorts of issues. So we'll see.
Yeah, good night. That is a mess. That is a mess, and still raining, Rick. Still raining in Houston.
So we'll try to get you updated on that too. Also, there's some Trump stuff over the weekend. This pardoning of some sheriff, I know, was a big story over the weekend. I remember we mentioned that in passing. I had some other folks mention that to me yesterday at church. So, I wasn't sure about all the details of that, but really, I did not have a chance to know anything last weekend. Y'all have to tell me everything that happened.
Well,
I don't know.
It started Friday night. We went out to a preseason jamboree ball game that our high school was in, and I mean the phone started buzzing in my pocket, and I thought, what in the world?
Yes,
and they
right
upgraded, the Harvey to a Category 3 hurricane. Well, it ended up being a 4, I think, at one point.
Yeah, I thought the upgrade you had was it was a 4.
Well, maybe it was a 4 Friday
it
night. It was. You're right.
Yeah.
And then we had Trump giving a pardon to the sheriff, and somebody quit. I mean, it was just I couldn't hardly sit there for my phone above.
Well, anytime I get a news alert, it usually has somebody else has resigned or been fired from the Trump administration.
Right.
But this one was tied to some pardon. So I don't. Am I supposed
sheriff.
to? What sheriff am I supposed to talk about?
Well,
Sheriff Joe. Joe, I forgot.
What Joe do though? That everybody
he was the guy that was so aggressive on the
prison camps.
Yeah, on the immigration thing and set up the tent cities and all that.
So what did he need to be pardoned from?
Well,
in jail.
Yeah, they.
Well, he was. It was racial profiling suit. He also had poor conditions in his jail. I mean, there was a list of stuff that sent him off to jail. But
well, you had a guy that was out there on the front edge, and he was.
I remember him.
He was going after it. He was getting after it, and some people didn't like it, and brought him up. He was charged, and Trump pardoned him.
Okay, and then somebody resigned over that.
I think that was a totally different.
Was that just a typical resignment from Trump?
Well, that was the resigning of the week.
Okay,
and so
Eric, somebody. So anyway, I know there was a lot going on, so we'll get into all that. Your phone calls too. The Mayweather fight with McGregor. I could not believe. I'm so glad that I didn't buy that because I can't. I know, and some of it was issues with people coming in late. I mean, the doggone thing didn't even start till on the East Coast. Good night. It was after midnight.
I thought about getting it at one point, and when I realized that it was not starting till that late, I said, "No way." I couldn't. If I paid for it, I couldn't stay up to see it.
I'll tell y'all the whole story from my house. How it all went down because it was really funny. But I mean, it's so late. It's colliding into curfews, and I'm just like, well, I mean, I can't help that. That's right. There's nothing I can do about that. that's on Mayweather and McGregor. I can't. They didn't check with me on what time they're going to get the box. So anyway, I think it was kind of a win-win for both sides. It kind of turned out as good as it could for all people involved. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got Rick and Bubba. We're on the way back. John out of Birmingham, Alabama, calling us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. He's trying to update us on this whole thing about Sheriff Joe, one of the many things that were brought up over the weekend. John, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, I think Sheriff Joe went to jail. You know, they claimed he was racially profiling, and I think a judge ruled such.
Yeah.
By the ruling, and he went to jail, I believe, for contempt of court. I have relatives who've been out there for over 70 years, and to law-abiding people, the guy's a hero. I mean, he was cleaning up the place.
Yeah.
He made jail such a pain in the butt, nobody wanted to go back.
Remember
What a shock.
he was putting them in pink jumpsuits.
Oh, yeah,
and made them live in tents and
So-
he was
Build 'em up.
he was a cult hero among the Law and Order gang.
Yeah, and
That's
because
correct.
I'm looking. So it says it was a racial profiling suit, which we knew that because we have the story here. But I was like, how did he ever end up needing a pardon? And you're saying contempt of court?
That is correct.
Okay.
He was in jail for contempt of court, if you can believe that
So
or not.
what did he do? I mean, what?
He refused to abide by, the judge ruled against his tactics on profiling. He refused to abide by the ruling. He said, forget it, I'm doing what I'm doing.
So that's. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being here. If you have anything on your mind, 866 We Be Big is our number. By the way, I would like to bring up, if you look in Scripture, you'll see that David, with his bare hands, defeated a bear and a lion.
Now you're David.
Well, I'm not saying I'm David. I'm just saying if he can do that, I probably can take a wolf. I mean, no, that wouldn't. Bare hands.
I thought the lion was a slingshot too.
Bare hands.
Okay.
You talking about a flip?
I'm just kidding, Adler. I do not know.
Rick, if let's say I was in the production room and you didn't know it, but I was hiding my wolf. Okay.
You were hiding it in the.
Yeah, and you didn't know it because
I
you know the
you had
counter's
one.
low, and he was a good boy. He laid, and
He
and
did what he was told.
I open that door, and that wolf comes out. You would jump on this counter.
Well, I mean, is he a danger to everybody here that I love? Maybe not.
So you're saying you're going to jump the counter and go at him?
Let me tell you what I've got to do. He's got to never see it coming. The problem is people catch him. You know, they're like, oh no, I'm afraid. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go after him like an absolute maniac. He, a 188-pound male, which is as big as they get, by the way, exaggerators. I'm going to hit him.
That's a big dog.
I'm going to hit him like a 260-pound wolf. And the force of
gonna bite him?
Yes, I'm going to bite him. Sherry was asking me this yesterday, and I was showing her I've got some teeth.
You're gonna bite?
I'm going to bite like crazy. I'm going to go absolutely nuts, and the wolf is going to decide, is this kill worth it? And I'm telling you, predators don't like to get hurt, and I'm just simply trying to break his will to continue. By the way.
We're just staring at him.
Yeah. By the way, be careful.
I can't believe you brought David into it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you.
Stretch, but yeah.
Well, is it?
Is it really?
Greg, I serve the same God David did.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have access to the same power.
Right.
But
God may decide the wolf's not going to take us in here, and he said, watch me work through Rick. It may take that.
So when you say
this story just took bizarre turns.
So when you say you defeat a wolf, are you saying that you just wanted the wolf to call uncle and like
Yes,
go
that's
over in
what
the
he's
corner?
saying.
He
and
wants
lay
it to
down?
run off. Going,
I said that earlier.
Like
I'm not
you're
talking
the,
about
like you're the alpha.
I'm not
He
saying
stepped
he's
out for a
dead.
minute, Rick.
I think I was.
Oh, you were.
interested.
I said I
screaming.
think what's misunderstood by this, because that's when I told you that I think I could also take a cheetah because they don't have good cardio.
See, I was screening. I didn't hear anything.
But what I'm saying, I'm not talking about that.
You said you could take a cheetah.
I did. I said. I said.
They don't have
I
good
said I'm
cardio.
thinking about they don't have good cardio. They get tired real quick.
I think that just means in running.
And what I'm saying is, well, you've wrestled before. You can get tired.
You can.
But anyway, the is that this is not my foot is on it. I'm getting my picture made with the dead animal on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
This is, does the animal run off and leave and say, I'm done with this?
And if he tried to come back, if you pointed at him, he would cower.
I mean, I don't know. When we all played little ball, I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I played a little ball.
Well,
yeah.
And I didn't physically kill the people trying to block me, but I would break their will to continue to try. Okay. And so that you just take the will out of them to go, I got to get out of here.
Okay, so
this kill's not worth it.
Let me say that this whole debate, I have been envisioning a situation where you have a prime whatever, a prime wolf, a prime bear, and you're in a room.
I didn't say I was fighting a bear.
You're in a room this size, and the animal is determined to fight you to the death. I'm not talking about I run into nature situation. Can I intimidate it enough so that we both are able to walk away?
It attacks. I'm saying the end may be uncle, not death.
But what if it's not? What if you have a situation where the animal is determined to either kill you or die?
Well, they all start out that way.
Yeah, but let's say a wolf has got he's got his, they get their net down there. Like,
Dude, you're saying can I injure the wolf enough that he can't continue?
That's what it.
Yes,
I think what
that's what
it is.
I think I can.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
He may not be dead, but he'll be laying there and not be able to move.
Would you leave him? Would you leave him? Or
Like a dog that got hit.
Would you finish him off, or would you leave him?
Would I kill him? But I mean, like with my bare hands?
Yes.
Probably. He would look to me, and I'd either give him this. Or
Yeah.
You do thumbs over, thumbs down, like
I would look
Robocop.
to Greg, and if Greg said yes, I would reach in there, grab his wolf heart, and eat it.
All right.
That is ridiculous. Is this a
All
sick
right,
wolf?
well, now
or
we
like
know. Now we know.
Right.
Yeah.
How about this, Adler?
It's a wolf with parvo.
Adler. Hey, could I start out on a couple of sick wolves?
Yes.
Kind of work my way up.
Your way up. Yes.
Before you get to
Start
the
with that
strong-
husky that lady killed.
Yeah, let me like beat a husky up first.
There you go.
And work our way through it.
and
Don't
you're
you think
not-
I need to build?
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Are you
Kind of
wearing
like preliminary
in your
fights.
mind in this? Are you wearing armor of any kind?
No,
that's not allowed.
So what about your arms?
I never wore armor.
He's gonna be bleeding.
Hey, when I'm gonna look
it's going to be
rough.
ugly, yeah.
Oh, after it's over, I'll be a mess. I'll be in the hospital longer than Bubba. But I mean, but let me tell you this.
Good night.
Hey, what a glorious victory, man.
Yeah.
People start trying to talk to me about football stuff.
We'd start out. Remember that time Rick fought that wolf?
Right.
Yeah. I'd take the Gardendale story and it'd be over. I wouldn't
Yeah.
even talk about
Pretty
that
much
anymore.
replace it, Rick.
Yeah. Kurt Jarvis, nothing now. I've beaten the wolf.
Well, I'm glad we know what you envision it, how it going. So
Yeah.
Greg being crowned the champion at that bar in New Orleans, nothing.
And you were clearly the champion.
I was.
Is that when you looked up and he was in the ring?
Yeah.
It was a big win.
Getting loose.
Hey, when I got second place in
Wasn't
that
supposed to do
jiu-jitsu
that.
tournament,
Right.
that's nothing compared to that.
No.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, nothing.
I love that
Solid.
footage Adler had when Webby got disgusted with it.
Greg, wait a minute. The time I was declared king of the hot tub in Panama City.
Oh, that was. I forgot about that crown.
And
Rick.
that really got dicey.
Rick, that's a pretty good title
It did. That one involved the law.
for at least the week we were down there.
Mm-hmm. They didn't really want to hear about my championship when they arrived.
they weren't impressed.
They asked, would I please return the hot tub to the rest of the people at the hotel?
Yeah,
Which I did.
Rick, it wasn't yours to have.
Well, I did take it.
It was yours to borrow.
I did take it, but they said that really was not technically acknowledged by the hotel.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't made. Rick, it wasn't made official.
No, yeah, and they were kind enough to let me finish my point, and then they were kind enough to say, if you'll just exit and let everybody have it back, we're done.
Yeah.
If you'll just move
Which
on.
you did.
Right.
People
And I
won't-
did.
Offering you glory.
Rick, I want to go back to this before we get out of here today. People won't let the cheetah thing go.
Right.
I've gotten several emails.
So
and
we got
they
cheetah
say
experts.
that
Not very good cardio.
But you're acting as if you do. That's the
you
point
have
they're
good
making
cardio?
is you
that's
skip
a really good
certain
point.
sections of
Hey,
workouts
hey.
because of the cardio.
Hey,
Maybe their cardio
show-
is better than yours.
Show up for 3 o'clock.
So you're saying a
Hey, I'm a-
cheetah?
I'm a
cheetah
new
could
man.
make it
Speedy,
through.
are you listening to this?
Cardio wise, I'm a new man.
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know, Rick. If you
Cheetahs have bad cardio for the animal kingdom.
Right.
When
Yeah,
it comes
hey,
to predators
hey.
that can run 60 miles an
Hey,
hour.
you ever see me on a rower?
Not in a while.
Come
Not in a
come
while.
have a look-see.
Okay. all right.
320. That's usually by the time I'm on it.
That's
320.
good. That's good.
Never 315.
Oh, my goodness.
I like to see us get to the energy a little quicker than we do sometimes. A lot of talking.
But these animals you're fighting, they're in their prime, right? They're not like injured, hurt, dragging
well,
a leg.
no, I don't know that. I
anything
don't know
like
who
that.
attacked me, but I mean, are we setting it up in an official
Yeah,
arena?
medical test.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you something. If I'd have been martyred back in the day of the Roman Empire, it wouldn't have been easy. Them lions would have had their hands full. But I don't. They starved us, though, didn't they? We weren't in good shape out there, are we? They had me in a week and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah. They don't feed you good when you're
No, real frail.
But you're saying you're Marcus Aurelius, and
Yeah.
are you not entertained? I just killed a wolf with my bare hands.
I'm gonna look at all y'all in here and scream, "Are you not entertained?" And
we would be.
Yeah.
Yes, we would.
And then, of course, I would wear, no matter the temperature, no matter the heat, I would wear a wolf jacket from that wolf the rest of my life.
Yes, on your head.
And his head up over the top of mine.
Oh, wow. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.